The gift is a special blessing from the gods, which is given only to the chosen ones who have reached the age of 12. The whole village was filled with joy, and it seemed that every inhabitant was laughing and smiling, creating an atmosphere of general joy. From the window of the house, someone remarked to the father that the day had turned out to be unusually lively. The protagonist heard his father, who was standing behind him, confirm that it was natural, because today was an extremely important day for their family. All the villagers were hoping that today would be the day when a new lord would emerge, skilled in handling a sword. The royal power weakened and the country fell into a period of turmoil as lords fought over territories. The protagonist understood that the son of a lord was expected to have outstanding abilities. His father said that he would inherit their strength. Gifts were known to have a strong hereditary nature. His mother's gift was said to be related to loneliness. His father, on the other hand, had the highest-ranking gift, the sacred sword technique. This incredible power allowed him to rush right into the thick of enemy lines. The fame of his exploits spread beyond their lands. Thanks to his gift, his father managed to become a marquis and expand his possessions to the size of the territories of influential lords. It was no exaggeration to say that all of this was possible solely due to his unique gift. Turning to Luke, his father said that he had high hopes for him. The boy only smiled and answered his parent affirmatively. When the long-awaited day arrived, all the villagers gathered in the small village church. 2 boys stood in front of the priest, and behind them an impressive crowd pressed. The priest announced that 2 sons would be blessed today. Raoul, the concubine's son, was not considered to be eligible for an interesting gift. But the young master was another matter. The priest asked the crowd to be quiet and began his story. Everyone froze in tense anticipation. Then the priest loudly announced that Mr. Luke's gift was unexpected. The young man immediately blushed. The entire crowd looked at each other in surprise. The guy, putting his hand to his chest, wondered in bewilderment what kind of skill, village construction, this was. He couldn't understand at all what kind of gift this was. The priest shook his head, admitting that he himself did not know what kind of gift it was. However, he was sure that such a skill was useless in battle. He had no doubt about it. The protagonist darkened, exclaiming that such a thing could not be. The whole crowd became agitated. Suddenly, Luke was pushed sharply in the back. It was Raoul who unceremoniously pushed him aside. He was next. Raoul glared ahead. The crowd began to talk about his bad luck, remembering that his mother had no gift. The priest stood right in front of Raoul and solemnly declared that Lord Raoul's gift was the sacred sword technique. Everyone present immediately exclaimed, repeating these words with delight. The boy began to smile widely. The whole crowd burst into cheers. People exclaimed that this was great happiness. The main character felt himself start to shake. He looked at his family. The father stroked his other son's head, joyfully exclaiming that he had expected nothing less from Raoul. The boy slowly turned his gaze to his mother. She looked extremely angry, clearly expressing dissatisfaction with everything that was happening around her. They both stood a little apart, watching intently as the head of the family talked to another woman and her son. After some time, the hero stood by the cart, carefully looking around at the lands that he once considered his family and friends. Luke said goodbye to his father and mother, telling them that he was leaving forever. He noted bitterly to himself that it seemed that no one was even going to see him off on his way and accompany him to the very edge of the village. Until that day, the people around him had always indulged him in everything because he was considered the future lord. Now he jumped into the carriage. He understood the whole situation, but his soul was still unbearably sad. Thus began his journey. The young man looked ahead, his eyes filled with deep melancholy. Now he had to go to the deserted, wild area north of the lands of his father, the Marquis Albert. Before the young man lay a barren land, abandoned for years due to the exhausted soil. He was tasked with developing this harsh domain, teeming with wild creatures. It was his younger brother Raoul who had come up with the idea. Raoul, sitting on the throne, had called out Luke's name loudly and angrily. He had declared that with the gift of village building, developing these lands should be a piece of cake for his brother. By sending him into the wilds, he effectively banished Luke. No one dared to oppose Raoul, and everyone obeyed without question. Probably many people dreamed that such a useless disappointment as Luke would disappear as soon as possible. However, in these turbulent times, Raoul's aggressive nature may have been just what the people needed. The hero himself was never a fighter. Despite his careful preparation, he had no desire to kill. Albert's house had long been famous for its warriors. But the young man, for some inexplicable reason, was the most unusual in it. He rode in the carriage, lying on the bunk, and could not understand why everything had turned out the way it did. Vague images of the past floated into his memory. Large cities and majestic buildings. Closing his eyes, he noted to himself that reality was completely different. A week later, the cart creaked to a stop. The driver informed the young man that they had arrived. Luke looked ahead calmly, but his eyes widened in surprise. The place was far worse than he had ever heard of or imagined. Luke stood in the middle of a desolate and lifeless area with absolutely nothing around him that could inspire hope or comfort. To the north, in the distance, a huge dense forest could be seen, covering a significant part of the horizon. To the east, an impressive mountain range stretched out, with sharp peaks rising above the ground. Between these barriers there was a dangerous zone, where wild and aggressive creatures constantly roamed, from which it was better to stay as far as possible. The young man walked forward, carrying his suitcase with things and necessary equipment. He had heard that these creatures rarely ventured this far into the area he was in now, but you could never be sure. At that very moment, someone called out to him from behind, addressing him as Master Luke. It was Milia, also holding her suitcase. She asked him if it was really as deserted and lifeless as it seemed at first glance. Keeping a positive attitude, she asked her master not to despair. At first, the young man did not understand what she was talking about. The girl froze and asked if he was not as saddened by the current situation as she had assumed. Luke smiled and replied that he was fine. After all, in his opinion, there was no point in crying. The girl, crossing her fists, noted that despite the difficult situation, he managed to maintain a positive attitude. She added that Master Luke was simply amazing. Luke asked Milia if she was sure she wanted to stay with him, since the wagon was already out of sight. The girl put her hand to her chest and exclaimed, "What is Master Luke talking about?" She reminded him that she had become his personal servant and had taken an oath. Milia had sworn that no matter what, she would serve him until the very end and would always remain by his side. The young man said her name, looking at the maid. He began to smile, and his face flushed with happiness. He noted that the girl was very wonderful and could one day become the head maid. Who would have thought that there were still people who cared about him so much? The hero glowed with happiness. The girl hid her true intentions, noting to herself that she followed him because she loved him, and dear Master Luke was just her type. Luke didn't understand why the atmosphere had suddenly become gloomy. However, the girl cleared her throat. Turning to Luke, she said that they had two options. The young man did not understand, but Milia began to explain. The first option was to make an effort to develop the barren land. The food they had brought would last them a month. They would not be able to cultivate the harvest in time. Milia suggested the second option. They could run away together and start a new life in another city. She smiled widely, noticing that no one was watching them, so it would be quite easy to accomplish. The young man considered this, assuming that Milia preferred the second path. But Luke suddenly froze. He raised his hand and exclaimed that since he had received the gift of village creation, he had not been able to use it. He had no idea what kind of power it was. The boy clenched his fist tighter. He felt like he could put it to good use now. Suddenly, a window appeared right in front of him. The boy jumped back in surprise. The girl was also surprised. They did not understand what it was. On the window it was written that this place was suitable for a village, and it asked if he wanted to build a village here. Milia asked if her true feelings were reflected on her face. She noted that it was bad, and was worried that he was involuntarily seeing her distorted face. The protagonist smiled. He asked Milia to step back a little because she climbed right into the notification window. She was all red. The girl jumped back and apologized. She was very worried. The hero noted that Milia cannot see it, but the letters were not of this world, and it said that this place was suitable for a village. The boy was confused when he noticed that the letters were familiar to him. He wondered if he had known them in a previous life. Luke had memories of a past he did not remember. They were of another world. Although he did not remember what kind of person he had been, he could still remember the lore and customs of that world. It was because of these memories that he always felt different from the rest of this world. He thought it had something to do with his gift. The maid looked at him questioningly. The boy exclaimed that he was not sure about it, but he would try to create a village. He clicked on the consent, and everything around was illuminated with a bright light. A large space around the heroes was illuminated by a beam of light. The main character was very surprised. The girl noticed that the surface around them suddenly became smooth. Soon the guy's attention was drawn to a notification. The panel reported that this was now Luke's village, located on the first level. The protagonist thought about the buildings, wondering if they would appear instantly like the village. The first thing he needed was a place to stay, and he thought about a hut. The system suggested spending 10 points on its construction. The guy agreed. At that very moment, a huge wooden house suddenly appeared in front of them, as if from nowhere, accompanied by a light smoke. The girl, amazed, exclaimed the name of her master. Luke, watching this, smiled, blushed slightly, and shook his head. He realized that this was probably his gift. While pondering, the hero noted that he had 40 points left, and another 10 would be restored daily. He asked Milia if he should build another hut or do something else. Milia was surprised that he could build more than just huts. She exclaimed that then they definitely needed a well. In her opinion, one hut would be enough for the two of them, and they should focus on water. After all, without it, a person cannot survive for more than a few days, unlike food. The girl even thought that they could continue to live in one small hut. The young man agreed that the well was a priority. He raised his hand, and a large well appeared in front of them. The girl watched as everything around her became illuminated again. The maid was pleasantly surprised, exclaiming that it was incredible, and her eyes sparkled with happiness. Approaching the well, she noticed that the lid could not be lifted. The guy approached, saw the lever, and assumed that there was no need for this. The girl was shocked. The castle had to be worked on. The main character was surprised that there was no column in the world. Realizing he had 10 points left, he said that they could build something else today. Milia explained that they needed a plantation, and the boy nodded. Suddenly, something caught his attention, and the hero's eyes widened. He stared at the girl. She, surprised by such a close look, asked what had happened. A window appeared in front of him with an offer to settle the girl in the village. The protagonist, not fully understanding the meaning, explained to his companion that it seemed that, with the help of the gift, he could register residence. Milia replied that, of course, she was not against it and would be only glad, glowing with happiness. The guy nodded and thanked her. He noticed that the village had increased in population, and the number of points depended on the number of villagers. He wondered if he could become a villager himself. It wasn't that he was planning to increase the population, but he stood there deep in thought. Suddenly, Milia came up to him and hugged him tightly. Laughing, she remarked that she wouldn't mind being alone together forever. The protagonist turned around and looked at her, but the girl only replied that nothing was happening. The panel showed the first level of Luke's village and the daily accrual of 10 points. There were not enough points to build a plantation, and he had to wait until tomorrow. Day gave way to night, and the moon rose majestically over the mountain valley. Lying next to Milia on the bed, the young man was lost in thought about his unexpected gift. His gaze was fixed on the window where he could admire the bottomless sky. He remembered how at first the gift brought him only despair, but now he understood its uniqueness and even felt joy at such a turn of events. He was disgusted by wars, land grabs, and bloodshed. In a world where blood was often washed away by blood, he dreamed of a life of peace and tranquility for all. Closing his eyes, the protagonist felt that everything would definitely work out. A slight smile appeared on his face. The boy imagined how he would use this gift to transform the earth, creating a life filled with happiness. He imagined himself wandering through his domain, surrounded by animals. This way of life suited his character. He lay there, feeling Milia's warmth next to him. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes and looked at her master. She enjoyed the opportunity to spend the entire evening next to him. The protagonist felt himself break out in sweat. A sunny day was shining over the valley when the young beauty turned decisively to her father, asking for forgiveness for her decision to leave their home. The man came closer, asking what her words meant. The daughter confirmed that her words were to be taken literally. She added that she was tired of putting up with what was happening. In those days, children's engagement served important strategic purposes. The girl admitted that even the thought of getting engaged to Luke's brother was unbearable for her. Her father reminded her that Albert's lands belonged to Mr. Raoul, and she should think about the well-being of the family. But she rushed away, exclaiming that he would never be her husband. The girl would prefer death to engagement. The guards blocked the way. The girl gave them a menacing look, warning them that they had better not stand in her way, otherwise her request would sound completely different. The guards froze, unable to move. She resolutely walked past, leaving them behind, trembling at her words. The morning brought bright light, filling the modest hut with a golden glow. Luke and Milia were sleeping on the same bed, the girl hugging him tightly. The protagonist felt uncomfortable, deciding that they should build another hut. Milia asked why one hut would not be enough for them. Then the boy realized with surprise that the girl was not asleep. This astonished him. The girl sat up and explained that a maid should always wake up before her master. The hero stood up, noticing that Milia was no longer a maid, which meant she could afford to sleep longer. She clenched her fists and retorted that she was now a full-fledged member of the village, and respect for Master Luke was a given. The protagonist finally understood her thought, and Milia happily nodded in agreement. The girl remembered how happy she was when she was accepted as a maid in Mr. Albert's domain. She was barely 12 years old then. Milia was lost in memories of the past. She came from a little-known but still aristocratic family. Of course, she failed to receive a blessing that required huge financial investments. There were only two paths open to her: to become a maid for the highest aristocracy or to work among people of her own circle. She was incredibly lucky to get a job with the Albert family, whose estates were expanding. However, she had no experience as a maid. Suddenly, she dropped the plate and watched in horror as it shattered right at her feet. That day was a turning point, deciding her future fate. She realized that she had broken Mrs. Isabella's favorite plate. The lady's voice came from behind, asking Milia what had happened. She asked if it was the plate she had broken. The girl broke out in a cold sweat. Tears welled up in her eyes. Frightened beyond measure, she began to apologize feverishly. But suddenly another apology was heard nearby. Young Luke was standing nearby, looking at the maid with curiosity. The maid turned to him. The boy told his mother that he wanted to show the plate to Milia, but accidentally dropped it. The mother looked at her son, worriedly asking if he was hurt. Then she sighed heavily. The girl watched the scene, trying to comprehend what she had seen. The mistress turned to the maid, reminding her to keep a closer eye on Luke, since he was still just a child. Milia nodded in agreement. She was still confused, trying to understand what was happening. Suddenly, Luke came closer and looked at her. The girl flinched, meeting his gaze. The boy raised his finger and quietly said that he thought his mother wouldn't be angry. His cheeks turned slightly pink, and he smiled. That day, Milia's expression changed forever. She was filled with boundless gratitude. She realized that in that moment, the 3-year-old gentleman had irrevocably captured her heart. After some time, Luke approached Milia, telling her that he had 20 points, enough to start a plantation. The girl immediately asked if he would really work for her. In response, the boy remarked that he shouldn't be treated like a child. Milia thought about how Mr. Luke had taken her sin upon himself, saving her from trouble. The hero wiped his sweaty forehead, explaining that this was his village, and he would do his best. The girl admired his wisdom and kindness. She was struck by his incredible sweetness, which made her very embarrassed. When the boy approached her, Milia replied that she would take care of the seedlings, feeling extremely awkward. The young man gently but persistently asked her to do everything properly, assuring her that it would be very effective. The girl only noted his kindness in response. The day was drawing to a close, and the twilight was deepening. The protagonist collected water to wash himself, thinking that even with 2 people, sewing had taken a whole day. He imagined how much more difficult it would have been without his skills. Suddenly, his gaze widened. A noise was heard in the distance, causing him to freeze. Not understanding what was happening, he dried himself with a towel, noting that he did not expect an attack from monsters so soon. However, he decided that tomorrow he should think about protection. The next day, The heroes began building a watchtower, which significantly improved their view of the surrounding area. Milia watched this from the side, feeling inspired. In the following days, they were busy planting and watering. A clay fence was erected to prevent intrusion and to have a choice of shapes. The next day, the girl washed clothes and the boy continued planting. A few days later, the first shoots appeared, causing delight in both of them. The maid beamed with joy. She informed Luke about the escapes. The protagonist smiled, noting that now they had nothing to worry about. A sharp scream was heard, and the protagonist, taking out his weapon, assumed that it was a monster. The girl began to climb the watchtower, but suddenly froze. She realized that by climbing the ladder, she might become completely visible. The thought frightened and alarmed her, causing her to blush and break out in a sweat. Milia wondered what would happen if Master Luke looked at her with a strange anticipation. Meanwhile, the protagonist was carefully scanning the horizon, asking if she saw anyone. Suddenly, the girl realized that her presence did not bother him at all, and finally reported that a squad of goblins was moving in their direction. The boy screamed in fear. At first, she noted that the goblins would not be able to climb over such a high fence. However, her words were cut off by a cry of horror when she saw how, showing amazing ingenuity, they began to climb on top of each other. The young man realized that they had no choice. He told the girl to stay on the tower. The protagonist remembered that they said that practicing fencing makes it easier to receive a gift. So he had been practicing it since childhood. It did not help, but the training was not in vain. At that moment, a huge, ferocious goblin with impressive fangs and long claws rushed at him. The young warrior deftly parried the blows with his sword, trying not to fall under the enemy's blade. He noted the enemy's slowness, which gave him confidence in success. Suddenly, a loud scream came from the side and a new attack fell on the guy. He managed to wave it off. The protagonist realized that he needed to finish off the enemies quickly. The next moment, a goblin rushed straight to his face. The hero did not have time to react. However, a shot rang out immediately, and the enemy fell to the ground. The frozen young man watched as it all happened right in front of him, trying to comprehend what had happened. There was a figure standing on the fence, towering over him. She said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He flinched when he recognized Selene. The girl stood there looking down at him. When she saw him, she smiled. The boy exclaimed her name. The Iceblade Princess, Selene Baslight, who wielded 2 blades in water and ice magic, appeared before the hero. She was the Duke's daughter and Luke's former fiancée. The hero remembered her from his childhood visits and wondered what had brought her here. Leaning over, the girl noticed how much he had grown since their last meeting 2 years ago. The young man confirmed this, but immediately asked the reason for her appearance. Selene responded sharply that she had run away from home, sticking out her tongue. The guy exclaimed in surprise. She clarified that, or rather, she had broken off the engagement, explaining that after Luke left, Raoul had taken his place, and that was the reason for the breakup. The hero could not understand the reasons. Selene said that she would rather die than marry such a man, but added that running away from home was the best way out. The guy wondered about the extent of her aversion to marriage, because he himself was her previous fiancé. He froze, then leaned over and apologized, admitting that he hadn't noticed her reluctance. He expressed understanding, noting how hard it was to be a girl when someone else decided who her husband would be. The girl asked, puzzled, if he had understood her correctly. Frowning, she explained that her reluctance was due to the fact that Raoul was the groom. If it had been the young man himself, she would have agreed. Selene began to confess her feelings to him. Suddenly, the maid Milia came running and pushed her away. She was clearly angry and furious. Defending her master, she asked Selene to stop. The girl looked at the maid, asking who she was. She proudly answered that she was the first inhabitant of the village. Putting her hand on her heart, she added that it was a village named after Mr. Luke. Selene turned to Luke, asking how he was doing since she had heard that he had been sent to clear the area. Noticing the surroundings, she asked incredulously if he had really created all this by himself. The hero opened the notification window, deciding to show everything. The window suggested that he build a clay barn warehouse, which would increase the shelf life of products and protect them from insects. Suddenly, a huge barn building appeared before them. After a small cloud of smoke, the girl looked at him with undisguised surprise. The girl froze, not believing her eyes. Milia stood behind and was proud of Luke, watching what was happening. The protagonist explained to her that these were the capabilities of his gift, the construction of settlements. Milia noted that she had never heard of such a gift before. She wondered if the field had really been created by him. The young man confirmed that these were his abilities. The girl looked at him with obvious admiration, noting that it was physically impossible to build all this in such a short time. Meanwhile, the guy's attention was drawn to a notification on his panel. It offered the possibility of settling Mila in the village, giving him a choice. He brushed the thought aside, saying that he couldn't leave her to live in such a place. The girl only looked at him questioningly. The young man turned to Mila, asking if she was sure of her decision, since his family would hardly ignore the dissolution of the marriage. He added that the military power of the Bazlite family was inferior. For his family, this marriage was important for the expansion of their domain. It was also advantageous for the Bazlites, whose power was modest. Since the Albert family had neighbors, their position was difficult. Milia expressed doubt that the Alberts would have the desire to deal with their home, since they were already surrounded by enemies on all sides. The protagonist realized that his family had 2 martial gifts, which increased their military potential. Selene confidently stated that everything would be fine and that they had a backup plan. Her younger brother had received the powerful gift, so she believed that everything would work out somehow. Turning to the guy, she noticed that it looked like she could even live there. He froze and asked if she wanted to stay there. The girl abruptly confirmed that she was not going to return and had nowhere else to go. At that moment, the hero received a notification. Selene became a resident of the village. He was surprised. How did this happen without permission and without his choice? However, the guy soon noticed that he now received 12 points every day. Luke noted that something else was more important now. Whatever his gift, their homes were poor, food was scarce, and with his skills she would be better off finding a more suitable place. Selene lowered her head and asked if he minded her staying here. He explained that he didn't mean that. Milia and Selene quickly developed a clear dislike, which was evident in their looks. They looked at each other with obvious contempt and aggression, creating an eerie, intense atmosphere around them that was impossible to miss. For a long time, the main character could not understand the true reasons for such strong anger between them, assuming that it was connected with their first meeting, which, perhaps, did not go entirely smoothly. The maid looked at Selene with a grin and noted that there wasn't even a proper bath or comfortable beds, so such conditions were completely unsuitable for a girl from an aristocratic family accustomed to comfort. In response, Selene folded her arms and confidently stated that such conditions were common on the battlefield. She asked Milia if she could really protect Luke if the monsters attacked again and the situation became critical. Milia smiled and emphasized that social status didn't matter here, because she was the first inhabitant of this village and therefore considered Selene's senpai. She would have to constantly remember this fact and live up to it. The girl blushed from awkwardness and said sarcastically that Selene immediately declared her superiority over others. This caused Milia discontent and irritation, which she did not hide. The maid agreed and added that she had very small breasts. Selene howled in resentment and began to justify herself, assuring that she used to be a big size and now it is growing again. She noted the difference between the top and the bottom and continued to argue. Milia said that at 15 her breasts were much bigger. This news made Selene sweat. Luke stood behind and tried to stop them, but the girls continued to argue. The hero decided to move away as he was not inspired by what was happening. Night fell. The boy closed his eyes and tried to ignore the numerous screams. He was unhappy. Selene entered the hut and loudly asked why everyone was sleeping in one cramped room. The maid was hugging the young master and turned to the girl to ask about the problems. She replied that the situation seemed strange to her. The maid said that no one was forced, and if she wanted, she could go outside to sleep. The girl was not ready for such a turn of events. The young man noted that due to the construction of the barn, he did not have enough construction points. Otherwise, he would have built another hut. Suddenly, he had the idea that he could sleep in the barn. All the girls turned around and broke out in a cold sweat. They were not happy. Milia yelled that this was not right, because he was the village elder. Selene suggested sending the maid to sleep in the barn. The guy watched all this without much enthusiasm. Milia noticed that the other girl wanted to sleep with Mr. Luke. She admitted that she thought it was wrong and allowed herself to imagine different scenarios. Selene quickly retorted that she had never said anything like that. The guy tried to get comfortable, but again expressed his desire to sleep in the barn. His intentions were interrupted by the sharp voices of the girls who demanded that he stop. In the end, all three ended up together. The main character settled between the two beauties. The maid smiled and noted that he smelled nice as always, and reminded him that they all slept together. Selene felt very ashamed. Her face turned red and her body became covered in sweat. The young man was unhappy with the situation. His face expressed sadness and concentration, and sleep did not come. Meanwhile, outside the window, a bright night reigned, and the moon was gradually rising. When Selene was 10 years old, she visited the castle of Marquis Albert for the first time. Her father warned her that she would soon meet an important gentleman, Luke, who would become her future husband, and therefore she had to be responsible. He said that he had to prepare something in advance and asked the girl to wait a little. However, she did not feel much enthusiasm and walked calmly through the park, walking between the tall trees. Suddenly, a small stone fell right at her feet, which caught her attention. The girl picked it up from the ground, looked around carefully, and saw thick and impassable bushes right in front of her. She quickly climbed into the nearest bush, from where it seemed the stone had been thrown. There stood a young guy named Raoul, intently holding the stone in his hand. At first, she thought that it was just a normal child playing games, but suddenly she was very scared by what she saw. Her eyes widened at what she saw in front of her, and she involuntarily shuddered in fear. Opposite Raoul, a boy was tied to a tree looking very helpless. This alarming situation put the girl into a real stupor and made her freeze in place. Raoul was raising a rock and threatening to throw it right at the boy's face, causing Selene to feel terrified and worried. Selene came out of hiding and sternly asked him what was going on here. Raoul calmly replied that they were just playing some game, not paying any attention to her words. But the girl tried to stop him, shouting loudly that such dangerous games were completely unacceptable and could lead to trouble. Selene pounced on him with reproaches and words, saying that the boy could get seriously injured or hurt very badly from being hit by a stone. Raoul roughly pushed her aside, not wanting to listen to the warning. He stated that he would always find himself another amusement and entertainment if this boy really suffered because of his actions in game. He then threw the stone straight at the tied-up boy, ignoring her protests and fears. Selene was horrified by what was happening. She was overcome with intense fear, and her body was covered in cold sweat from the tension. Suddenly, she opened her eyes sharply and saw Luke in front of her, who was holding his head in severe pain and was clearly suffering from the blow. She approached him and asked how he was feeling after the blow. Although he nodded and said that everything was fine, the girl noticed that he was shaking and his nose was bleeding. Meanwhile, Raoul was standing behind them. They quickly untied the boy. He was clearly unhappy with what was happening around him. Luke was still in pain and shaking from what he had experienced. Raoul ran away, shouting after him that if something happened, he had exposed himself and was not aiming at the main character. The girl looked after him attentively, not fully understanding what had just happened between them. Later, she found out that this boy was Luke's brother by blood and their whole family. Hearing this unexpected news, she exhaled with deep relief and a sigh. Several years later, they met again. Selene asked the guy if he had told the Marquis about the incident. After all, if it became known that the child of a concubine had wounded the son of his legal wife, there would have been a big fuss. The hero replied that if he told the whole truth, his brother's situation would be much worse. The girl exclaimed with some cruelty that it would be quite fair and deserved. However, he only laughed in response and noted that first and foremost, this man was his brother, and he would protect him. Because he is the son of a concubine, he is often judged and criticized by the people around him. He is often rejected by everyone without exception and remains lonely. She looked at him with admiration and noted that he was truly lucky to be her betrothed and life partner. At that very moment, the sky above the wooden hut began to clear, revealing clear stars. The main character had 54 village points, and he happily noted that he had finally accumulated 50. He was happy. Now it was time to build a small building. Since Selene had appeared, he hadn't been able to sleep well. They had been acting bolder, like a cat and dog. But today, it seemed, this hell had finally ended. He decided to build a hut. Suddenly, an attractive building appeared right in front of him. The heroes carefully opened the door and went inside, surprised by what they saw around them. Everything inside the room was shining brightly and sparkling beautifully, and the furniture looked unusually comfortable and convenient. Selene came closer and asked curiously what this unusual place was. She had no idea what a kitchen was, and they explained to her in detail that this was exactly what a kitchen was. The girl turned on the water from the tap and was surprised to notice that water actually flowed from it. The young man told her that it was a water tap. The blue tap gives cold water, and the red tap gives cold water. Milia asked Luke what the device was that was sitting on the table in front of them. She pointed her hand forward, expressing her curiosity. He drew the girl's attention to the gas stove and explained in detail that they needed to turn special knobs to create a fire for cooking. The girls were genuinely amazed by what they saw and the new knowledge. Milia beamed with happiness and happily noted that she could now cook food easily and quickly. Selene watched from the side and asked in surprise what kind of magic was happening here. Then they went further and opened the door to the bathroom. There was a modular bathtub with all the amenities for life. The girls did not understand what it was, but the guy explained that there was a toilet, a bathtub, and another tap. The toilet looked like a regular wooden chair on which you had to sit down carefully and do your business. Luke was genuinely surprised by the flush toilet as he saw such a device for the first time in his life in this world. It was necessary to turn a special handle so that the water would start flushing all the contents and thoroughly clean the toilet bowl. The girls were sincerely amazed by such an unusual and convenient mechanism. Selene curiously asked where exactly all that water went after flushing. The guy froze in place and could not find any answer to this question. Milia was also silent, not knowing what to say in such a situation. Selene then explained that it was the lower-class characters who did this in the castle. The maid remembered hearing about the use of slimes in some countries, but none of them seemed to fit their case. Everyone was sure it was magic. The guy agreed. Selene noted that now they could forget about the well. This news scared the maid. Luke smiled and said that it wasn't all. Milia imagined Luke washing himself, and Selene scolded her for it. The guy looked at the girls and said that they had 2 beds, so the guys and girls would sleep separately. The girls were scared by this news and screamed. They started arguing and even tried to fight, not understanding the situation. The protagonist explained that there was no more room and it would be more convenient this way. Milia froze and said that he didn't think she could sleep with Selene. She agreed. They both looked at each other with a sly look. Luke noticed that they didn't get along well. He began to sweat. The hero said that then everyone would sleep in one room, he on the floor and the girls in turns on the bed, so that no one would be uncomfortable. But everything went differently, and the plans quickly changed. They all suddenly found themselves on the same bed, with a guy lying between them, feeling a little awkward. Milia firmly stated that she would not allow the protagonist to sleep on the floor if there was a bed. He would always be on it, and no exceptions. Selene admitted that she can easily sleep on the floor, but not next to the maid, as it embarrasses her. She agreed to this condition, and thus the only option left was for the guy to lie in the middle between the 2 girls. He did not like it at all, because he felt squeezed between them on both sides. The cramped space seemed much tighter than in the hut where he had slept alone. He tried to carefully push himself out of the situation with his foot, but he could not understand how it was possible to sleep in such a cramped space. The hero, breathing heavily and feeling tired, watered the new plantings, his face glistening with sweat under the scorching sun. Everything around him shone and shimmered with moisture, filling the air with freshness and life. It had been a month since they had arrived at this new place, and life here, thanks to Dar, was better than he could have ever imagined in his wildest dreams. The yoke rested comfortably on his shoulders, making the hard work easier. Soon a huge boar carcass, freshly hunted in the forest, lay next to them. Selene, wiping her forehead with her sleeve, proudly announced that she had caught it in the northern forest, where hunting was especially difficult. The guy thanked her sincerely and asked how dangerous it was to go to those wild places so as not to expose himself to unnecessary risk. The girl answered confidently that if you do not go too deep into the thicket, problems usually do not arise. Thanks to her excellent hunting skills and patience, they now had a large supply of good meat that the boy could freeze with his magic to preserve for a long time. Selene, standing in front of the catch with pride in her voice, repeated that it was entirely her merit and she deserved praise for such a success. This news immediately caused a caustic and sarcastic comment from one of those present. Milia teased Selene, asking if she had thought about who would cook such a huge boar, since she herself couldn't even boil an egg. The girl mockingly suggested that Selene continue waving her scissors. Meanwhile, Selene was skillfully using knives, cutting up the carcass. Milia's face suddenly became serious. She turned sharply to the guy, and he asked what had happened. Suddenly, muffled footsteps were heard. Milia, alert, asked why they could not hear anything, while she could clearly distinguish footsteps and voices, and more than one. The three of them gathered and quickly climbed up to the watchtower that overlooked the area. From there, the young man saw a group of people approaching. Selene immediately wondered what these people were doing in their area. The boy noted that they did not look dangerous. The approaching men were looking straight at them. They were mostly women and children, all severely malnourished. It seemed that they were refugees from a recent major battle. The area was a complete wasteland, where water and food were extremely difficult to obtain. Looking at the devastated and exhausted people, the heroes unanimously decided that they could not abandon them to their fate and must help. All the travelers were exhausted. The protagonist came out to meet them and extended his hand. He introduced himself as Luke, the headman of their small settlement, and explained that they were new here and for now the three of them were living together. The tired, battered man apologized for his forgetfulness and introduced himself as Bellet, a representative of their group. The young man noticed that the entire crowd behind Bellet, several girls and women, looked extremely exhausted, ready to fall at any moment. The hero pointed to the well and suggested that they first drink their fill. The crowd cheered, thanking the boy profusely. Everyone could see how much they missed the water. Their faces were shining with delight. However, standing right in front of the well, they were confused, not knowing how to use it. The people were amazed and froze. The guy clearly demonstrated how the water flows out, explaining that you just need to pull the lever. He asked if they understood the principle. The man, looking at the device, admitted that it was the first time he had seen such a well. One of the women began to laugh with joy, feeling resurrected from the sip. The whole crowd began to push each other away, trying to get a drink as quickly as possible. Luke looked ahead. The hero, thinking, realized that he could create another well, and immediately called out to those who had come. All the women turned to him, and the young man showed that he had another well that they could also use. Bellet began his story by explaining their plight. He explained that almost all the men in their village had been drafted into the army. The older men, not wanting to be a burden, decided to stay put. He himself knelt down. He told how he had taken over their group after his father had stayed behind in the village. They believed that the old people would not be harmed. Their group wandered until they found themselves in a deserted area. Their food supplies were running low, and they considered themselves lucky to have stumbled upon this settlement. The hero quickly realized the gravity of their situation. He explained that they themselves were new here and did not have much food supply. At that moment, Milia approached, apologizing for the delay. She carried a tray in her hands. The tray contained a modest amount of food, juicy fruits, and aromatic pieces of meat. Luke invited everyone to help themselves. The girl also advised them to eat slowly as they had not eaten for a long time. The crowd asked doubtfully if the owners were sure. The children, however, were beside themselves with joy. They were the first to rush to the food, greedily tearing off pieces of meat, unspeakably happy to finally taste food. Tears welled up in their eyes. Bellet stood among his men, watching their happiness. Warmth spread to his soul. Suddenly, a tear rolled down the man's cheek. He trembled and, leaning towards Luke, expressed his deepest gratitude. Bellet admitted that he did not know how to express his gratitude. The young man stopped him, taking on a serious look. He noted that the danger for the newcomers had not yet passed, and that it was not just difficult but almost impossible to survive in this area. He asked everyone to listen to him carefully. Turning to Bellet, he suggested that if they did not mind, they could stay and live here. The man froze in surprise. Luke admitted that they could use some extra hands. There were only 3 of them and they couldn't handle everything. Besides, the vegetable harvest would be too big. Bellet reminded them that their group was large and most of them were women and children. The protagonist agreed that the man was right and their current village was not yet able to feed that many people. However, he explained that he could not rely solely on the wheat and seeds taken from the castle. He remembered that Milia had taken different seeds, but they were not sure if anything would grow well within a year. Therefore, he concluded he needed their help. Bellet froze again. Another tear rolled down his cheek and he nodded his head in agreement. He looked at the cheering crowd eating the meat and thanked Luke again. The young man smiled. The population of his village now numbered 51. He received a lot of notifications congratulating him on the increase in the village population. He received bonus points, and the number of available buildings increased. The guy was overwhelmed by the messages, and he was amazed. He even admitted that he was a little scared. Opening the notification panel, he saw that thanks to the new residents, the village immediately rose to level 3. The number of possible buildings also increased. Luke noticed the skills that had opened up, which surprised him greatly. He now had village skills and resident movement assessment, although he had no idea what they were. The hero thought that leveling up not only brought points, but also expanded the village's territory. At the same time, he could not understand the meaning of the movement function and this whole new system. A sudden noise from his hut made him turn around in alarm, a jolt running through his body as he realized how simple it all was. By moving his finger, he could move houses across the entire field, placing them where needed. The boy smiled, remembering that he seemed to have played a similar game in the previous world. He was glad that now he didn't have to bother with the placement of buildings. Then he was interrupted by Bellet. The man was shaking with fear, pointing out that the building had moved. The protagonist looked at him. Bellet, deciding that he was simply tired of overwork, announced that he was passing out and began to fall. Luke caught him and told him that this was his gift. The girl behind him asked what kind of gift it was, expressing surprise. The whole crowd ran up. They were surprised, noting that they were seeing something like this for the first time. It was rare for ordinary people to see gifts in action, let alone in a castle. When everyone started asking what kind of gift it was, the boy explained that his ability was called village construction. The children wondered what that meant, and immediately began discussing how they would like to master the holy sword technique. They beamed with happiness, but the hero only broke out in a sweat. He lowered his head and noted to himself how powerful it really was. Opening the panel, he decided to build new houses. He built a one-story apartment building with 5 rooms, a kitchen, and a toilet. Suddenly, the building appeared right in front of him. The protagonist believed that each room would be suitable for a family of 5. He noted that each room would have its own toilet. The newly arrived residents studied the new buildings, not understanding how it worked. Milia wanted to explain everything to them. Luke, however, noticed that there were no bathtubs in the houses, and he could not create them. The young man apologized for this, offering to use the wells or his personal bath. One of the men who came assured that they only needed water to wash their clothes and rinse themselves. The protagonist, looking at his hands, thought that 25 people could be housed in one such building. He decided to build a couple more. It was also necessary to increase the area of the working fields and, accordingly, build a fence. Standing in front of his buildings, the hero watched as his village points decreased. But the entire crowd cheered happily, pointing to the new fields and smiling. The main character announced that today everyone could just relax and they would leave the conversation about plans until tomorrow. Those who came to thank the guy for everything he had done for them. The families began to settle into their homes, choosing their rooms and examining the interior. The hero noted to himself that these were good people. Suddenly, he wanted to test another skill. Opening the notification panel, he was able to hover over one man. It was Borat 32, a swordsman with a gift for fencing. The protagonist was surprised to see personal information. He thought that it seemed like he shouldn't have done this, and he needed to turn this feature off. However, when he looked out from behind his hand, he was surprised to see that the man actually had a gift. He turned to the man standing in front of him and asked if he had the gift. The man smiled and laughed and said that it couldn't be. There wasn't even a church in their area, and even if there was, he wouldn't be worthy. Luke looked at him and silently asked himself what would happen if he received a blessing. It got dark outside, night fell. The girls approached the guy, asking what he was doing. At that moment, it became clear to them that he had acquired another skill, resident assessment. Selene, however, expressed doubt, suggesting that it could be some kind of hidden gift. She added that she generally considered gifts to be nonsense. Milia, on the contrary, was beaming with happiness, certain that the hero himself was loved by the gods. Then Selene asked the guy to check her status, curious about what would happen. The protagonist asked if she was sure, but the girl confirmed her desire. Luke saw that high loyalty was noted. The recommended activity surprised Shogun. Selene inquired about the meaning of loyalty. The young man explained that it was a measure of loyalty and devotion to the village. He suggested that a low level of loyalty could indicate a tendency toward crime or rebellion. Selene stressed the importance of this information to identify potential threats and determine appropriate activities. She suggested checking all residents who arrived in the village. The hero expressed concern that they might not like it. The girl countered that the assessment could be done discreetly. The protagonist could use his skill and then personally ask questions to expose the lie. In her opinion, this skill was vital to protecting the village. When the hero doubted the seriousness of her words, Selene pointed to Milia, offering to evaluate her as well. The maid, surrounded by some dark aura, smiled. She slowly said that she didn't mind, but asked if the skill could read thoughts. Selene expressed curiosity about Milia's thoughts. She waved it off, saying that it was none of her business and that she was thinking about Mr. Luke. Then the girl turned around abruptly and ran away, shouting that it was too early for Mr. Luke to know about her thoughts and that she needed to cool her head. She ran out of the room, promising to return soon. The hero suggested that Milia was simply tired and Selene agreed. Bellet asked if information about the name, age, gender, and family composition was needed. The headman confirmed that this data would be useful in the future for a more efficient distribution of jobs. The man agreed. He introduced himself again as Bellet. He was 36 years old, had high loyalty, and was without a gift. He also pointed to his younger brother Barrett, who greeted the elder. He said that they had met before. The hero saw that he had a gift. He told about his wife and 2 children, expressing gratitude to them. The rest of the residents also introduced their families and children. The girls admired the young man, calling him very nice. The older woman expressed deep gratitude, and her recommended activity turned out to be a master of torment. The protagonist calculated that in addition to Bharat, 4 more residents possessed hidden gifts. The village had 12 children, 37 young people, and 2 elderly people, united into 14 families. Among the gifts discovered were alchemy and red magic. People also had tracking skills and literary talent. Selena appeared and asked how things were going. The young man was surprised by her appearance. Luke explained that all the new arrivals were good people with a variety of occupations from farming to art. He added that there were 5 gifted people in the village. Selene's eyes lit up, and she noted that this was a full tenth of the population. Selene complained that blessings were only available in the church through the messengers of the gods, and they had no money for that. This thought made the hero think. He remembered that among the nobility up to 50% of people possess gifts, while among commoners this ratio should be much lower. However, the results of his assessment were completely different. The hero realized that if this was not an accident, they were simply being deceived, claiming that there were almost no bearers of gifts among ordinary people. In addition, receiving a blessing required a huge amount of money, which made the gifts inaccessible to most. So the nobility probably had complete control over all the gifts, perhaps in collusion with the church. He hung his head, admitting that maybe he was just overreacting. At that moment, the maid appeared, calling out to him. The hero smiled, saying her name. Milia suddenly dumped a bucket of cold water on herself and screamed. The guy, completely unaware of what was happening, asked what she was doing. Milia explained that she was doing this to purify her heart and mind. She claimed that her thoughts were now completely pure and she had nothing to be ashamed of. The maid invited the young man to explore every corner of her mind. The hero, slightly taken aback, noted that the girl was clearly exaggerating. Such radical measures were unnecessary. Selene laughed, suggesting that the situation seemed to have only gotten worse. The boy opened the evaluation window to look at Milia's characteristics. He expected to see the recommendation, maid. Selene, still laughing, waited with curiosity to see what would be there. Milia's loyalty turned out to be excessive. The hero, however, did not immediately understand the full significance of this indicator. She was 21 years old, and the recommended activity was priest. Moreover, she had the gift of prophecy. This news caused a general cry of horror. Those present were shocked and extremely surprised. For 3 sunny days in a row, the bright sun generously illuminated all the newly constructed buildings. The heroes learned that Milia had an unusual gift of prophecy, although this gift was not yet fully awakened, and it was not yet clear how exactly it should be used. Luke was told that many people pray for years in churches for blessings and help from above. However, he was puzzled, because they did not have their own church at the moment. Soon one of the local men approached the young man and called the headman, He said that the harvest could be collected very soon. This news deeply surprised the guy with its unexpected nature. The man was amazed by the size of the vegetables, admitting that he had never seen such gigantic fruits before. The girl standing behind him added that there really were a lot of vegetables in the beds. Everyone agreed that the land here must be fertile. The protagonist beamed with pride, confirming that ancient records spoke of improving the quality of products with accelerated plant growth. The man added that even the autumn vegetables had ripened much earlier than usual. At this point, the boy realized that they had apparently greatly underestimated the true capabilities and potential of this amazing land. By the time the bright sun set, the heroes had collected an incredible amount of juicy and fresh radishes. Ripe root vegetables lay everywhere on the ground, carefully dug out of the fertile soil. One of the men remarked that the harvest was surprisingly plentiful. The other rubbed his back, complaining of fatigue. Luke guessed that between the three of them it would take several days. One of the men looked at the radish with gusto, but the other immediately slapped him on the back of the head, warning him against such thoughts. The main character, remembering something, suggested throwing a banquet in honor of the arrival of the new residents. Milia took up the idea, expressing her readiness to start cooking. The young man promised to help her. In the kitchen, the maid was pleasantly surprised by the opportunity to cook with her master, and she was overcome with excitement. Soon, Selene also ran up. She happily declared that she would cut the vegetables. Milia agreed. The protagonist, thinking that this was not his job at all, clumsily tried to cut the radish with a knife. He could not manage it. The maid gently stopped him. She apologized and asked him to just wash the vegetables. The young man agreed. Selene laughed, noting that the knife was difficult to handle and that it was better to trust her with the cutting. The girl swung the table a few times and accidentally cut it in half. Overdoing it, she dropped to one knee. While Luke washed the vegetables, Selene began cleaning up the mess. Soon, Milia set the dishes on the table. They were beautifully presented, delicious, and then she announced that everything was ready. The villagers, looking at this magnificence, were amazed and wondered when they had last been able to eat so much. All eyes turned to Luke, who could not answer. The villagers who had gathered around him called loudly for the headman to say a few words. The young man, who had hesitated at first, seeing that everyone was standing with filled mugs, began his speech. He declared that this banquet was dedicated to them and the harvest. Raising his mug, he loudly called for everyone to drink. In response, a friendly clink of mugs was heard. The men began to taste the hot dish, from which an appetizing steam was emanating. One of them, having tasted it, opened his mouth wide in amazement and exclaimed with pleasure. Sitting on the floor, he enthusiastically declared that this amazing combination of vegetables and meat literally melts in your mouth. Another man jokingly noted that someone clearly lacks words to describe such a taste. Everyone agreed it was delicious. They discussed how creating such plantations in the wasteland was one thing, but preparing a gourmet meal was quite another. The men recalled hearing about the hero's gift and admitted that Luke was incredible. Suddenly, two residents ran up to the headman, shouting loudly about the impending disaster because a detachment was approaching the village. All those present immediately became agitated and hurried to the observation tower. Luke, Bellet, and Selene stood on the observation tower assessing the situation. Selene noticed about 40 people approaching, assuming they were refugees. The young village elder decided to go out to meet them. Suddenly, the man's face changed. He stared forward and shouted loudly, recognizing Dong in front. The other heroes, not understanding such a bright impulse, were surprised. The men met face to face. It was Donga and Bellet. They were happy and began to greet each other warmly. The headman asked if they knew each other. Bellet noted that they had met Donga in the village, and he, being in love with his sister, often dropped in to visit. He asked to stop. It was obvious from their appearance that all the arrivals were tired. All the people began to exchange greetings. Donga told everyone that there was nothing they could do. They had to give up everything and leave the village. He noted that it was amazing how a man could build a village in such a wasteland, and thanks to him, they were saved. But Bellet looed away and pointed at the protagonist, explaining that they themselves had come here only a few days ago and the boy was the village elder. Donga was surprised by the elder's youth, scratched his head and asked for forgiveness. The protagonist introduced himself as Luke. The man extended his hand and they shook it. He said that his name was Donga and that he was the leader of their group. The young man noticed that they were very tired and suggested that they discuss everything later. inviting them to join their feast. The whole crowd hesitated, feeling ashamed of their dirty clothes. But the boy calmly replied that Belet's friends were their friends. The feast began, and everyone noted that the food was incredibly delicious. Meanwhile, the dark night was approaching. After a few days, everyone greeted the headman. Those who arrived were clean and tidy and looked happy. The men were resting after washing and greeted the protagonist, saying that the weather was fine today. The headman agreed with them, noting that they seemed to be feeling fine and would be able to harvest today too. After the banquet, Donga's group also decided to stay in the village. Donga noted that the delicious food and comfortable bed were like heaven. His wife added that they could now live here peacefully without fear of wars. With the new arrivals, the total number of residents reached 97 people, almost 100. The young man built a few more houses and increased the number of fields. Thanks to the good harvest, they will not have problems with food. As with the Belita group, the Dung also had more women and children, so the ratio did not change much. The number of children and women still exceeded the number of men several times. 4 of them had hidden gifts, but there was little point if they couldn't receive a blessing. The protagonist wondered how there were so many of them. Suddenly, from the observation tower, they started shouting to the headman that people who looked like refugees were visible on the horizon again. The protagonist heard this and froze. He wondered if all this was because of the war and wondered how many there were. The guy standing on the tower hesitated and didn't know what to say. He was covered in sweat and said that there were about 70 of them. The young man froze and looked up in surprise. He could not imagine that a whole crowd of 70 people was approaching him. An electric shock pierced him. The main character, Luke, looked towards the forest, behind which the mountains were visible. 70 refugees were coming from there, as the guy himself counted. Having gone into himself and his thoughts, the hero did not understand his own thoughts and asked himself what it was. He stood with darkness on his neat face. When other refugees came with Belit, he wasn't afraid. But when he saw new people, doubts arose. The hero didn't know why he had such fear. The village Luke had created now had 97 residents, but many of them still didn't fully understand the complexity of it. Clenching his hand into a tight fist, the boy thought about it. The decision itself was not so easy to make. The system windows described the hero's further thoughts. The decision taken would not make him any less responsible for all this, especially if he makes the wrong decision. All the residents lived happily in these parts, that is, in the village itself. They walked and smiled, especially the children. But still, all the residents could run into danger. Just thinking about it was scary. That's what Luke realized. Sweat was already starting to run down his face from the obsessive thoughts. Not far from the main character stood another man with a beard and a beautiful girl, Selene. She was clearly not happy with the appearance of new refugees and stood with a dissatisfied face. The girl raised her head high and proudly and said, or rather, clarified with a question, how unexpectedly it was beyond the hero's strength. Luke asked with bewilderment what she meant. Selene continued and said it was true. She asked how the guy would accept them if the village was already full of people. She also asked not to feed them false hopes. No matter how wonderful and kind-hearted the main character is, there is still a limit to the number of inhabitants in this village. In response, Luke only managed to say the girl's name. The girl explained that not all refugees were as reliable as Belit. It was not worth thinking that if one person was on his side, then the others would be too. Not everything was so simple in this life. Having finished all this, the girl finally said that she would talk to them herself. She confidently headed towards the new refugees, not even expecting to hear Luke's verdict. Without having time to answer her, the guy only extended his hand towards the leaving Selena, hoping that she would stop and manage to say only one but. It was clear from his face that he was worried, but he could no longer do anything. The 2 men standing nearby told the headman to leave it all to them, and Luke himself was asked to wait right there. They seemed to sparkle and a smile spread across their faces. All 3 were already running away from the elder. He looked at them and asked what to provide them with. They answered that this was the business of adults, and if something happened, they would not be able to fight. The boy's friends had already left while he stood and watched them go. Suddenly, someone put a hand on his shoulder and said that everything was fine. It turned out to be Milia. She told her master that she would support him with all her might, and added that he should act as he thought was necessary in this situation. Selena reacted displeasedly to Milia's words. Milia looked at her with a serious face and told her that she was too straightforward, to which Selene said that she was right in everything she said. Luke at that time was still standing nearby and watching what was happening between the girls. The boy began to understand that Selene was seriously telling the truth. After all, even in a family, things are not always smooth. It was dangerous to increase the number of residents now. He apologized and said that he would regret it if he sent them away. While the young man was saying this, the girls were looking at him and listening to him. Luke himself understood that these were just beautiful words. Of course he would try, without causing inconvenience to others. He said this, remembering those two men who had gone to deal with the new refugees. However, he could not accept leaving things as they were, without any action or attempt to change the situation. Blushing, the boy began to speak louder and asked to support him if something happened. After all, he was still a child, but already with such great responsibility. Now all three of them, namely Selene and the two men, stood with red cheeks, admiring their elder. They said that Luke had not been a nuisance to them at all, but rather a great help. Beauties asked to be allowed to do something. Selene said that she was just saying it just in case. They were all worried about the boy, and Milia covered her face with her hands and blushed the most. Everyone looked to the protagonist, who was already smiling. Beauties gave a thumbs up as a sign of agreement to support him in difficult moments. Luke thanked his friends. The man from Leon and the village chief shook hands. Now the representatives from Leon became villagers. The number of residents exceeded 100 people and the village level rose to 4. Now the young man could build new buildings and the area for crops also increased. He received a new skill, raise the building level. The expansion of the terrain now allowed for more freedom of action. With the moving buildings skill, you can remodel old buildings and build new ones. Thanks to the level increase, the total area of the village has more than doubled. This is good, but someday it will become too big. Of course, it is not a fact that more people will come, but still. The hero looked to the side and stretched out his hand and thought about what was most important now. The church was important now. If one prayed here, was it possible to receive a gift? The hero was thinking about this now. Plantations are good, but you also need a place to pray. Without a priest, you can't bless anyone. Luke didn't know if anyone would pray here. Maybe then he could get a gift, even if it took a few years. By clicking on the yes option where the question was to build a church or not, Luke realized that it was better to have something to eat than to have nothing. And so, in one magical moment, the church, erected in the midst of worldly vanity, rose up, as if the heavenly power itself had raised it to the very heights of spiritual and physical greatness. The young man, lost in his thoughts, looked at her with astonished eyes, full of bewilderment and admiration for what he was observing at that moment. Standing near the church, he remembered the time when he and Raoul received their gift. It was a good time then. But he was distracted by Milia, who was surprised to see the church. She opened the door, and they looked in. In churches, sometimes you get this feeling, like you can feel it. That's what the girl said now. She was very actively looking for something. Luke's assistant said that something was guiding her, just like radio waves. She said that it was somewhere here. The guy distracted her and said that she could get the gift if she prayed with all her heart. Milia was surprised, and Luke said that it was written that way. She suddenly shone with a bright light in an instant, and at that moment it became completely obvious how happy she was and how pleasant this situation was for her. The girl firmly decided that now she would pray for 5 or 6 hours and would definitely receive the gift. Luke thanked her and asked her not to overdo it. Passers-by looked and were amazed at the new building. After this, Milia, feeling the need for solitude and silence, locked herself in a cozy and quiet church. She sat there, raising her hands up to the heavens as if seeking support and inspiration from higher powers. A new skill, level up, appeared. To test it, the young man wanted to change the length of the barn, but then it would have been too much. But if you try to increase the plantation, the hero looked at the task to increase the level. There were 3 of them. Increase the speed of the harvest, increase the quality of the harvest, and increase the work coefficient. If we increase the amount of harvest now, it will reduce the area of land needed in the future. The hero stood thoughtfully and thought about how to do it better. He decided to build a small hut made of clay, and at the same time he planned to make the wall of stone to give it greater strength and reliability. Just a few days into his initial work, Luke was able to make significant progress and upgrade his home from low to medium. This noticeable improvement allowed him to feel his efforts beginning to pay off. Milia went to church all this time. One of those times, she had candles on her head. Seeing this, Luke said that this was an unusual vestment for the service. Looking inside the church, the hero was surprised and thought that it was apparently impossible to receive a gift only by one's own efforts. But in general, he went in to find out if everything was okay with the girl. At that time, she sat first with her head down and then raised it and said a prayer. Her hands were folded together. The main character watched this ritual. Milia finally turned her attention to Master Luke and looked at him curiously, aware of his presence nearby. Addressing him by name, she began to stretch out her hands to him. And the young man at that time had already entered the church and did not continue to stand in the doorway. Having run into the guy, the girl happily said that she managed to get her gift. She got the gift of Oracle. Luke was very surprised, but at the same time he was happy about it. The next moment a system window appeared. It described the girl's description. Her name, age, 21, love for the village, occupation, priestess, and gift. The elder and Milia were holding hands. The young man expressed his surprise and said that she could do it even without a priest. And the girl replied that it was all thanks to him. Selene noticed them and was clearly not happy about this news. She looked at them with a frown and wondered if such a priest was capable of anything at all. The villagers stood around the hero. They asked why the elder had gathered them, and the boy was thinking about the choice. Luke said that everyone gathered would be given a gift. But first they had to receive a blessing. Bharat asked about it again. The man asked if he could receive the gift because only people of nobility receive it. And in his family, farming was passed down from generation to generation, and he was a farmer. Of course, some families are more likely to receive the gift, but it's not really just that. Status doesn't seem to matter much here. People listened to Luke, and he agreed that it was hard to believe, but still suggested trying. Milia folded her hands and said the man's name. Looking at him, she said that his gift would be ball-handling technique. Barrett couldn't believe his eyes and ears. He simply couldn't comprehend and accept the fact that was in front of him. His mind rebelled against the reality of what he saw and heard. He looked at his hands, feeling a strange, unusual feeling fill him. A question arose in his mind. What kind of feeling is this? Maybe this is the gift they talked about? This prompted him to think about the nature of this feeling and its meaning in his life. The girls nearby were talking about the gift Bharat had received, and one of them suggested making a sword out of wood. The elder handed the sword to the man, who in turn asked if it was possible at all. This sword seemed quite expensive to him. Luke said he thought it would be more useful in a man's hands. Barrett took the gift. Bharat began to speak, squeezing the handle of the sword. He said that he had never held a sword before, and now it was somehow unusual for him. He thanked the head of the village and confidently said that he was no longer young, but he would try with all his might to protect the village. The other residents were happy for him and were already arguing about who would be the next to receive their gift. Next was Marilyn. Her gift was a cipher. Then Camel. He got the gift of finding missing people. After them came Totor and Theor. They were given the gifts of literary talent and farming skill. Next came the women, Green and Rando. The first woman received the gift of earth magic and the second technology. Then there were two guys, Perun and Goat. The first one received the same gift as Bharat, the ability to wield a sword, and the second one, strength. The next girls were younger than the previous ones, Chitta and Saya. Chitta received the gift of beast charm and Saya, danger detection. Another girl named Mira received the gift of poison resistance. And the last guy, Noel, he received the gift of the sacred shield. Everyone was amazed at their gift, and Theor asked what kind of gift this farming skill was. Luke was very happy for his villagers. 17 of the 10703 received and had hidden gifts. 4 of them were children. Receiving such a gift put a great strain on the body, so the gift was given to children from 13 years old. In fact, this could play a role in reducing the negative consequences that could arise in the future. Such measures allow us to prevent possible problems in advance and ensure a more stable development of the situation. And now 2 guys who had received the gift of swordsmanship were training. They fought with swords against each other. One of the villagers told Luke that the two with the sword mastery skill immediately began to give it their all. The hero replied that he hadn't paid much attention to it before, but this gift is actually quite good. The same man continued speaking and said that their strength was just like a cherished dream. This is absolute power that cannot be invested in just anyone, no matter how hard you try. This is what the main character has just realized. The reason why the boy's father wanted them to develop the swordsmanship skill, he only now understood it. Selene passed by and told the men that their skills were getting better. Then she asked them to put all their efforts into it. The already noticeably sweaty trainees loudly and confidently agreed in one voice. They addressed the girl, calling her master. Luke was very surprised to hear this, especially at the way they addressed Selene. The elder trembled and said that she was almost his age, but she was already called a master. The man standing next to him replied that despite this, Selene's abilities were incredible. The two girls who were in the line of sight behind the village chief unanimously confirmed this information, saying it in complete synchronicity and in one voice. Also, one of them said that the title Head of the Village also sounds really cool. Another one confirmed this and said that it is really cool. The women touched Luke's hair and cheeks, saying how soft they were. And one of them advised him to have a good rest. The young man didn't have time to understand anything while they were examining him. One of the girls went off to cook while the hero thought that cool sounded kind of fake. The ratio of men to women in this village was about 1 to 2. Most of the women are over 20 and already married. There are many whose men were forcibly taken into the army. The headman wanted a title as dignified as Selene's. If the women laughed and rejoiced as the head of the village, he was happy. And in the village, meanwhile, it even became somehow more lively. The man turned to Luke, who looked at him. The man thanked him, to which the young man smiled happily. The headman was determined that he would be a truly cool leader. He knew that this would take a lot of time, and it would probably take several days to establish interaction with others and develop the necessary skills to carry out his duties. The girl standing in the place designated for surveillance shouted from there to the main character that a group of 10 refugees was coming again. People approached the village. They looked scared and exhausted. All their clothes and faces were dirty. One of them tried to start a conversation. Selene, Luke, and the man were looking at them. The leader was already getting scared just from their appearance. The girl asked if something had happened to the new refugees or not, and then one of them started telling. As it turned out, they were attacked by bandits. But this group of people managed to escape. Those who showed resistance were liquidated immediately on the scene without any chance of rescue. The rest, who found themselves in such a difficult situation, were forcibly captured and taken away in an unknown direction. With horror on his face from this story, Luke could only squeeze out a few words and say that it was all very, very terrible. Selene, her expression unchanged, said that everything was scary, but they too could be different from everyone else. The protagonist looked at her and did not understand what she was leading to. Tears welled up in the eyes of the escapee, and she began to apologize to the girl, making sounds similar to a scream. Her words came out of her lips, full of sincerity and remorse, as if she was trying to convey to her interlocutor the full weight of her feelings. Luke didn't know what to do and didn't understand anything. While the same woman continued to scream that they were very, very scared. Having calmed down a bit, the escapee continued and began to talk about the bandits. The chief looked at her questioningly and waited for what she would say next. The woman said that these bandits could have followed the refugees. The hero just stood there in a stupor. The unknown guy was walking towards the forest. He was a bandit from the group. He was thinking about whether his boss would promote him if he quickly found the people who escaped. His main job was to kidnap and then sell people. Since their number had increased significantly after recent events, he had an amazing chance to make some money on this. The guy remembered the moment when he saw a small group of people running away towards the forest. He went after them on purpose, but it seems he lost his way and wandered into some wasteland. He kept walking and realized that he was really lost. The bandit didn't understand why he had to do all this alone. His colleagues had apparently never heard of collective solidarity, and suddenly something caught his attention. From the mountain, he looked at the village and was almost immediately surprised. After all, it was in such a remote place. There was literally no other civilization nearby. The guy saw only women and children in this village, and after that he said that it was even lovely. This way there will be less trouble and problems for their work. With a menacing grin, he thought that this village was built by refugees, and that was why his job would be much easier. The bandit was already beginning to feel his promotion. In his mind were the words of another man asking if he was okay. One of the reasons why gangsters are so good at their job, this ability was telepathy. With it, the bandits could communicate over long distances using only the power of thought. That's why the other guy asked the bandit if he had found those fugitives. Thanks to this gift, they were able to raise their gang and advance significantly. The bandit, with a grin on his face, replied that he had managed to find not only the escapees they had talked about, but even more than was necessary to complete the mission. He looked at the refugees who had come to this village. They were crying and very exhausted. But the boy only thought to himself how poor they were. Licking his lips, the bandit decided and thought to himself that every single one of them would soon leave this world. The protagonist and Selene walked together and looked around the village. After all, bandits could follow the poor escapees. But suddenly, something attracted them. The girl asked the chief what had happened, and he looked around and said that something was happening outside the village. He felt a stranger. Suddenly, a sign appeared in front of him where it was written "Trespasser." Apparently, Luke's fears were not in vain. Looking at her, the young man became worried and answered Selene with agreement. Then he continued and said that this person had clearly not gotten in here with good intentions. Most likely it was one of the bandits. Selene was lit up by the headman's words and suggested trying to stop him while they had such an opportunity. She also asked if there was any other information about him. Luke looked at the board and said that there was only one person. He was standing and did not enter the territory. Then he began to look at his location. The bandit was on the field. And now 2 people who had their own gift were standing there, determined to find him and stop him. The girl furtively looked around the area but saw no one. She asked how to remove his panel that appears in front of him. But the main character replied that he had not yet fully figured it out and was not used to it. The boy told his friend that he still didn't fully understand where this was going. But Selene, with a very wary expression on her face, only stopped him, holding her sword in her hand. And so they found where the bandit was. His silhouette was clearly visible on the map. Selene and Luke shouted in that direction together. The bandit realized that he had been found and began to run away. But he saw only 2 children, which actually surprised him very much. The man took it out decisively and began to swing at them. Smiling, he thought about how unlucky these 2 kids were to get caught by him. Selene used her gift in an instant and froze the bandit. The main character did not have time to understand anything and lowered his gaze to the panel. The man was literally stunned by this turn of events and stood in a complete stupor. More precisely, he was in ice. His comrades tried to reach him by transmitting the word reception into his thoughts. The frightened man suddenly woke up from the thoughts in his head. They were telling him the words reception and asking if he heard them. They asked him what had happened and asked him to report what was going on. At that time, Selene and Luke were looking at him. The girl told the guy that he had finally come to his senses. The still confused guy could not understand how 2 children alone could put him behind bars and take him prisoner. Selene began to question the bandit, whether he was the man who was pursuing the refugees and where the rest of his comrades were. And the man only thought that he would just go and tell her everything. The bandit understood that he could not blab under any circumstances, although they were still trying to contact him. The girl decided that he did not want to and refused to answer them. While the bandit was being interrogated by the village chief and Selene, he used telepathy to convey to his comrade everything that had happened to him. And in the end, after telling, he asked his comrade to ask their boss if he could use force. Suddenly, someone from behind sharply said that this guy should be left to him. It turned out to be a nice-looking granny who also lived in the village built by the main character. The young man doubted it, but still wondered if the granny knew anything about torture. But the granny came up to the bars and asked if she could go see the bandit. Selene said that he was dangerous, and therefore it was better not to get too close. Granny replied that everything was fine and said that even this man was once a cute and chubby child. The grandmother went to the man and asked if he had a mother, to which she received no answer, only bewilderment. Then she asked him to answer her honestly. Then the old woman asked how the mother of the bandit, whom she raised with love, would feel if she found out what he had become. The stranger just laughed and did not understand why she was telling him all this. The bandit decided to play along with the granny and responded as if mocking her. He pretended to repent for his actions and pretended to cry. Selena angrily started screaming that he was deceiving Grandma and that he said that on purpose. But the grandmother wasn't so simple either. She suddenly lifted the man into the air and something crunched. At the same time, she was calm and smiling with her eyes closed. The man was already feeling bad, and the woman scolded him for deciding to lie to his granny and telling her how poor his mother was. With a frightening face, she said that she would take on his upbringing herself, and that she had already seen his face writhing in pain and humiliation, begging her to stop. A Telichka also appeared where the granny was described. The children who were watching the events unfold stood in complete bewilderment and shock at what they saw in front of them. Turning to them, Granny politely told them to leave the bandit with her, as they had a lot to do anyway. Selene and Luke only thanked her happily. Not far from the village, silhouettes of men appeared. One of them said that this was the village the captured bandit had spoken of. Two other bandits who were in the same gang with the prisoner were standing on the mountain. One of them said that Barry, who was behind bars, said that he was right there. The other bandits said that they were definitely not mistaken then. The bandit looked down the mountain and said that they had to be careful to get Barry out. He suggested making sure there was no one there. With one sharp movement, another man chopped the stones and shouted for them to stop chattering among themselves. He said it was time to use force and wipe this village off the face of the earth. The other thought that their boss would be delighted then. The man who broke the stones looked at the village gate. It was literally written in his eyes that everything would end. Suddenly he rushed down toward the village. With each step he took, stones broke and flew in different directions. And then again, swinging his weapon, which looked like an axe, he broke the gate in an instant. Raising his weapon above his head, the bandit shouted to his group to all follow him. The next minute, as soon as all the events began to unfold, one could notice that the entire group of bandits was rapidly heading towards the nearby village. Their goal was clear and quite definite. The protagonist looked at the panel in front of him with a very lousy look. The entire road in the village was empty. The young man's panel showed a sign again, which said violators. It also showed their location. The bandits who entered the village did not understand where all the residents were. No one could be heard there. A choice appeared on the panel. Luke began to pull towards the inscription water utility, and next to it in brackets was written their number of points, 30. In addition to this, there were other inscriptions on the plate, such as cattle yard, house and field. While examining the village, one of the bandits assumed that their friend had already managed to escape and simply ran away from them. Luke began selecting the yes answer on the panel. This was the answer to the question of whether to use 30 points for the water utility. At the scene of the incident, there was a fairly large group of bandits who seemed to be in complete confusion and could not understand what exactly was happening around them. Suddenly, the ground began to slip away from under my feet. A strong stream of water began to splash out from the ground. All the strangers began to drown. The water had already reached their necks, and nearby information about a water channel appeared. It was used to prevent the invasion of enemies. The shape of the water could be changed at will. While in the water, the bandits screamed as the water began to turn into ice. One of the bandits started shouting about it and said that they needed to get out of there as quickly as possible before they died right there. Their bodies where there was water began to freeze. They felt as if they were paralyzed. Someone appeared from above and began to watch the bandits freeze. These were the villagers and the headman himself. Selene, standing next to the headman, said that they managed to do this. Namely, stop the bandits. Berat, holding a torch in his hand, said that victims were inevitable. And another resident said that it was very cool to own such equipment. This is what the girl thought about. Selene asked to look after the remaining boys and send the rest of the survivors to prison. The villagers said that it was easy to say, but harder to do. Luke started to leave, and the girl thought that their powers were identical. Therefore, they needed to be more careful. Suddenly, the main bandit of the group appeared behind Selene. He called her and said that they almost fell for her trick with the water. The girl's expression changed. She turned sharply towards him and began to attack. A violent fight broke out between the two, with both sides arguing heatedly, which eventually led to a physical conflict. Luke, Barrett, and Peru noticed this. They all turned around and the protagonist shouted the girl's name. While fighting the bandit, Selene said that it would be worse for him since he was able to get out from under the ice. The bandit, having struck, told the girl that she could not even think that she could defeat him. Selene managed to turn away from the blow. However, the bandit showing extraordinary tenacity and fortitude, was not going to give up. And so he and Selene, full of determination and courage, continued to wage a tense battle, leaving each other no chance of winning. The girl managed to jump and turn around to avoid being hit by the man again. They looked at each other as if there was tension between them and neither of them was going to give in. Each of them was determined, and it created an atmosphere of anticipation where neither of them wanted to back down. The villagers gathered in large numbers to watch what was happening around them, watching closely as the two men waged their struggle for control of their home village. Barat said that we need to help Selene as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the hero saw something and understood. He shouted that the ice had already begun to melt. In connection with this, he said that he would not be able to use his magical power again. Luke continued to shout. He said that while Selene was fighting and distracting that bandit, he had to stop something. But he didn't have time to finish what. He was distracted by the hand of a bandit who, along with others, had already climbed out of the ice and were trying to steal him. The man, who was trying to reach out to the main character to grab him, looked at the young man and asked where he was going. Several hands with bad intentions and a desire to grab the hero were already reaching out to him. Luke realized that he would not have time to dodge. And fear was visible in his eyes, and the hand was getting closer and was almost at him. Despite this, Barat managed to save the elder. He grabbed him by the arm and began to fight off the bandits. The boy, feeling a huge wave of happiness, happily expressed his gratitude to the man for saving him from troubles and difficulties. And now Barat himself was fighting, still holding a village chief in his hand. The man deftly dodged and attacked. Luke felt sick from such abrupt movements of the warrior of the village. The other men of the village looked at this in a stupor. Barat shouted at them to take up arms and start fighting too. He told them not to stand there and to attack. The men couldn't move even though the bandits were already approaching them. The main character understood that this was their first battle, and if they did not do anything now, they would simply be destroyed. Luke began to shout for Perun and Rando to get out of here. They were saved by another resident. He blocked the blow aimed at them with his shield. The already fighting inhabitants shouted to them not to wait for a miracle and finally start fighting. But Perun and Rando, they asked what they should do because this was their first battle. One of the bandits thought to himself that it was even better this way. After all, they could deal with such cowards in no time. Now everything was much simpler, as the bandit thought. But at that very moment, he received a kick in the face from Luke, which Barat directed at him. With the young man's feet, they threw one of the bandits down. But there were others. One of them began to make an attempt on the leader, and he again shouted for this bandit to be thrown into the water as well. While the water was still icy, it could paralyze the bandits for some time, so the elder shouted about it. The men, hearing this, decided to carry out his order. One of the men from the village attacked the bandit and, holding him in his hand, said that he was not even worth his little finger. Another guy who was also fighting said to the other guy, or rather asked him, why he always used such strange expressions. Perun finally started to fight and thought that he had practically no preparation. He needed to calm down and concentrate. Rando also got down to business and believed that he would succeed. After all, he could not act like a coward. One by one, the bandits flew into the water. One of the bandits saw this and realized that it seemed they were not coping after all. He couldn't believe that such simple-minded guys who didn't even know how to hold a weapon properly possessed such powerful strength. Suddenly, one of the most brutal of them landed next to this bandit. The bandit who was already in the water told him that he had managed it. But before he could finish speaking, something distracted him. The fallen bandit turned to him. He was all wet and had burns all over his body. His comrade looked at him with horror on his face. Selene said that she first froze him and then burned him. She was sorry that he was physically stronger than her. Otherwise, she would have ground him into dust. The girl stood over him and asked if he thought he could defeat her. She said that her strength was enough for 10 more like him, so he should have thanked her better for not destroying him. The bandit with burns had already started to insult her, but he was interrupted by the bandit who could not believe his eyes. The villagers, men and Barad, with Luke in his arms, stood and looked at the bandits. Selene and the other residents stood nearby and also looked at them. And one of the bandits still could not understand what kind of village it was. Ultimately, 40 attackers were detained who had decided to try to attack the village and the lives of all its inhabitants. The next day, they received information about the kidnapped people. and finally rescued them from the clutches of the bandits. Residents were talking about how glad they were to have saved all the refugees in time. Another resident agreed. Selene said that it was all thanks to their grandmother, who was able to find out the information. Granny laughed and said, "Won't they ask her what method she used for this?" In general, thanks to her, other bandits who were hiding in the forest were caught. But there still remained one problem that had not yet been solved at that time. Namely, bandits. They were sitting in the dungeon, and once, when Luke looked at them, they were asking for a scandal. In general, they were quite rude. These guys caused a lot of damage to their village, which fortunately they were able to repair in time. They also captured another 43 bandits, putting them in prison as well. But the young man didn't know what to do with them now, knowing what cruel laws were in effect in this territory. Considering the recent situation and the number of refugees, it would not be possible to hold the bandits here for long. Granny said that she could easily grind them in the dust. But the main character still thought about what to do and how best to proceed. The headman had a choice to reclassify the bandits as villagers or not. He stood in the dungeon while the grandmother apparently scolded the bandits. Luke snapped out of his thoughts and realized that this might be too risky. But suddenly he thought, maybe he should try to use this for the purpose of re-education? The function of the correctional area appeared before him. It helped to re-educate bandits and others like them. The hero thought about whether to use it or not. After all, then they would be able to partially cleanse this world of bandits and make them ordinary residents. They will become ordinary villagers. But at the same time, they will not be treated in the same way as ordinary people, observing clear boundaries. If they become villagers, they will have a civilian rating with which Luke can control their changes for the better or for the worse. But the hero couldn't let them into the village because there was a big risk. He had to discuss it with the whole village. One of the refugees frantically asked the main character if he was really not going to destroy the bandits. Many of the residents and refugees believed that these bandits should die, because they were going to try to kill many people, even despite the lives already spent. In short, no one supported Luke's idea. Two residents were arguing about the prisoners, but one girl interrupted them and suggested waiting for the headman's answer. After all, they didn't even know the reason why he decided to pardon the bandits. One of the men told the other that the bandits needed to be dealt with as quickly as possible, because no one knew if they would be attacked again. But the other one agreed with the headman. He believed that the correctional department would be able to beat the crap out of them. The man who first opposed the head's option said that his family had been killed, and after that, everyone went silent. After the meeting, some people still decided to leave the village, due to the fact that their opinion did not coincide with the opinion of the village elder, Luke. Many simply could not come to terms with the fact that these people had been pardoned, so they quickly left the village, automatically abandoning their home. The population now numbered 267 people. Luke thought about how the people who had left could have died, and Granny encouraged him and said that she had also lost family and friends. But she had never gone against the policies of her village. Even if she sometimes disagreed, it was because she loved her home so much. It was quite difficult to get used to it at first. But there was one but. Then you get drawn into it, and kindness fades into the background, giving way to hatred. Everyone has already begun to fear what Grandma will say next. She said that people were so stupid not to realize that without a home they would not last a day, condemning themselves to certain death. So she told them to continue living with peace of mind because it was not their fault that those people were stupid. The boy agreed with her and even seemed to calm down a little from his granny's words. Luke stood in the dungeon and looked at the imprisoned bandits behind bars. In front of him, panels appeared where it was written that from this day on, 43 prisoners would be sent to the correctional area. From now on, they are residents, thanks to which the population now amounts to 300 people and earned a rating of 5. One of the residents asked the village elder if he could use the shower, to which he happily agreed. There were already girls in the shower. At that time, the men were gathering there. They were happy, and one of them was hurrying the others. After all, they all needed to have time to take a bath. The girls took off all their clothes and headed from the locker room to the shower. The men were happy with the hot water and wondered where so much of it came from. Suddenly, Luke appeared at the door and asked if they wanted some more boiling water. The next shot showed a correctional facility that had been built quite recently and was intended for bandits and the like. Granny, the protagonist, and Barat looked at the building. The young man thought it was great. They did not know what effect to expect from this rehabilitation. So for the sake of the experiment, they chose only 5 bandits. They led them in a single line, each of them with their hands tied behind their backs. Grandma was responsible for their re-education and guidance. She said with a grin that she had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Luke hoped that their experiment would be able to re-educate the cruel and rude bandits. He thought about it very persistently and seriously. All 5 bandits made 2 cute eyes and expressions. They also pretended as if they were crying. The young elder did not understand why they would start making eyes at him. He thought that maybe the effect had already begun to take effect. His hand began to reach for the panel after these thoughts. The panel read the villager's assessment of the current situation, rebellion. After what he saw, he began to question his granny, but she had already taught the bandits a lesson, telling them to stop pretending and get to work. Having left his grandmother with the bandit, the hero decided that he needed to restore the gates broken by the bandits. You had to use the skill to quickly fix it. The panel said upgrade the object and reinforce the gate. The village level has reached level 5, so new features may have appeared. The skill Object Setup appeared. With this, you can create any shape of an object, equipment, etc. You can customize this function as you wish. Then the village resources with points were written. It turns out that the main character could remake any object using the glasses that the villagers collected. For example, he could change the shape or color of an object. For better water circulation, the boy needed to use the skill correctly. He could try to build it in this place, but he had to be careful because Lute didn't want to waste all the points. If you think about it, his village was equipped with all the amenities for life. Further down the panel, he looked at the plan of the village and thought to himself how spacious and beautiful it was. The moat where the bandits were caught had already dried up, so it was possible to begin creating a new building. After some time, a new building appeared. The residents said that it was a good job and it was beautiful, but they also asked what it was and why. Luke explained that this was a bathhouse that everyone in the village could use. The blue room was for men and the red room for women. Barrett said that this bathhouse was similar to the one the mayor had built for them. The girl asked if it was already possible to use it. The boy answered that it was and said that if they had any questions, they could safely contact him. The hero also pointed out the door where the changing room was located. There, residents could change clothes, leave their things, and head straight to the bathhouse. Luke looked into the men's half of the bathhouse to see how they were doing. All the men were pleased with the new construction. The main character asked how the girls were doing, and they responded that everything was fine and thanked him for his concern. During the conversation, one of the men asked the others not to fool around. The hero was glad that everyone liked everything. Even though no one used the bathroom in his room, people probably had a good time here. While the boy stood there smiling, people were arguing in the background of his thoughts. But at one point, a granny came in and yelled at everyone so that they would finally shut up. He was already leaving the bathhouse and thought that it would be good if everyone could rest peacefully. Out in the field, Luke saw Selene training hard with her student, Barat. The 2 boys were talking to the headman, and he in turn told them that they had done a good job. Selene also noticed the boy. The girl asked how things were in the bathhouse, and Luke answered that everything was great. At that time, Milia was in the kitchen and was chopping something. She felt that there was a kitchen somewhere nearby. But suddenly, something distracted Selena and the head. It was the sound of Barat's sword breaking into 2 pieces. Go told the master that it was the last sword. Selene apologized, and Luke looked through her and looked at her and asked if there was another sword now. They usually took weapons in general when hunting in the forest, in case they came in handy, but now they had nothing to go there with. Although the boy had a long sword, they tried to be more careful with their swords during training, but it had a negative effect on the battle, Luke noticed. Goat continued to speak, so they talked about going a little deeper into the forest next time. The village chief tensed up and frantically asked if there really wasn't a weapon for that. Selene agreed with his words and added that despite this, they couldn't sit idly by. Goat said that it would be good if the bandits had good weapons. But they only had awkward, huge axes and chains. The man suddenly thought about it and came up with an idea to make the bandits work. Don't let them into the village until they bring something good. Luke thought about the weapon. With his gift, he could only create buildings. There was nothing he could do about that. Barat looked at the leader and said that everything would be fine. They had been in the forest several times before. They would make sure everyone was safe. The man added that they would not overexert themselves. He may not have spoken very convincingly, but he believed that Luke should use his powers for himself. The protagonist looked up at the man and said only his name. These words clearly calmed him down a little. The boy and the man were arguing. The elder said that he always relied on their strength, and Bharat said that everything was fine. In the end, they argued, but at one point, Gote interrupted them. Gote approached the headman and started talking. But still, since he was the headman, he needed to be more confident. That's what the guy said. For example, Luke's house. Gote offered to build him a new one. But the boy refused and thought to himself that he didn't want to waste his points. After all, the headman, Selene, and Milia lived together. The toilet and bath were in one room, and there was only one bed. Gote didn't think it was so convenient. The girl standing next to him agreed with this. But suddenly someone shouted to him that he didn't understand anything. All three were distracted by the voice and turned around. It was Taor, Parun, and Rando. They had just come out of the bathhouse. Steam was coming off them. All three were very pleased. They said that Goat couldn't know about the situations that happen when girls and boys go swimming. And they asked why there was only one bed. One of them said that they didn't want to spoil the good view. All three blushed at their own words. Then Luke started using his abilities. He used the house move function. The panel showed the points spent on each action. Eventually, Luke built himself a new house. It was 2 stories high and had lots of windows. Selene and Milia were embarrassed and covered their faces with their hands. The village chief said that he had built a house quickly and it had just 3 rooms. Milia pointed to the large bed and asked why exactly it was so large. Luke replied that it just happened by itself and he hadn't touched the bed. The girl confidently said that it was natural that it should be like that because he was the head of the village. And, of course, he needed the biggest bed. But suddenly she declared that she also needed a big bed, which is what she was used to sleeping on. So she and the master will use her together. Selene screamed that it was unfair. Luke himself was looking at this picture, but the boy stopped them and said that both of them would not use this bed. The girls were clearly shocked by such a statement. Looking at the panel, Luke said that a single bed would be enough for him, but if the size of the bed bothered them so much, he could easily fix it and spend another point. Selene and Milia looked on in amazement. The girls were clearly upset and sat on the floor. Walking with the panel, the elder found something interesting in this, and decided to see what else he could do. He approached the stone wall and thought that it would be nice if there was a ladder here. Then the warriors could climb up there and fight calmly if necessary. After that, Luke built 8 ladders right next to the stone wall and decided for himself that this was enough. Looking at the panel, he thought that something else was needed. It suddenly occurred to him that he needed to make holes in the wall so that he could shoot from cover. The main character came right up to the wall and bumped into it. He realized that only a long spear could reach it. Suddenly, a man's face appeared in the new hole. He was looking at the boy and his head was upside down. The young man got scared and asked Dong why he was there and what he was doing. The man replied that he saw him coming up with something new and interesting, so he couldn't contain his curiosity. Donga asked what it was, and the boy replied that he thought that if they were surrounded from the outside, it would help them defend themselves. He began to put his hand into the hole. The man extended his hand to the young man in response. Donga was very happy and smiled, still hanging on the wall. The resident said that they used to play the same way when they were kids, making sandhills. Luke told him that in that case, it would be harder for enemies to attack from the outside. However, only Selene and his ice magic can use this, so something had to be done with the weapon. At this time, the villagers were examining the new hole in the stone wall and the stairs near them. Unfortunately, the location was not very good. It will definitely not be possible to solve the problems with weapons quickly. But suddenly, the main character had an idea. What would happen if they changed the shape of one part of the wall? Maybe it would give them something. And the boy really succeeded. He managed to change the shape and one log from the wall moved out from the row of logs. Luke was glad that he had succeeded. He started to pull out this log, but it came out in the form of a sword without a handle. Even before it was completely pulled out, its outline was already visible and there was only one thing left to do. Holding it in his hands, he was very surprised by its shape, which had not yet fully formed, and he himself did not understand how this happened. Luke was disappointed that he couldn't adjust it. If he separated from the object like that, the target would be lost. But the young man did not stop there and did not give up. He decided to try again. And so he began to pull out a new sword from the log again, after all. And now he was holding the new weapon in his hand, saying that he would cope without a doubt. He started waving his sword in the air and said that he would only lose 3 points. The village chief was sure that he would definitely be able to do it this time. But after another swing of the weapon, it broke into 2 pieces. The dejected Luke sat down on the ground and held the broken half of the sword in his left hand, although it was not surprising. After all, the material for the sword was wood. The material that would become a weapon. Was it like that? The boy asked himself this question, and suddenly it dawned on him. Behind bars in the dungeon there were still evil and rude bandits. When they saw the leader, they shouted at him and asked, or rather even ordered, that he finally let them out of here. Meanwhile, Luke was looking at the iron that was holding them here. Perhaps he wanted to use it as material for weapons. He was a little scared, but then he could make something solid and strong. If the boy took it now, then he would be attacked immediately, so it was necessary to add one more thing. One of the bandits continued to express his dissatisfaction. This bandit was holding on to the iron bars. But the next second, another bar began to appear between 2 of them. Because of this, the bandit became scared and leaned away from the bars. And here it actually appeared. The bandit was already sitting on the floor, and the other was shouting that it just happened. The boy was not surprised by anything and stood calmly opposite. The bandit, who had been indignant before, looked at the rod that had appeared. The village elder was planning how best to cut off one side, and the bandit was already scared, but he looked at the boy and did not know what to expect next. All 3 men, slightly bent over, looked at the young man and waited for his further actions. Luke, meanwhile, looked at the panel in front of him and selected the function to reduce the thickness. It seemed that it should be done like this. The chief did it after all. The next moment, he was already holding an iron sword in his hand. The bandits looked at him with admiration, but at the same time, they did not understand how he managed to do it. Without stopping there, the main character was already thinking about what he could make a pen out of. He decided to try different options. Lucky Luke escaped from the dungeon and thought that maybe he could find someone who was good at weapons, and could create something else useful. At this time, the puzzled prisoners looked at the escaping boy. Selene and Bellet looked at the village chief and his newly created iron sword. They were very amazed by what they saw. The girl asked Luke how he was able to do it, and he only said that he had just done it. The next moment, Selene called out to Bellet, who instantly caught the sword in his hands. The fight between the girl and the man began again. They were both quite focused on each other's blows. The master of men confidently crushed her opponent with her new blows. Selene was precise and confident in herself and her powers. And someone nearby shouted yes. The girl assessed the sword and said that everything was fine with it. The young man was very happy about this and was pleased with himself. And Bellet, who had an unexpected fight, was only scared. The next second, Selene was already running towards the rest of her students and shouting into the distance that the headman had made new weapons for them. But suddenly someone giggled and headed towards Luke. It was Granny. She looked at what had happened and decided that things were going quite well for them. The boy, a little frightened by her sudden appearance, saw that it was Granny and breathed a sigh of relief. Behind the old woman appeared her charges, 5 bandits. Smiling, she said that she and the guys had also finished their part. Their appearance was unexpected for everyone. Luke was surprised and looked down at the panel below. One of the bandits held his head up proudly. He saw their level, which was the highest. Seeing the bandits behind his grandmother, the young man tensed up and stood in a rather tense pose. But Granny was calm and ordered the bandits to carry out every order of their elder from that moment on. The men responded with one voice, like a choir, with a loud agreement. If they are ordered to work, they will have to work. And if they are ordered to die right now, they will have to die. The bandits still loudly agreed with her words. It was as if they had become different people. Suddenly, all the boys fell at the headman's feet and said that they were now his personal slaves. From now on, they would do whatever he ordered them to do. The boy only managed to get scared by their behavior. Luke didn't understand what to do with them now, which is what he actually said. And Granny stood there pleased with the work and said that her discipline could train even worse. To tell the truth, the grandmother first wanted to wear them down to exhaustion and then use force. But, unfortunately for the woman, the bandits quickly became docile and obedient, destroying her dreams to smithereens. As she left, the grandmother only said that it wouldn't hurt to break a couple's bones as a preventative measure. At that moment, all the bandits attacked the boy with questions and requests that he give them an order. Luke tried to stop them. Against the backdrop of all this, the protagonist thought that he was still worried about this idea, but the correctional work showed a good result. He thought that the granny's approach would soon no longer be needed and the bandits would take the path of good. Taking a furtive glance at Bellet, Luke ordered the bandits to help him. The men immediately accepted this and ran there, already asking along the way what help Bellet needed. After this, Grandma almost never resorted to her violent methods of correcting bandits or indeed all bad people. The correctional work itself went without complications. Everything returned to normal, and the residents were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, no longer thinking about the bad. Looking at another bandit in the dungeon, the grandmother asked him if he was ready to start correctional work and go to a rehabilitation center. The elder stood nearby at that time and was glad that everything had returned to normal. Suddenly, someone called the boy, but through the power of thoughts. Luke wondered to himself whose voice it was and where it came from. But he was immediately told that the man was here in the dungeon. That's where the head turned. He looked towards one of the cells for isolating the bandits and saw one of them. Goosebumps ran all over the hero's body from excitement. Suddenly, Luke remembered who this guy was. Among all the guys, there was a guy with a special gift of telepathy. This bandit was that guy. With the help of his gift, this bandit began to tell the boy about himself. His name was Satin. He was the son of a merchant. One day he had to leave his native village. That's how he got into a gang, where he became a homeless thief. The elder didn't understand what he was getting at. But Satin said that he repented for what he had done all these years. He said that he really didn't want to become like that and become a bandit. The bandit said that he truly regretted his actions. Luke thought about it and did not understand why the guy was telling him about his life. Perhaps he wanted to beg for forgiveness. It was all very strange. The bandit continued to beg for forgiveness and asked to be released. The protagonist thought that perhaps it was sabotage. After all, on his panty he saw his intentions. Rebellion. The bandit said that he really wasn't going to run away and asked why Luke didn't believe him. But in the boy's mind it was said that he didn't believe him at all and that he couldn't be fooled that easily. Satin clearly didn't even suspect that the main character wasn't that easy to fool. The prisoner was thinking about how he could trick the boy. He tried to concentrate. He needed to find Luke's weak spot and put some pressure on it. Suddenly, Milia appeared, thinking about her master. Coming closer, she called the young man. And the bandit's eyes widened from the girl's thoughts, which he was able to successfully read. Satin started pointing at Milia and asking who this girl was with such interesting thoughts. The girl was surprised and even angry because of the guy's words. Milia said that this guy was quite rude and did not understand what came over him. Granny appeared and said that this guy had special skills and could read people's thoughts. The girl's face from what she heard could not be described in words. Milia turned to her grandmother and said that the imprisoned bandit was clearly plotting something. Satin, sitting behind bars, could not believe his eyes and screamed indignantly, asking what she meant. Granny said that there was nothing to worry about and that she would take care of him herself. Satin continued to be indignant and said that the girl needed hospitalization more than he did. In general, he asked to stop Milia while it was not too late. The main character turned his head and asked the girl, who was standing with her back to him, what thoughts were visiting her. She nervously replied that she hadn't thought anything bad. But Luke didn't stop asking her why the hero had behaved that way. The woman exhaled, answering that she was thinking that she still needed to clean the bathrooms and perhaps this thief thought that it was too pretentious. The guy's face changed. He was surprised by these words and became furious, wanting to answer at least something, but he didn't know what. The cleaning lady advised the young man to go to another toilet before anyone else took it. Luke agreed, adding that he was already on his way there. Some time passed. When the hero was on the street, he heard some loud conversations. This caught his attention, and he was surprised at how excited everyone was. The hero did not understand the reason for this anxiety. Luke decided to approach the crowd of onlookers and ask what was going on. One of the guys recognized him and looked in the direction of the young man. The sweat drained from the hero's face. He turned to the crowd, asking if the hunting party had returned. They answered him that enough time had passed and they still hadn't arrived. They were supposed to be back before sunset, but they still haven't come. People were worried because the night forest is dangerous. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly that it was the curse of the Armirage, and everyone immediately stared at this person. The people became nervous as they looked at the girl standing in front of them. They asked again what kind of curse it was. The heroine explained that Armirage is a huge and ferocious rabbit with a sharp horn on its forehead. During the entire existence of the village, only 33 such individuals were caught. The main character realized that this animal is definitely difficult to catch without special skills, but their hunters do not have magical gifts. Armirage's eggs. Sighs were heard from somewhere. Luke didn't understand why the girl brought them here, but she answered that she had a lot of them. The guy standing nearby said that the little girl couldn't control her curiosity, but she continued to explain that these were not ordinary eggs. She had recently seen a hunter from their settlement returning from hunting as usual. A chill ran down the girl's spine when she saw that he had brought the dead carcass of an animal to the village. At first she thought that she was probably imagining things, but as she got closer, the girl experienced complete horror. The creature began to howl with a completely unanimal roar, baring its rat-like fangs. The beast was dead, and its carcass was ripped open. Armirage literally resurrected, when suddenly the heroine was interrupted, not believing that the creature had risen from these strange eggs. Suddenly the girl began to scream loudly and stamp her feet, realizing that they had not listened to her well because this was the cursed one. All the people tried to calm her down. The blonde guy said he was starting to suspect something. Luke was immediately interested and approached the hero. He said that some animals secrete a special pheromone over a distance of several kilometers, attracting females. And perhaps the hunting corps does not know about this and fell into a trap. And no matter how many people go into the forest, Armirage will be much stronger simply because they attack in packs. Hearing this, huge drops of sweat ran down the main character's face. He was shocked by this guess and did not believe in all this. Everyone around started trumpeting that it was urgent to help the hunting party. Also, shouts were heard from the huge tower that someone was approaching. Both heroes looked back, wanting to see what the viewer had seen. Luke got into a position that was already ready to attack and assault the unwanted enemy. The blonde guy behind him asked if it was the guys from the hunting party who had returned. But Luke answered briefly that it wasn't them and not the monsters. Something else was visible ahead of them. Behind the boys stood the same girl, holding out Armirage's eggs. The heroes looked at the mysterious object that appeared near the village. Luke is the only one who could protect the village. He asked that all the people be taken to a safe place because we don't know what it is. Someone suggested sending prisoners, as this would be an excellent opportunity to test their loyalty. Suddenly, Selene approached the group and asked the guys what was going on. The blonde guy looked at her and asked in shock if they were okay and if they had seen a monster near the village. The heroine proudly stood behind her hunters, declaring that these were precisely the monsters they were hunting. Boars are dangerous monsters that can destroy a village with their incredible strength. Their skin and meat are very rare. The meat tastes very similar to pork. Everyone surrounded the prey, not believing that the guys had caught 2 boars at once. Pointing at the carcasses of the slain monsters, everyone exclaimed. Some of the villagers were eagerly waiting to taste their meat. Then the maid replied that she would quickly cook it for them. Behind her were 2 more young girls who were ready to make an incredibly tasty dinner from the dead carcasses of the creatures. At that very second, they began to cut up the boars, and Luke chose to turn away so as not to see this horror. The protagonist held back his urge to vomit and said that he was surprised by the strength of these women. To this, they replied that they were real fighters. After some time, everyone was sitting in a huge room with giant columns. There was a large piece of meat on the plate, and it attracted the attention of hungry people. Everyone around was shouting that this meat was very rare. Someone suggested selling it rather than eating it themselves. One of the heroes standing there bit off a piece of meat, realizing that he could not wait any longer and was very hungry. The boy fell to the ground, feeling intense pleasure from this juicy piece of meat. Luke laughed loudly, saying that he was exaggerating a little. There were several heroes standing behind the headman, forcing him to try this piece because it was incredibly tasty. It was then that the main character took a bite of the meat that was handed to him. He began to chew, trying to taste it. This meat seemed very tender to him, melting in his mouth. The guy could not even chew it because it was incredibly tender. Luke didn't believe that monster meat could taste so good. Selene grinned, looking at the satisfied face of the guy who tried the boar. The girl said that boars usually live deep in the forest and are difficult to find and carry, but the hunters decided to build a carriage that could accommodate up to 5 monsters. people around tried the boar meat and enjoyed its pleasant taste and tenderness. The main character began to look around at everyone and suddenly noticed something. His fair-haired friend did not eat meat at all, and this alarmed the guy. He approached him and asked why he did not eat meat. Suddenly, Luke declared that no one had undone the curse. His face took on a serious look. The maid approached the character and noted that the guy was clearly worried about this topic. She advised him to wait a little and then it would all be over. Drinking the contents of a huge mug, the guy glanced at her. The woman offered the guests to try delicious and freshly prepared pies with wild boar offal. Hearing this, the protagonist choked hard and stared at the maid with both eyes. It turned out that offal is very useful and nutritious, as it contains tonic substances and is very beneficial for the body. The fair-haired guy said that he had once tried offal and noted that it was quite specific. In addition, he had never seen pies with such a filling before. The woman held out a huge plate to everyone who wanted it, telling them to help themselves. The girl who spoke of the curse took one of the hot pie in her hands. She was told that the filling inside was very tender and a little spicy. The heroine carefully touched her lips to the spicy pie and bit off a piece. But when she got a taste, she began to torment him so much that pieces of meat flew in all directions. The pie in her mouth was so crunchy that the main character became interested in what it was like inside. After this, the maid placed genital soup in front of all the guests. The same girl was already trying to finish her pie in order to get to the soup. The soup didn't smell very good, but it didn't smell pleasant either, but the main character didn't mind it. He just didn't understand how other people could like it when they ate it. Half a year had passed since the village had been built. Luke praised his workers, saying that they had done a good job. The blonde boy said that they needed to prepare for winter faster. The young man did not have time to answer because he was called out to and turned in the direction of the call. In front of the main character stood a man who thanked Luke for all the conditions and for the favorable life in the village. But he decided to return home to his family. When the main character heard this, sweat began to flow down his face. That man stayed here for a long time, but the time came to return, and so he and 5 other people decided to leave the village. The protagonist responded with approval because they could visit him next time, but with their family. Luke was really looking forward to seeing them again in his village. The man thanked the young man again for everything. After he said that it would be problematic to go to the village with the elderly, Selene told Luke to leave it to her. The guy understood that the entire delegation would not be able to see the travelers off, but he decided to assign them at least a couple of people to accompany them. Selene jumped up to the main character again, asking him to give the order to escort the master home. Luke chuckled and a smile appeared on his face. He didn't understand why everyone around him was shouting about it. Suddenly, 5 former bandits appeared in front of him. They all looked at him with a submissive look. The boys were ready to be used as a shield or as bait, because they were ready to sacrifice their rowing body for this. Luke didn't yet understand whether he could trust the bandits, even if they were former ones. But Selene said that they could be trusted. She herself was ready to vouch for them. And then all 5 of them shouted loudly for the mayor to rely on them. Exhaling heavily, the protagonist responded with a short yes. After all, if Selene vouched for them, then they were reliable guys. The heroine gave the bandits the command to escort the gentleman to their own home, and they obeyed the woman's will. Although Luke still thought he didn't trust these bandits. The man next to him replied that they needed to be given a chance to show that they had changed. Although these 5 still terrify some villagers, everyone agreed with this statement. Someone even loudly declared that this was so. All the residents stood and watched the bandits and gentlemen leave the village. Several days passed after this event. During this time, the foreman decided to quickly build stone walls and fence off the houses. After all the work had been done, the main character looked at the work of his workers and his face lit up with a smile. Someone was surprised by the large stone wall, but Luke explained that these were the houses of bandits who were successfully completing their rehabilitation. He secured this place by creating a special settlement for bandits so that they could try to live like normal people, eventually becoming residents of their village. None of the residents could even imagine that they would live in such luxurious and comfortable houses in the future. The bandits even shed tears when they saw what Luke had done for them. The guys thanked the guy and noted that his kindness knew no bounds. But the mayor left all the praise, saying that there was nothing wrong with it and that they were doing a great job. The bandits convinced the headman that he could not worry because now the safety of the village would be entirely on their shoulders. And if any danger suddenly looms, They will definitely inform the main character about it using telepathy. Everyone around admired these words and his responsibility. They could not believe that rehabilitation could re-educate bandits into noble people with kind and pure hearts. One of the main bandits heard words addressed to him about how with his abilities he should help good people and not rob. Luke also asked him if he had really been banished from his hometown, and the boy replied that the ability he was gifted with played a cruel joke on him when he was a little child. Then he was told that his gift was telepathy, and from the very day he received it, the young man began to suffer. One day, when he was at an appointment, the doctor was thinking only about how much he hated children and was worried that this child would find out about his thoughts. He tried to use his thoughts to pressure the guy into revealing that he knew the doctor's thoughts. From now on, the priest he thought was a noble man turned out to be rotten and mercenary. The uncle he thought was good-natured mocked the servants every night. The girl he thought was pure and innocent turned out to be dissolute and easily accessible. But the farmer he thought was honest was also deceiving people. Everyone around the boy turned against him, thinking he would take over their minds with telepathy. He even had problems with his parents. One day, the boy heard that his parents didn't know what to do with him. After all, he is still so young, but already poses a huge danger, so a decision needs to be made as soon as possible. They didn't know if this gift would be passed on to their other children. They hoped that they would never become like Satin because they didn't deserve such a life. The parents decided to get rid of the guy because he could ruin their family name and reputation. And after Satin was exiled, he decided to join a gang of thieves and bandits. This changed his life dramatically. At first, the guy was an errand boy and a decoy trying to win over the gang leader. But they didn't want to accept him, giving him dirty work. Suddenly, someone from the crowd interrupted Satin's story, asking whether he had really decided to become a bandit, despite having a big heart. Everyone pounced on him, saying that he must atone for all his sins and devote his sinful life to good deeds and actions for the sake of the villagers. Satin responded positively to this, because he was ready to change for the sake of people. He was ready to help the villagers from now on. Suddenly the maid appeared who had missed the whole conversation. At this time, Satin read her loving thoughts about how she loved Luke, and the hero choked. After that, the mayor realized that they were definitely safe, because the young man had entrusted them with his life story. All the bandits ran up to the young man and began to shake him because he fell to the ground and asked to kill him. He clearly did not want to know the thoughts of this maid. Some time passed. In front of Luke stood the elderly people and gentlemen who had recently left the village, and he introduced himself to them as the village elder. The old man said that he had heard a lot about him from his sons and thanked the guy for everything. He extended his wrinkled hand to him, and the village elder shook it without hesitation. The escort was helping some old lady out, telling her she was safe, but she was just being rude to him and telling him to leave her alone. Then the main character realized that the boys had reached the village safe and sound. He was incredibly happy about it. Luke turned to Selene, saying that she had brought with her the same gang they had seen earlier. The girl smiled cloyingly. The heroine said that this gang decided to attack them, but did not take into account one thing, and it came back to bite them. Besides, they had been trying to catch them for a long time, and now they themselves fell into their nets. Suddenly, someone's gloved hand touched the face of one of the bandits. These were former robbers who said that now their brothers are also smoking away all their sins, just as they did. The tied-up guys emerged, not understanding what had happened to their friends and why they had suddenly become kind. The big guy replied that he was now a righteous man living for the good. They shouted at the former bandit not to come near them, but the large man said that they too would be cured. A few kilometers from the village, some people were found who were purposefully looking for the village. But the son doubted that they were going the right way, because even plants do not grow here. The overgrown man was also surprised that there was only desert here. They assumed that the village was beyond this area. They had to find a village, because food and water supplies were running out. Father was ready to spend all his energy to find settlements, and not sit idly by. The son was wondering how many hours had passed since they were walking for so long and the scenery was not changing. But the man abruptly interrupted his whining, asking him to calm down. The hero's face, and he was talking about how this year the harvest was worse than ever and there was a catastrophic shortage of food. The war and taxes added to the problems. The young man was indignant that the village was difficult to find and generally assumed that it might not exist in reality. But the man only thought that settlements could be exempt from taxes only if they were a sovereign state. The son sighed heavily and complained that he was born in such a small village. He understood that it would have been better to move to the city initially. After all, then he could have become an excellent adventurer, having founded his own city. But alas, his dreams were not destined to come true. At that very second, his father stopped angrily in front of him and his loud sighs could be heard. The man yelled at the boy that he was constantly whining and demanded that his son pull himself together, because they cannot leave their people without hope, and their ancestors did not build the village for them to return back. His father had been shouting loudly about how easy it was to give up halfway, so the boy had to try to prove to others that he was worthy of becoming a true adventurer and saving the village. And the man loudly complained that he, a 60-year-old man, had been entrusted with such a task, when suddenly the son shouted loudly, pointing somewhere to the side. But the old man was not ready to move away from the topic of conversation. Hearing the words about a stone wall being visible in the middle of the desert, he fell silent. The hero looked into the distance and noted that he did not see any stone wall that would be in the middle of the desert, where there was nothing. Then the son said that his father had simply terrible eyesight and he was sure that he saw a wall and behind it there was probably a village. As the young man ran towards the wall he saw, the older man tried to keep up with him, making his way through the sand. At this very time, dusk was already falling on the village. Everyone around continued to talk and greet their elderly travelers who had arrived that afternoon. Luke watched this whole scene from the window. His gaze was full of calm and peace. The young man was glad that everything was fine. The maid noted that the headman looked very happy. The girl said that the young man definitely needed to rest and gain strength for the next day. The mayor hung his head and thought deeply about everything, saying absolutely nothing in response to the girls. He was silent. After that, he came to his senses, smiled broadly and wished the maid and the girl good night. They stood there smiling and responded in kind. After some time, the main character was already lying in his bed on a soft, velvety pillow. Luke was already asleep, his tired eyes tightly closed. He slept peacefully, not suspecting anything. Suddenly, a maid and a girl peered behind him and looked at him with a slightly displeased look. Both girls surrounded the main character and approached his bed, plotting something. After that, they hugged Luke tightly, deciding to sleep next to him. A very satisfied smile appeared on the faces of both heroines. The next day came and the main character faintly heard someone desperately calling him. It turned out the two men were near the gate of their village. The maid said that they were refugees from another settlement. Father and son arrived at the village door and told Luke that they had come from Mal village south of there. The old man introduced his son Manta to the village headman. The main character himself also introduced himself to both characters, and thought about why both of these people came to their village. An old man asked the main character if he was that same Luke, the Marquise's son. The headman was very surprised and asked if they knew him. The father said that he only knew that Luke had come here on his father's orders to found a new city. And the man noted that the guy was doing a great job with the task. The mayor himself replied that it had been 6 months since he had settled here. Manta thought that it was absolutely impossible to build houses in such a short period of time. He assumed that the houses were built in advance. After this, the elder asked the travelers what brought them to the village, and they replied that they came to ask for his help, because it seemed that a big war was brewing in their city, and all the residents were on the brink of poverty. Luke smiled broadly and told the travelers that he was glad to see them in his village, which meant that he agreed. Then the main character began to understand that wars between territories were approaching them at an enormous speed, and probably all this was started by the Marquis of Schengen from the northern valleys. After all, they have rather strained relations with other territories, but still they are part of the 5 great powers. The main character thought deeply about whether Raoul, whom the hero had previously known, was involved in all this. He was distracted from his thoughts by a father and son who thanked Luke for his help because their state does not care about the people at all. For some reason, my father felt very ashamed, and he felt that against the background of this stress, his blood pressure had risen sharply. At that very moment, the village chief was thinking about what would happen if he mastered the gift of Kensei's technique. A humble smile appeared on his face. He imagined himself as a great man with a sword in his hand, and began to fantasize about how everything would turn out. People would look at him with rapturous faces. Hope for the best would shine in their eyes. It would be incredible for them. The hero imagined the faces of his acquaintances with the light, realizing that he could protect them. The guy would give them the world if he could. The happy faces of the heroes appeared in his fantasies, and he understood that they were relying only on him. Luke was ready to give everyone a piece of bread and meat just so that there would be tears of joy and a smile on their faces. But unfortunately, all he can do is make promises to people. Suddenly his hand tensed up, turning into a fist, and the hero thought deeply about something. After that, he tried to relax, not giving away the reasons for his anxiety and worries about the future of his people. Luke just smiled falsely, realizing that he probably looked very pathetic in the eyes of his new inhabitants. Manta and his father's eyes were very tired and exhausted from the long hike and search for this village, which they barely found. After all this, the main character informed the people that they had guests who would now need to be given food and shelter in order to live a little. Several days passed, and the father and son declared that the village was truly amazing and the rumors were true. Manta and his father carried huge backpacks and shook everyone's hands, thanking the locals for the warm welcome. Suddenly, someone asked how long it took them to build that huge fence. They were also surprised by the fields of harvest that stretched across the village. Montague loudly said that the rumors about Luke receiving a useless skill were a lie. And to this, the main character replied that from some point of view they are still true because he does not have a special gift and did not come here of his own free will. However, his gift is not useless at all because his building skill helped a lot, and now everything they see is created thanks to him. Suddenly, his enthusiastic speech was interrupted by the words that someone had returned. It turned out that they were hunters. Selene returned to the village with her hunters, and today they had a great catch. Everyone around suddenly exclaimed very loudly. Manta suddenly stood in the middle and screamed what was that and why was there so much mascara. His face twisted into a horrible grimace. The girl suddenly laughed, asking him if he was the same villager Mal. She said she wanted to keep the catch for the winter, but thought that a couple of carcasses could be left for dinner tonight. Luke looked at Selene, realizing that she was a great hunter because even the orcs avoided her. But they were quite large, although for the girl it was nothing. The elder was sure that for her to catch 10 carcasses was easy as pie. Suddenly he was pulled out of his thoughts about this mysterious heroine who possessed enormous power. She informed the mayor that the main course was waiting for them all at the gate. And then she smiled sarcastically. Outside the village gates lay a huge giant boar, which resembled several rhinoceroses in size. The new residents of Mao village opened their mouths in surprise and screamed loudly because they had never seen such a gigantic carcass as the one that the girl had obtained. Luke screamed in delight, not understanding how the girl had managed to knock him down. And at first she smiled shyly and coquettishly and laughed. Then she said that while the guys were distracting him, the girl attacked from behind, clinging right to his carotid artery. And Luke's armor helped a lot. The headman realized that next time he would have to make them strong enough, as they were significantly dented. People around looked at this girl with admiration, envying her and saying that they would like to become as strong as her. A surprised grin appeared on Father Manta's face because he did not understand what was happening at all. Cold sweat could be seen on his face. Ferniki's huge bore to his horns and tried to drag him into the kitchen to start dinner sooner. Luke understood that his guests were very tired after a long journey and therefore they needed to rest while they prepared food for them. To this, the villagers from Mile Village thanked the protagonist. The elder also said that they would soon build separate houses for them. Pointing his finger at the buildings, the hero asked them if they wanted to live there. But suddenly the young man remembered something and asked them to wait just a couple of minutes. The neighbors in the villages were impatiently waiting for what the mayor wanted to do. Manta's father offered to help the main character because they were all used to working. Suddenly a smile froze on his face and his eyes acquired a surprised look. The man froze in surprise and incomprehension. With the help of his gift, the main character set up a shelter for his guests, moving blocks and constructing a new building. In a matter of seconds, a huge house appeared in front of them, in which they would have to live. Both sides' faces twisted into a look of great surprise. They couldn't understand how the building had appeared so quickly before their eyes. The hero was a little embarrassed, realizing that the residents of the other village had not seen the guy's gift in action at all, so they did not notice how the houses appeared. But deciding not to dwell on it, the guy coughed loudly and decided to present what he had created in a short period of time. He said with a smile on his face that this was his gift to them. In addition, the young man said that this was temporary housing for now, but each person had a bed and a bathroom. Then both men realized that the main character's skill was not at all useless, since he was able to perform this miracle in such a short period of time. They suddenly shouted loudly that Luke was the most talented person in the world. But the main character downplayed it, saying that his abilities were simply to build houses. Since then, 92 people had become new residents of the village. But that's not all. They turned to the village elder because they did not have normal food, housing, clothing. The previous elder did not care about his people at all, but Luke was ready to help every person who approached him because he wanted to improve the reputation of their village. Some people even came to his village to earn money, wanting at the same time to live in this luxurious place where everything was done for the people. And the old man never refused anyone because he did not see a problem in this, but only the opposite. The population of his village grew and grew every day. One fair-haired guy with a big smile asked if they would really be looked after and treated well here. If so, they would really want to eat. The protagonist became embarrassed, realizing that he saw no need to give them a hard time. Also, to make sure everyone can move around the desert safely, the former bandits keep an eye on them all from time to time. One of the permanent residents of this village suddenly announced that there were now quite a lot of residents. Luke agreed with this because it was all because of rumors. Selene reported that the war was still raging and it would still affect them because it was a matter of time. So they have to prepare for it. The maid stood there smiling and told the protagonist to rely on them. But at that very moment, Luke's thoughts were elsewhere. He said out loud that the gift is very important. Even if only 10% have the gift, it is a considerable number. Some time passed, and the entire population gathered at the high bell tower. People were ready to listen to everything that their beloved headman would tell them. Luke found out that about 100 people out of all have the gift. The hero tried to identify all this and created a pattern for himself. Out of 100 people on the sausage guns, 24, if you take away children and old people, then 19. One of the fair-haired men raised his hands high and laughed, saying that he didn't know there were so many people with the gift, because if so, then he wouldn't have to work. Suddenly, his conversation with his friend was interrupted by someone's voice behind him. The man behind him laughed loudly, saying that it wasn't like that at all. It was because a gift was a special thing, and help was never a bad thing. Luke also agreed with the words of his confidant, because the support of others is always very important. There weren't many types of work in the village yet, but someone still had to fill them. This was also important for strengthening the population. People around tried new professions, tried hard and developed. The guy would really like everything to continue like this, but there was one problem that worried him a lot. Love within the village was extremely low. The main character looked at the indicators of this column with his mouth open and thought about what it was connected with. After all, if everything continues like this, then love may completely leave the village. How suddenly he saw his confidant flirting with one of the girls, and he realized that he needed to raise this level. The main character began to more actively monitor all the villagers and then realized that everything was quite the opposite. There was complete chaos all around. Women were dividing men. Only the heroine and the child tried to calm them down, but it was all useless. The girls cried because their only free man had both a wife and a child. Against this background, honesty in the village declined, and this brought not peace, but destruction. Then the main character decided to fix such situations so that they would not happen at all. When one of the heroes was in bed with a girl, an old woman, old and wrinkled, crawled out from under the blanket and asked if the guy was brave enough to commit adultery. What was amazing was that people were content to be listened to. Luke would come up and ask people if they were okay. In this way, the headman tried to improve relations between people as much as possible. From all this hilarious work, the main character became very tired and fell on the grass, gasping for air. An associate approached him and Luke noted that the day was too short for him, and the guy replied that now, perhaps, some misunderstandings were arising. But he thought that soon everything would be fine, and thus the number of inhabitants exceeded 1,000. The hero was presented with buildings and apartment buildings. It used to be an ordinary building, as Luke himself remembered. Only 20 rooms. It would be better than where they live now. It was convenient for people because there was a bathroom and a toilet. Houses like these were worth spending 300 points on. The main character did not change the space that surrounded him, but with each level its size increased. Luke was thinking about how to increase the area. Suddenly, the main character ran up to the granny, asking her what happened, and she replied that the bandits are more or less improving, but there are two who just won't budge. This word slightly shocked the main character. One of the bandits was named Doriel, and no matter what Grandma does, nothing changes. She thought he was a pretty tough nut to crack. Selene couldn't imagine what it was like for her grandmother, but she just waved it off, saying that she was trying for the sake of the village. Then Luke thought deeply about this question. The problem also lay elsewhere. There was a prisoner sitting behind the bars of one of the prisons. His name was Ball. The hero was 23 years old. Selena was talking about how they didn't catch Bala right away, when suddenly he interrupted her, saying that she had come again, and she brought someone else. The hero shouted that he would not change, no matter how hard the old woman tried, and suddenly she hit him hard on the cheek because he called her an old woman. The man fell to his knees. Luke watched all this when suddenly the bandit made some kind of squeak and the guy did not understand what kind of voice it was. Bao loudly declared that he was not going to moan about the blows of this feeble old woman, while wiping the blood from the corner of his lips. And then the grandmother prepared to attack him with renewed vigor. But even for this, the character was prepared and rarely got back on his feet. He really irritated his grandmother, and she, gritting her teeth, continued to beat him. The heroine grabbed him by the ear and began to shake him, calling him a masochist. Then they looked at Bala, realizing that he was enjoying the dominance. It was a little confusing for them because both heroes were experiencing this for the first time. The hero enjoyed physical and mental pain. Selena didn't understand what to do with the guy then. He was happy when he was hurt, and the girl said that then it would be a piece of cake. Both heroes decided to fight in a battle. Ball bounced away from Selene when she started hitting him. She stepped on his body, saying that if he wanted to be bullied so much, he should listen to them. The guy rolled his eyes and exhaled hotly towards the girl. Suddenly, Ball screamed, saying that he didn't like a sadist who thought he would enjoy it just by teasing him. Then the granny slapped the hero on the cheek again, saying that a masochist is the opposite of a submissive. Only Luke understood why the rehabilitation of this character stopped. Against this background, Selene grabbed her head. Suddenly, someone called out to her from behind. She turned around and saw another thug sitting behind the bars behind her. The girl addressed him as the Ice Sword Princess and rolled her eyes ostentatiously. Selena asked him if he admitted defeat, to which the hero replied that he would never admit defeat and would not submit if someone was weaker than him. The girl asked the bandit if he wouldn't do anything to get him out of here, and then the robber sternly said that he was not ready. The maid and the main character looked at all this with incomprehension. Granny was very angry, listening to the big guy talking about how he was trying to express his respect. At this very time, the woman attacked Bala, who suffered greatly. Selena, meanwhile, was communicating with another prisoner, telling him that if he needed help, she would provide it. She stood opposite the bandit with an important look, her hands folded. After this, Luke asked Selene about all the details of this situation. The heroine said that he was a good opponent and it would be good to have him on her side. She wasn't going to believe him, but she knew that if something bad happened, they could use him. Selena recalled and analyzed this entire conversation with the bandits, agreeing with all the words of the main character. She remembered his appearance and bald head, realizing that they definitely needed such an ally. The next day came, and there were a lot of people on the street. Luke himself understood that there were a lot of people in the public baths, and Selene agreed with this. The main character created a source of entertainment for all people. He also wanted them to have many more baths. Suddenly, something appeared on the display that surprised the guy. He could create the perfect winter sauna in the personal amenities section. Then a new sauna appeared in Luke's house, which he wanted to try out for himself. All the guys around him surrounded him and were surprised. It wasn't just a house, but a whole mansion that could fit about 20 people. The main character himself didn't expect it to be so big, and the character said it out loud. He invited everyone to his place. One of the friends said that the bathtub was uncomfortable, and the main character said that the feeling of freedom was simply heavenly. The design can be custom made and look like a spa salon. Someone said that it looked like a pond or a cesspool. But despite this, the guys quickly took off their clothes and ran there. Everyone sat down in the bathhouse, feeling heavenly pleasure. The heroes sighed loudly, feeling the pleasant springs. They started inviting Luke too, but he just turned away. After that, he stated that he wanted everyone to have fun, but not him. But his friends continued to call him loudly. And then the main character smiled broadly. The character decided to enter secretly so that someone would not follow him. As Luke undressed, he realized that he felt very cold. That's why he quickly descended into the hot spring. His foot touched the pleasantly hot water, and in a matter of seconds the guy was already sitting under the water. Even at midnight, the headman could hear people talking, and it was after this that the guy realized that he did not feel alone. He looked at the moon with pleasure. Suddenly a maid appeared from behind, offering to rub the main character's back, and he screamed loudly. About half a year had passed since the side was ordered to go to the borderlands. Being in those lands alone, the main character forgot about his troubles. He was happy in this village, which was filled with sincere love. But soon several pests were added. As the village developed, Luke and the maid had less and less time to date. She cried, realizing that this could not go on. Moreover, the woman only had to think that the gentleman felt lonely and the girl simply did not understand why she was here. They could not have done this no matter what they wanted. Suddenly, Selene appeared from behind and grabbed the maid by the hand. Then the woman said that she was healing the gentleman's daily fatigue. The girl had exactly the same hidden motives, namely to brighten up Mr. Luke's loneliness. The girls started fighting, accusing each other of not respecting the bathing procedures with the guy. Luke shouted loudly, "Enough!" But seeing that the girls had started fighting, the guy simply sighed heavily. He suddenly shouted loudly that he wanted to ask them for something, namely, so that both of them do not interfere with him. Then the heroines calmed down and began to think about their behavior. Enough time has passed. Northern region in the vicinity of Vesnine's territory. The servant fled to Mr. Danto. The governor was informed that all the inhabitants of a neighboring village had disappeared. He had previously thought that people were fleeing because of the huge tax increase, but hadn't a lot of them disappeared? There is a high probability of getting into a dire situation having made from lands. In fact, the people who investigated the incidents heard from someone an incredible story about a new village. They were promised a safe and comfortable life in those parts, and this place looks like paradise. The sweat drained from the hero's face. He understood that this was an obvious trap because there were no such lands. But then you can understand them because they live so hard that they cling to any rumors. Then the governor asked the servant to begin an investigation about this land. Danto personally was ready to take on this matter. The protagonist sat at the table and wondered whether someone had left or not. Someone was talking about what a dubious group of village heads was doing here. When Selene asked what happened, the main character replied that reconnaissance was taking place, and it seems that they are keeping the situation in the villages a secret. Selene said that they must prepare, otherwise they will be attacked. When suddenly the main character interrupted them. He said that the liar was getting stronger. It's so easy to provoke a conflict, but they can't allow it. The girl agreed with these words and understood what she would ask those who came to them. Several days passed, and Danto and his servants stood at the threshold. They stood near the entrance to the village. The heroes thought it was a village, but it turned out to be a whole city. Suddenly someone shouted from the window asking why they had come here, and then the window opened and people saw a man. Then Danto introduced himself as the governor and asked for forgiveness for his visit, wishing for the darkness to meet with the elder. Then the former bandit asked to wait for the couple. The gates opened, and the heroes did not greet the governor and his servant very friendly. Everything seemed like some kind of trap to Danto. The servant asked him to relax because they would certainly be protected. The heroes entered inside, and they began to examine the stone wall and the harvest. They were amazed at such huge fruits. Sweat ran down the hero's face. He saw that it was all wheat. The man understood that in order to create such a wall and build fields, a lot of work and effort was needed. The limbs of the villagers were surprisingly healthy. People spoke the truth and the place looks like paradise. The headman greeted his companions, and he introduced himself as the head of this village. Danto felt like he had seen this guy. Then Luke told the governor his name. The governor also introduced himself. The man asked the heroes to rate the bones of the snake they caught. Luke stated that it was the big snake they were hunting. All the headman's friends smiled, realizing that this was a great achievement. The main character recognized the deputy of the northern capital in front of him. There are more than 20 governors in Albel, and most of the territories have been captured by war. As the main character remembered, the count's deputies were the last ones. Danto bowed, saying that he was sorry for the delay in greeting. Then the young man looked at him sadly, and he answered, "I don't have anything terrible in that." Luke was practically disowned, and Danto came a long way to say hello. The headman said he wanted the guests to feel at home. The governor was offered apartments. Danto admired all the buildings around him. He understood that a lot of people lived in them. He also saw public baths. Each house had its own bathhouse. In this village, large bathhouses were entertainment. The governor decided to ask the headman how it happened that before this, these were completely wild places. And the boy replied that the village was built with the help of his gift. Then the governor realized that the young man had brought this wilderness to the village. Suddenly, the main character protested. Luke replied that as soon as he was sent here, he realized he had abilities. But his father does not know the power of this gift. If Luke told his father about this village, it would upset his affairs. But if he hides it, then everything will be fine. It was deep night. Danto said he didn't expect the banquet to take place on such short notice. The protagonist stated that he wanted the governor to enjoy the meal. Mock fights were offered as entertainment at the banquet. The governor and the main character sat silently. Someone from the crowd raised his hand. Suddenly, Danto asked the young man about boar hunting. At that very time, two people were fighting in the arena. People watched this with excitement, understanding the seriousness of this matter. Some people already wanted to become the next participant in the fights. The governor looked at the main character and thought that he wanted to show how good he was. He looked at everyone with contempt and condemnation. The main character noticed a change in the face of Dante and his squad. The young man provided the heroes with a home. Danto thanked him for this and thought that the gift was indeed very powerful. The governor turned to the servant. He asked him what he thought about the village. The servant replied that the village was indeed extraordinary. The bald man also wanted to apologize for promising that he would not be in danger. But even with troops, it may be impossible to take the village. Most of the residents were refugees. They were also struck by the church in this village. All priests are controlled by the church, but for some reason there are exceptions in the village. But there would be so many of them if only the villagers received a blessing. The servant asked the governor what he was going to tell the Lord about this village, and Danto decided that he would not say anything, because Raoul will hear the report about this village first. And once he finds out about this, the value of Mr. Luke will be re-evaluated, and Raoul will try to destroy this village. The hero himself understood that if this saying became known, Danto would be erased. The man ruled his land until he was told to, and I knew that the set was suffering, but I turned a blind eye. Perhaps Dante simply closed his eyes. At this very time in Luke's room, Satin stood and listened to their conversation and read their thoughts. When the headman himself found out about this, he realized that his situation had improved. Selene said that if it weren't for that conversation, she would never have let them out of the desert. A little boy approaches a grown man. The child greets his interlocutor and asks him if he slept well last night. The man replies, calling him Mr. Luke, and says that it was thanks to him that he slept well. Mr. Luke looked into the eyes of the man opposite. The man confesses that he was so surprised yesterday that he forgot to thank him for the reception of the residents of the Northern District. He was worried that they had had a hard time because of his own inadequacy and apologized sincerely. But Lord Luke replied that there was nothing of the sort. Luke's interlocutor added that he knew how generous his request was and paused. If Master Luke didn't mind, could he sell them some food? The man frankly stated that the northern counties were actually suffering from a severe famine. Master Luke, without thinking, said of course. The man couldn't believe how quickly he agreed to his request. He did not finish there, saying that they lacked sufficient funds and, if possible, they would be glad to exchange them for some goods. Mr. Luke readily agreed, replying that this village was only recently founded and they lacked many things. The man in the suit shook Mr. Luke's hand, thanking him sincerely. Armored men appeared behind the man. Smiling, he offered to let Mr. Luke send a merchant to a reliable merchant association. They have branches all over the Northern District. The man thinks it will be easier to do business with them than through the authorities. Mr. Luke did not answer. He saw the man off with a smile on his face, waving goodbye. Two girls appeared behind the hero. As the man, accompanied by the armored men, began to move further and further away from Luke, the hero thought to himself that it would be better to build a road for carts if merchants were to come in the future. Instantly, Luke's thoughts materialized. Where the people were walking, a road appeared, frightening the crowd. One of them suddenly screamed that a road had suddenly appeared under his feet. The hero remained silent. Another one passed. While gathering the harvest, Luke suddenly saw people in the distance. He exclaimed that it was the hunting party returning. Looking at the faces of the people, the gentleman noticed that some were missing. He asked where Selene and the others were, to which he was told that they were still in the forest. Those who had arrived were the only ones who returned first to report that there was no danger, so there was no need to worry. The man continued to tell that they had found a wounded elf in the forest and decided to send him to the village and then return. Mr. Luke and the two guys next to him suddenly exclaimed, not believing that they had met an elf. One of the guys was happy, clarifying. He asked the elves, "They are a people. Legend has it that they are full of beautiful women." The guy offered to sell them the services of the village so that they would repay them with something. Another boy casually nudged his companion, warning him that humans say that because of their appearance, elves have experienced so many terrible things that they have come to avoid humans. He hinted to the hunter to continue what happened after they found themselves in such a magical forest. Mr. Luke looked at the man from the forest questioningly, asking him to tell more details. Then the hunter began to remember. At first they hunted completely as usual. The action shifted to the hunter's memories. The hero suddenly heard angry cries and screams coming from the forest. One of the hunting party screamed in surprise, not understanding whether there really were people in such a place. Suspecting that they were humans, the hunters headed in the direction from which the voices were heard. They eventually discovered a pack of rabid grizzlies and a group of what appeared to be elves fighting to the death. The hunters joined a group of elf-like creatures and somehow managed to defeat the rabid grizzlies. After the fight, they approached the elves, but many of them were seriously injured. The man recalls that the hunters had to take them to a settlement in the forest. Mr. Luke interrupted the hero, asking if Selene was in the elven settlement now. The guy answered that she should be there because it is dangerous in the forest at night, so most likely the hunters and Selene will return only tomorrow. Luke was satisfied with the answer. For him, the safety of people came first. But he was confused. What kind of place was this? Were they really going to an elven settlement? His thoughts were interrupted by a woman with pointed ears and a retinue around her. Turning to the hero, she loudly asked if he was the village elder. Everyone suddenly became embarrassed at the sight of her, including Mr. Luke himself. He answered the girl that he was the headman of this village. People were surprised that a real elf was in front of them. They wondered how old this woman was. Not paying attention to the people, the elf announced that she had come to thank Luke personally on behalf of the elder for his hospitality. Luke only thanked the elves for the journey they had made. The girl introduced herself. Her name is Philianis Meliporleonin Serenarol, but asked to call her simply and briefly Philia. Selene, using a little brute force, pushed the guy away and threatened not to look at Philia for so long. The huntress apologized to the elf for the boy's behavior. Philia replied that Lady Selene shouldn't worry about it because the humans had behaved the same way when she brought them to her village. Luke thought to himself, surprised that the two girls got along so well. Philia looked into the distance. She couldn't believe that a village was built in such a remote place. She thought that this was a place where crops couldn't grow. She called the heroes amazing people. Mr. Luke took the initiative to show the elves the entire village. He said that they could take their time. But then the boy jumped up, calling Luke the chief. He offered his candidacy to show the elves the village. The other guys reacted very negatively to the guy's proposal, hinting at some subtext. They claimed that he was talking nonsense. The guy started making excuses. He suggested that Philia needed to come to her senses first. The elf was puzzled. She thought he was offering her a bathhouse. Selene happily agreed with this idea. The girl boldly declared that the bathhouse was the best entertainment in their village. The elf was only embarrassed that it was summer now and it was inappropriate to visit the bathhouse in such weather. But Selene still persuaded her. The heroes went into the bathhouse. Selene suggested that they take off their clothes here. The elf took off her bow and arrows. One of Philia's elf companions told her that she was not being very careful as a warrior leader. But she didn't care. She was sure that if they wanted to harm them, they wouldn't resort to such tactics. Master Luke silently watched the interactions between the elves and the people of his village. Turning to Philia, Luke informed the elf that there was a men's and women's bathhouse here, and she should ask Selene to take her to the women's. Philia calmly undressed, saying that they had to hurry. But Mr. Luke did not quite understand why there was a need for haste. The elf brazenly burst into the women's bathhouse. The heroes wanted to stop her, convincing her that she should wait, since someone might be there. The girl nevertheless entered the room, not listening to the heroes' protests. There was a man sitting in the bathhouse who was clearly not happy about the elf's intrusion. However, Philia herself was not bothered by any embarrassment. She stood opposite, expecting something. Suddenly, the man sitting in the bathhouse screamed. He threw various objects that he could get his hands on at the elf, shouting that she was bad. Then the girl got scared by the sudden negative reaction of the man in front of her. People started running to the man's screams. They turned to him, sir, in fear, asking what that voice was coming from the men's bathhouse. The people who came running started shouting why the elf was in the men's bathhouse. The man was very embarrassed by how many people came running to the shouts. He shouted for someone to do something. The men pushed and shouted for the women to leave the men's bathhouse. An elf from Philia's retinue also decided to take a hot bath. But as he entered the water, a certain gentleman made a remark to him that he should clean himself of dirt before entering. Another person entered the room, complaining about the noise from everyone gathered in the bathhouse. It turned out to be an enraged grandmother. She suggested punishing everyone together who disturbed her silence. But Mr. Luke stopped her, convincing her that they were guests. There was no need to punish them. Philia watched the people with special interest. She concluded that they were all a cheerful bunch because they were shouting, happy, and angry. Selene suggested that the elf should get dressed. The girls went to the women's bathhouse. Selene warned that it was smaller than before, but only for women. The elf, enjoying the bath, thought out loud, "So that's it. She doesn't have to endure the cold or worry about monsters." It seemed wonderful to her. Mr. Luke, watching the elves, noted to himself that they apparently liked it so much that Philia and the others soaked in the bath for almost an hour. The elves ran out of the bath together, thanking Luke for the excellent bath. Selene then ordered them to get dressed. Arrested Philia turned to Mr. Luke. Taking a bath really helps to lift the mood, and she wanted to thank the master again. That crazy grizzly is a terrible monster, comparable in strength to several orcs. The elf admits that they underestimated the situation, because grizzlies rarely form packs. If the hunters had not helped them then, the elves would have suffered great losses. Philia handed Luke a small chest as a token of gratitude for everything the villagers had helped them with. The elder, opening the chest, saw some identical-looking flasks inside. He immediately understood what was in front of him. The two girls jumped up on either side, very surprised. Selene screamed, realizing that the chest contained elven potions. The heroes were genuinely happy about this sign of gratitude. The girl with black hair admitted that she had never seen anything like this before. Selene loudly added that there were almost none left now, and Luke concluded that the potion was very valuable, especially 10 of them. Philia laughed proudly and declared that they, the elves, passed down the recipes for making potions from generation to generation. The heroes looked at the leader of the elven warriors with admiration. Suddenly, the elf became serious. She warned the heroes that despite the value of the potions, none of them could restore lost life. Thanks to the village's hunting party, the elves suffered no casualties in the battle with the rabid grizzly. The chief sincerely thanked Luke once again for his help. After that, the elves were invited to a meal. The humans had prepared a sumptuous table. Philia was surprised, looking at the dishes. How much different food was in front of her, she did not even know where to start. Selene laughed, remembering that the elves also treated them when they got to the village. The room was filled with the sound of conversation between humans and elves. The two different races were chatting quietly, smiling and enjoying each other's company. Such easy communication between humans and elves impressed Philia. She watched the crowd and their conversations with joy and peace. The elf leader thought to herself that if the others had stopped being on guard, then she was also calm. She turned to Luke and asked him to show her the way to the toilet. He replied that the toilet was down the hall from here and to the left. The elf went out. Finding the restroom, Philia stood in confusion at the sight of the toilet in front of her. She was surprised by the intricate shape of the toilet and the presence of water there. In her thoughts, the elf began to remember what she had read about this form of toilet. She stood with her feet on the seat, thinking that it was a platform for her feet. She said out loud that everything about humans was rather strange. Trying to balance on 2 legs, sitting on the toilet seat, she had a hard time keeping her balance. The elf decided that she needed to grab onto something. She reached for the wall where the switch was and accidentally pressed the button. The people in the hall heard a loud, sharp scream coming from the toilet. Luke immediately turned towards the direction from which the sound was coming. The whole crowd rushed into the corridor, not understanding what kind of scream was coming from there. Those who came running to the noise suddenly saw the leader of the elves lying on the floor. Someone shouted her name. The elf suddenly declared that she was being attacked and pointed her finger at the toilet. The other elves, not knowing what the object was in front of them, began to threaten. Master Luke, perplexed, asked if she had really been attacked from the toilet. One of Philia's retinue pointed his bow at the toilet. Another looked menacingly at the object standing motionless in front of him, assuming that it was another monster. The elf began to tell Luke how suddenly a very strong stream of water splashed on her. Luke answered her that it was a wash. Philia looked thoughtfully and inquisitively at the human object in front of her. She turned to the headman, asking if he meant that it was a toilet with a flushing function. That is, the stream of water splashed out because she had accidentally pressed the button. Luke apologized. He had forgotten to explain that sometimes modern houses have flushing toilets, but in this world there are no toilets with a water jet. The headman felt a little awkward. The leader of the elven warriors, after listening to the words of the village elder, clarified for herself the understanding of the work of this toilet. She told Luke that she understood everything. The elf excitedly announced that she wanted a toilet like this for her village and asked Luke how to make one. But he only replied that it was a gift, so he couldn't say exactly how to make it. Philia asked him again, waiting for clarification. Then the village chief began to explain in more detail. In the village, you can actually create various items quite freely. However, there are some conditions due to the limitation of the territory and power. So, you can change the toilet, but the water will not come out of it. Philia sighed in frustration. She concluded that this made it impossible to create a toilet in her village and therefore use it. Looking at the depressed elf, Luke thought that he just wanted to warn her. But he was not sure that she liked the toilet that much. After some time, the elves gathered to leave the village. They gathered at the exit, sincerely thanking the elder and his friends who saw them off. The heroes kindly replied that there was no need to thank them and invited the elves to definitely come to them again. The village chief wanted to call out to Philia and say something important, but looking around he realized that she was not there. One of the elves told Luke that the chief had gone to the toilet. The headman was surprised by the elf's answer. He thought to himself, could it be the toilet, imagining how much she liked the toilet with a wash basin? He was very puzzled. Luke only now wondered how often the elf had visited the toilet since yesterday. He began to think up various problems. Why she could visit the toilet so often. Maybe her stomach hurt because of yesterday's food. Harming the guest's health was an unacceptable outcome for the headman. He began to worry about her health. Instantly, Luke jumped up from his seat and ran to Philia, warning the other elves that he wanted to check if she was okay as he was very worried about her. Approaching the door, the elder heard that Philia was indeed there. His first thought was to confirm that she had indeed been poisoned by yesterday's food. But it turned out that the elf leader was simply talking to the stream of water in the toilet. After a while, the elves, led by Philia, finally said goodbye to the inhabitants of the human village and went back to their home. The delighted Philia announced that she was leaving and waved goodbye. Afterwards, Luke mentally recalled that after Philia and the others returned to the village as if to replace them, Dantor arrived in their village with traders. Then they exchanged food, clothing, household goods, seeds, medicinal herbs, spices, but this was not the most important thing. They also managed to exchange livestock with the traders. They finally had cows, chickens, and sheep in their village. The livestock had cost them quite a bit, but they were all females. Luke said the vegetables Thea and the others had grown were simply amazing. So he had asked a pretty penny for them. Looking at the animals, Luke concluded that it was necessary to start building a barn, because a barn for cattle stimulates the growth of cattle, maintains its health, and increases fertility. The blonde boy amazes Luke by understanding animals and getting along well with them. Then the headman decides to entrust the animals to him. It turns out that the boy's name is Neural. He is 13 years old. He becomes a livestock breeder in the village, which he loves very much. Neural tells the headman that he can rely on him. Luke's mouth watered at the imaginary future produce that the cattle would produce. He dreamed of eating eggs and drinking milk. Another guy thought about how great it would be to cook something delicious all the time. But before he could finish his last word, the cow's fierce gaze interrupted him, forcing him to remain silent. Neural suggested that their conversations about food seemed to have broken the cow's heart. The boy expressed his disappointment, saying only how hard it was. In the forest, a girl was running away from someone. She was very worried that everything was useless, and she would not succeed. This girl turned out to be the leader of the elven warriors. She was alone, but behind her appeared a huge monster, from which she stubbornly tried to escape. The monster raised its paw up to strike. Philia only had time to look back when the monster's paw was at her face. The action moved to the village. Thanks to the increased supply of goods, the village became more lively than before. There were many people walking near the mansion. A girl with a ponytail was pointing her finger somewhere into the distance. The man stood with a plate of pancakes. He excitedly said that he had finally managed to make pancakes from the fresh eggs and milk that the village had received thanks to the new cattle. People were exclaiming how delicious it was. Two girls were examining the fabrics, touching them and checking the quality. One girl was amazed at how much fabric was lying in front of her. The other said that it was her dream to make a dress according to her own design. The girls were fooling around, trying on different outfits. They were having fun. Mr. Luke stood nearby, watching the villagers. He thought to himself that sewing sheets and curtains used to take a lot of time. Selene was also enjoying the new things in the village. She looked with her mouth full at the decorations that were everywhere. The girl next to her in a wedding dress suggested that it seemed like everyone was enjoying the fun, regardless of the profession assigned to them in the village. But suddenly, seeing from afar, this girl turned to the elder. She announced to him that someone resembling an elf was approaching them from the forest. Mr. Luke was surprised to himself, asking again, was it really an elf again? From the dark forest over the stones towards the village, the leader of the elven warriors, Philia, ran. She was scared. Luke noticed to himself that for some unknown reason she was scared. The scene shifted outside the village gates. A short-haired elf begged the villagers for help, tears welling up in her eyes. Selene and Luke tried to calm the girl down and find out what happened. The tearful elf continued to beg for help, crying. There was a strong fear on her face. She suddenly said that the village was in danger because a herd of orcs was coming here. Selene didn't believe it at first. She asked again, specifying that it was a herd of orcs heading here. The elf confirmed. The orcs were hungry and therefore ferocious. She said that they resisted, but there were too many of them. The elf began to remember how a herd of orcs attacked the village. One of Philia's retinue ordered her to leave the village. The elf protested. She said that she would stay and buy time for the villagers to escape. Then the girl was pushed away from the battlefield. The chief ordered her to hurry and do everything she could. Realizing that the fate of the village now lay on her shoulders, the girl burst into tears. She did not want to leave her comrades and run away alone. Still, she rushed quickly through the forest in search of help. She was kneeling before the elder and his friends, so she hurried towards them with all her might. The hunters immediately realized that they had to fight and save the elven village. Luke looked at his comrades sternly and seriously. The elder ordered the girl to call all the elves here. He promised to tell the villagers about everything that had happened. The man from Luke's group confirmed that he understood the order and left. The elf continued to sit on her knees with tears in her eyes, hoping for salvation. She stood up and sincerely thanked Luke and Selene, showing great gratitude. Luke pulled out the action panel. He began to think to himself that the level of gifts was increasing and his territory was expanding significantly. He could do a lot with the creation and customization of objects. The panel showed a choice: make villagers yes, no. Luke continued to think. She didn't know where Philia and the others were now, but if they were on their territory. A tear rolled down his face. He didn't say it out loud, but he thought to himself that he really regretted making such a choice. The orc who had attacked Philia made his way through the trees and shouted that he had found the elf. She continued to stubbornly run into the depths of the forest with fear on her face. A huge orc, trying to grab the leader of the elven warriors, suddenly encountered a wall that appeared out of nowhere right in the forest. A plaque appeared that 50 village points were spent to build a stone fence. Philia fell to her knees. Turning around, she recognized Luke's voice calling her name. Luke continued to speak to the elf chieftain through the challenge. The elder explained to the girl that they would also fight them. Luke ordered her to send other elves to his village. After a short pause, he added that the girl herself should head to his village. Behind Philia, there was a herd of orcs again. She rose from her knees and began to run away, answering Master Luke that she apologized, but she could not involve them too. The elder began to object to her, explaining that their village could not become a target for the orcs. Selene was giving orders to the hunters in the background. She ordered a group of men to meet all the elves heading towards them. A scream came from the watchtower. The man inside warned that there was a cloud of dust in the distance, but he wasn't quite sure what it was yet. The guy started looking around. Standing on the observation tower where he could look around, he announced that he thought there were too many of them. The view from the stone wall's observation tower allowed the boy to see the elves who were rapidly heading towards the village and the orcs behind them. He guessed that the orcs numbered around 30. The elf suggested that everyone hide. She assumed that it was necessary considering how many monsters were approaching them. Luke called Selene, but the girl rushed from her place. She shouted to the elder that she would sort it out now. Luke said nothing to her, watching her go. He was confident in her strength and determination. Suddenly, the headman addressed all the villagers. He ordered everyone to listen carefully because he had a request. Luke contacted Milia again through the panel. The elf was already preparing to shoot the orcs with a bow. But when she heard the elder's voice, she began to listen to him attentively. He asked her to direct the orcs following her to their village. Milia replied that it was no problem for her, but she wasn't sure about the village's strength. She checked with Luke if they were sure they could handle that many. Luke only replied that she could rely on them and continued running, but this time towards the village. The elder ordered the elven leader to lead the orcs along the road along the walls. Then gradually the walls will begin to narrow. Milia did so. Luke stood at the end of the road with a crowd of people confidently looking at the approaching orcs. The elf had no idea what Luke's plan was. She mentally said, determining that this was where they were going to meet the herd of orcs. As soon as the elven leader reached the end of the road, the wall suddenly slammed shut, crushing the orcs that were between these walls. The hand of one monster still slips through the crack. Milia turned around, seeing that a wall had separated everyone from the monsters. She screamed. The entire crowd cheered, rejoicing at the victory over the monsters. Luke said that it was great and asked the others to block the orcs' movements while they moved them. The elf was delighted to see her leader nearby and said that she was incredibly happy that Milia was safe. The leader herself looked towards the wall in surprise, watching the man rejoice at his victory over the orcs. The leader of the elven warriors turned to face her people and said that there was no need to worry about her. Near the forest stood two guys with spears in their hands. They watched the orcs in the forest. Among the trees, the ferocious face of a monster could be seen, which was also watching the people in the village. 3 orcs lay defeated on the ground. Luke was a little worried by this sight, but concluded that everything seemed to be all right now, although he himself was not entirely sure. The people behind him were also confused by the sight of the immobilized monsters. The headman turned to the guests. He asked if everything was okay, to which the village chief replied that it seemed there were no deaths. She could not describe in words how grateful she felt towards Luke. A tired elf, wrapped in a blanket, thanked the elder in front of him. The girl exclaimed that there were more wounded in that direction. Luke gave his hand to the elf and answered Milia. He was glad that everything worked out. The elder suddenly remembered a detail. He turned to Milia with a question. He had already heard that this orc was rampaging, but did this really happen every year? The chieftain looked at him, listening attentively. Milia suddenly became serious. She told the guy that, in fact, everything was not so. Their elven meat was not to the taste of the orcs, and it was difficult for them to hunt. But judging by their unusual number, they were running out of food. The elves sat on the ground, catching their breath. The girl next to them checked if everything was okay. Light continued. It seemed that for some time they would have to be more careful when hunting in the forest. Milia only answered briefly yes. The leader of the elves warned the heroes that orcs are found not only in the forest. This village is also now in danger. Milia looked thoughtfully ahead. She continued, admitting that this village was not safe, because the humans had gathered here, and the elves had come and made a ruckus. Selene interrupted the elven leader. Her pressure knocked Milia off her stride. The girl sternly said what happened, emphasizing that now there was no point in thinking about who was to blame and for what. The hunters continued to say that the most important thing now was to be vigilant. But there was no point in becoming so gloomy. Surprisingly, it did not matter much. Turning to Milia, she clarified that they had seen the strength of their village like no one else. Milia suddenly filled with Selene's fighting spirit. She said that if the humans were here, the orcs would not show up and everything would be fine. even if the strongest, most terrible orc king attacked them. As soon as Milia uttered the last word, a terrible roar suddenly rang out. The heroes turned towards the forest in horror, asking what kind of strange voice they had just heard. They saw that a huge orc, whose size greatly exceeded the size of all previous orcs, was moving between the trees, breaking them and burning them with flames. The heroes watched with horror in their eyes as this huge monster approached them, which, it seemed, nothing could stop. The boar-faced orc growled again. All three of them were in complete terror. An orc was approaching them from the forest again, so huge and scary it turned out to be the same orc king. Milia and Selene began apologizing to each other, saying that they had said too much to each other. Luke interrupted them, declaring that they needed to regroup anyway. Panic set in. The orc king moved swiftly, picking up pace towards the village, not paying attention to everything around him. Compared to the fallen orcs lying on the ground, the king seemed 100 times larger than them. Luke was scared by the monstrous speed with which the enemy was moving. He decided that the best thing to do now was to build a wall as soon as possible. The orc king moved forward, destroying the wall that had already been built. He overcame the barrier as if there was nothing in front of him. Looking at the control panel, Luke watched the orc's movements. He thought to himself, determining that the orc king was completely unstoppable. The headman wanted to build a stone wall for points again, but he had almost nothing left. The stone wall hit the orc king. He stopped for a bit. Luke decided that spending those points was necessary now, since he had no more room to save. A message appeared on the control panel stating that the village had no more points left. Luke began to worry more. Time seemed to stop around him. He began to think about what would be the best thing for him to do because now he could do nothing. Two guys with shields suddenly ran up to the wall, where the head of the orc king was already showing. They raised their shields, preparing to fight the enemy and protect the village elder. Luke turned to them, shouting their names. The boys, without looking at the elder, asked if he was okay. They did not take their eyes off the orc. The headman of the human village began to think to himself that even two people with gifts could hardly stop the orc king. Luke scolded himself that now was not the time to admire Noel and Goat. The headman was worried that at this rate the village would be devastated. Luke turned to the side, shouting the name of one of the villagers, asking him for help. Satan heard Luke's call and began to listen carefully to his request. The people tried hard to fight the huge monster to protect the village, but the orc was too dangerous. The monster growled. He looked down at the people. The village guards fought with all their might, but all their efforts were in vain. Nothing could help against this huge orc king. The elven archers also stood up to defend the village. They aimed their arrows at the orc, preparing to fight. About 5 arrows were aimed at the orc, attracting his attention. But the monster threw aside all the elven spells with one swing of its paw and growled loudly. The arrows fell back on the elves themselves. They stood there, disappointed in their attack. Then someone from the crowd suddenly rushed forward and headed straight towards the orc. It turned out that it was Selene. The girl jumped on the orc king and slashed at his head with both of her blades. She attacked so fast that the monster didn't have time to react to her. The way Selene had caught the monster off guard had angered him greatly. He followed the girl, finding her in the air with his eyes. The orc rushed after the girl just as quickly. He growled loudly and waved his arms in different directions, trying to catch her. In flight, Selene haughtily quipped to the orc that apparently he no longer liked fleshy humans. There were more people behind the orc king. They threw weapons at him, attracting the attention of the huge monster. One of the guys, throwing a spear at the orc king, was surprised that the monster was not pierced by the tip of his weapon. Another, observing the monster's behavior, said that it was clearly getting weaker. But suddenly, the orc raised his hind leg to strike his enemies from behind. The boy fell to his knees and already regretted the words he had said earlier. Before the monster's hoof could even land, one of the guard's swords pierced it. The man held the weapon, resisting and hindering the movement of the huge, strong orc. His name was shouted after him, Parlet. Eventually, the guard was thrown back from the monster, screaming but still holding his ground. The beast turned its full attention to him. Parlet landed skillfully on his feet, maintaining his balance. He kept his eyes on the orc king, expecting further attacks from him, while keeping his stance in order to have time to dodge. The animal pounced on Parlet, trying to crush the man who was small for him. But the guy dodged to the side in time. The other guards, seeing their comrades single-handedly dodging the attacks of the huge monster, stood in fear, shouting his name. The Orc King instantly turned his attention to them, turned around and swatted the two humans away with one paw, sending them flying into the air. The heroes fell to the ground with a crash and groaned in pain. Selene, who was fighting with everyone against the Orc King, began to mentally analyze the situation. She determined that the Orc King was gradually approaching. Even if you continue fighting in the same spirit, the damage the guards receive will only increase. The warriors were depressed by the futility of their attacks against the huge monster. They did not know and did not understand what could be done about it. Panic washed over them as they stood there wondering what to do next. Selene watched the monster approach with empty eyes, feeling completely useless. Suddenly, a voice nearby called out, calling her attention. It asked if she sounded too weak. Selene turned to where the voice was coming from. He continued to say that those who could not resist should step aside. Selene recognized whose voice it was. He addressed her, calling her a country lady, and ordered her to confuse the enemies with flashy movements. The voice grew louder and closer. He said he didn't know how to use shields, but there was no other way. The crowd of people looked at the man in front of them in surprise. This man was brought by Satan at the request of Mr. Luke. The tall man, addressing the crowd of sufferers, declared that they apparently needed his strength. The warrior who came to the rescue was called Doryar. The crowd of people shouted his name enthusiastically. Selene, turning to the man who had just come to their aid, angrily exclaimed why he was here. Turning to Selene, Doryar looked confidently at the girl and replied that he was here because they all called him. They would not pass through Satan. Luke turned to the warrior and added that Doryar, according to the man himself, he could only lend a helping hand in extreme cases. Selene said Luke's name to get his attention. The elder continued to assure Selene that they could trust him for now, and that it was best to leave the arguments behind. Luke silently added that Doryar could once again show his strength in battle. Doryar was impatient to fight the huge monster. The man told Luke that he was right in thinking that he was already an adult. The warrior rushed forward, heading straight for the powerful monster. He continued to say that the day had come when he would actually fight the Orc King. The monster turned its attention to the man below, who was moving quite quickly and was already close to him. The orc swung his paw, raising dust from the ground and throwing stones at the people. But Doryar continued to run quickly towards the enemy. Rocks rained down on their heads. Luke protected his grandmother next to him from the hail of rocks. Not paying attention to anything, Selene followed him, shouting his name after him. The smoke that suddenly appeared blocked the monster's view. He could not see what was happening on the ground. All he could do was stand and wait for the people to take further action. One of the sufferers shouted for the people to move to the exit immediately. The guy next to him loudly asked what Doryar was doing. Selene stood behind them in a stupor, watching what the warrior would do next. The smoke completely blocked the Orc King's view. He didn't move at all and just waited. In the middle of the house, a small spot was visible, moving straight towards the huge monster. Suddenly, the orc was attacked from the ground by a man hiding in the clouds of smoke. Doryar jumped quickly, flying towards the monster. The warrior landed on the ground after his jump and grinned with a smile on his face, enjoying his strength and victory in the battle with the Orc King. The Orc King suffered a serious blow after being attacked by a warrior. A crowd of people watched the battle between Doryar and the monster from the side. One man exclaimed that it was the first time he saw the Orc King in front of him. Selene ordered everyone to run inside immediately. The others were also amazed at the strength of the huge orc. Two guards with shields exclaimed that the boy had saved them. They headed straight for the orc, standing behind their shields, and began to push the monster further. The guys diligently pushed with their feet, putting in all their strength. Luke, watching the battle from the sidelines, thought that this was the end of it. The guards continued to push the Orc King's body aside with their shields. Suddenly, another guy appeared between them, holding a spear. He aimed at the orc and decided to make another attack while the orc was not moving and was weakened by Doryar's blow. The warriors thrust their spears straight into the body of the Orc King, attacking him from both sides. The elder watched his comrades closely. He hoped that there was very little time left to defeat the orc and achieve victory. The monster howled from the blows of his opponents. He was so weakened that he could hardly resist them. The warrior struck again, slicing through the monster's paw with his sword. Even though the orc continued to swing its paws to the sides to drive the humans away, it did little to help. Selene didn't stand still either, following Doriar's orders to knock down the enemy with flashy moves. She moved to help her comrades, carefully aiming at her monster's weak spot. The girl attacked the orc in the shoulder and flew back several meters before the monster had time to react to her attack. The orc, despite the blows that people dealt him, continued to stand on his paws but began to move much more slowly. Looking at the Orc King, Luke suddenly remembered one detail, which was today's extra points. As a bonus, a notification appeared on his panel that he had acquired a whopping 14 points. The Elder ordered all the people to immediately disperse from here. At the feet of the orc, two guys with shields continued to stand and push the monster, and on his hand was Selene, who also distracted the monster. The girl jumped off the monster's body with lightning speed. He turned his head in her direction, watching her trajectory. Luke pressed the button on the stone fence panel, and instantly a huge wall appeared in front of the Orc King, preventing the orc from being within its boundaries. The monster began to be beaten by some force of the game. Watching the Orc King, Luke mentally said that he was now losing his ardor. This gave hope for victory. Another blow landed on the monster's back, but it stood motionless. The Orc King began to be beaten from side to side, gradually losing strength and resisting less and less. Suddenly, a huge stone cube fell on the orc. The people around screamed in surprise and began to run in different directions. The guards were glad that the Orc King had finally been defeated. The monster was now locked behind a stone fence, signifying the village's final victory over the mighty and powerful orc. However, the monster was not satisfied with this arrangement. He began to try to break through the wall from the inside, which caused a loud noise that frightened the guards who had previously been confident of victory. The village chief mentally replied that this was not all. The fortification had to be used. Moreover, a new structure had to be built. Luke began to think through a plan in detail to contain the monster more effectively. Then the hero, using the control panel, placed a whole watchtower on the stone fence with the orc, hoping that this structure would cope with containing the power of the Orc King. While trapped in a stone fence, the orc suddenly heard a huge structure appear above him and quickly fall straight towards him. The bathhouse broke through the top of the stone wall and fell on the orc. Luke called it a deadly pressure weapon. Satisfied with the work he had done, Luke finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the watchtower where the Orc King was locked and smiled, hoping that this was the end of the battle. The old woman standing next to him asked the village chief what he had said. But Luke only lowered his head in irritation and replied that it didn't matter anymore. The hero noticed that the Orc King suddenly became quiet. Selene, who was standing nearby, suddenly moved away from Luke. She was extremely serious and irritated. The girl and another warrior climbed up the stone wall to check on the Orc King. The watchtower began to disappear little by little. Looking inside the stone cube, the girl turned to Luke and announced that everything was fine, they had won. A sweet smile adorned her face. At that very moment, the crowd of people began to joyfully rejoice at the victory. Everyone rushed to shout and jump for joy. The guards watching from the side shouted that they had finally succeeded. They had defeated the great huge orc queen. Milia and the other elves were also happy about the end of the fight with the monster. The leader of the elves said out loud that this was truly an incredible event. Only Doriar stood dissatisfied. He sighed heavily and was surprised that the end had come so soon, although he had more grandiose and large-scale plans for that battle. The village chief drew the attention of the entire crowd of joyful people to himself, warning that this time they had won. But at that very moment, Doriar interrupted him. The warrior announced to the boy that he had nothing to worry about since he did not expect anything from them. Luke lowered his head and closed his eyes. He paused for a moment before replying to Doriar that they would take his actions and words into consideration in the future. Suddenly, a stranger in a cloak approached Luke and asked if he was the head of this village. The man introduced himself as the head of the Elf clan. His name is Leoninus Melibure Landarianus El Sabora. The head of the elves looked into Luke's eyes with a stern gaze, as if expecting something. The village elder looked at the head of the elves with admiration and scrutiny, mentally asking whether it was really the elder of the elves in front of him now. The elven leader took a step forward. Luke thought to himself what a long and complicated name he had. All the elves suddenly appeared before the headman of the human village and bowed to him, their faces down. Leoninus stood in front. He announced to Luke that they were all incredibly sorry this time. Luke recoiled from such a gesture from the entire clan in front of him. The leader of the elven village began his monologue by explaining that they had no choice but to ask them to save their village. But to Luke, as a noble, the elves probably seemed guilty of putting themselves in danger. They must be getting what they deserved. The headman of the human village felt uneasy. He began to assure the head of the elves that it was probably an accident, so they did not mind helping the elves. Luke asked them not to worry about it. Leonidas was confused. Then Luke looked at his villagers. He turned to the elf, saying that if a similar situation happened to them, but did not finish his thought. The headman of the human village changed his expression and loudly declared, "Surely the people were not tired after such stress. It was absolutely impossible to think on an empty stomach." He offered the elves barbecue. The crowd of people immediately shouted with joy. Only the elf did not understand what exactly the village elder had offered him. People started laughing. Leonidas didn't understand why exactly and was a little embarrassed. Milia turned to the head of the elf village, calling him father. She reminded him that she had already said, "This is all Mr. Luke." The elves were surprised among themselves that this time no one even thought to blame them for what had happened. It seemed impossible to them. The people around them began to say the word meat several times, waiting for the promised barbecue. The elven leader relaxed. He paused and confirmed that the humans truly held no grudge against the elves, and were not going to hold him accountable for asking for help. Leonidas rose from his knees, turned and addressed his people. She believed that the people of this village were ready to help them. He called on the elves to be courteous to them and thank them from the bottom of their hearts. The elves began to shout joyfully. The head of the elves turned to one of Luke's assistants. He told her that at least they could help the people in the kitchen. The girl sincerely thanked him and smiled sweetly. The guy behind the girl reacted strangely. After some time, the elves were enjoying the relaxation in the bathhouse. Leonidas suddenly said that he himself did not expect that he would be able to take a bath anytime soon. The elf leader was glad that someone was caring about him. The other elves agreed with him, saying that accepting care was seen as encouragement here, even if their behavior was a little strange. After the hot bath, people brought food to the guests. Several plates of barbecued meat were placed in front of them. Luke smiled at the guests, holding a large mug in his hands. Leonidas was also genuinely happy to spend time with people. The other elves, who had already visited the humans, were once again enjoying their pleasant company. After a tiring fight, Selene enjoyed the meat with pleasure. Even people locked in dungeons were served food. The head of the elven village said that he had heard a lot about this, but he himself did not expect to ever see it in real life. Luke replied to the guest that it was even better that way. Leonidas continued to thank the elder for caring in every way possible. Suddenly, one of the elves appeared nearby. She called out to her elder, drawing Luke's attention to herself and to herself. The girl whispered in Leonidas's ear that they had investigated the situation in the village, and it turned out that the damage was too great. The chief replied that he understood her. The girl specified how difficult the work would be. Even if those who could move immediately began restoration work, they still would not be able to cope with it by winter. Luke just stood nearby and watched their dialogue, waiting for something. The elf suddenly approached the headman of the human village and asked if they could stay in the human village until their village was rebuilt. Her straightforwardness made Leonidas nervous and puzzled Luke. The head of the elves repeated whether they could stay after all. Luke replied that they could stay without any problem, since the village was originally a place of migrants from all over the world. Leonidas wanted to object, but paused to think. But in the end, he changed his mind about objecting and simply thanked Luke again for his kindness and generosity. Leonidas thought to himself that he was extremely ashamed in front of Mr. Luke for such a request. However, now that he has a goal, he can't just back down. The head of the elven village was left alone. He thought about what a wonderful village had opened up to him. The head of the elves, while in the village of people, decided to visit the local toilet. There was a strangely shaped white toilet in the room. He looked at the object in front of him in surprise and mentally wondered what this thing was. Milia, as the leader of the warriors, went with several elves to rebuild the elven village after the attack of a herd of orcs. Selene suddenly asked if they had really decided to go on this mission so quickly. The girl next to her supported her, saying that they could have sent those who had already rested. Milia replied that if they thought about the monsters they might encounter along the way, then their time would be wasted. Luke turned to the elf. He asked if they didn't mind, the humans could make an underground passage to move safely. He watched the others' reactions. Milia asked if it was possible. The distance to the elves' rhubarb was not small. They were worried about how long it would take. The headman of the human village led the elves outside, where a huge hole had been dug leading into the depths. Luke said that the construction would not take long. The elves were delighted by what they saw. The village seemed to be right in the palm of their hand, and even the location could be determined. Luke thought to himself. The inscription that the territory of the elf village was already under the control of other people appeared in his memory. This created some difficulties, but Luke still managed to cope with this task. The elder continued to think. If they really needed to connect with the village, they could really make it possible. The panel showed a choice of rob the village, yes, no. Luke wondered if that skill had been there back then, although he didn't care about it because he thought he'd never use it. The village chief decided that the way the question was put was ridiculous if they could actually build such a thing. He told the elves that the underground road could lead to their village. The elves asked them to notify them if they were causing too much trouble for the humans. Milia looked around her village. She declared that the damage was actually much worse than she had imagined, and even the stone wall, it seemed, couldn't stop the monsters from invading. The elves walked around their village, assessing the amount of work they would have to do to restore everything. Listening attentively to his friends, Luke came up with a new idea. He wanted to express it to the elves, again offering his help, but he was quickly interrupted. An elf from Milia's retinue approached her, calling her commander, and whispered something in her ear. The elf let her comrade know that she heard him and nodded her head. She proudly announced to the human elder standing next to her that the elves themselves would rebuild their village with their own hands. Luke was very shocked by her words. For some time, he simply remained silent and looked at the girl in front of him. Milia, seeing Luke's confused look, began to explain to him that the humans had already done too much to help the elves. Luke understood her without further ado and simply said that he accepted her answer and would not oppose her. A panel appeared in front of Luke with a choice of build a stone wall, yes, no. The guy clicked on the second option, thinking to himself that maybe he himself was used to the convenience of skills. He mentally found himself in his village, still thinking that since his village had such skills, maybe they would also make something with their own hands. The guy paused for a moment. Luke, standing apart from the elves, was thinking about his own things, not paying attention to them. Milia was very happy that she could now stay in the human village at least until winter and all winter. Another elf thought that she did not want the construction of the underground passage to begin as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the human village, Milia had gathered everyone to give them gifts. The girl stood before the crowd, solemnly announcing to them that she had gathered them all here to give each one a very important oracle. Milia continued to explain the purpose of the meeting. She said that these oracles were given to her personally by the village elder, Mr. Luke. The crowd of people looked at the girl in bewilderment. The girl began to answer the question of who the headman was. She loudly and with all respect told that Mr. Luke was sent by the gods to save their world from wars. He is their savior. People asked again, not quite understanding what the girl was telling them. Milia continued. She said that Luke's power was still not fully revealed, but in the future he would become much stronger than he is now. She lowered her head and smiled strangely. Someone from the crowd asked if Mr. Luke was really that amazing. Another person suggested that if a girl could say that about Luke, and she had oracles, then her words were true. Milia seemed to go mad. She ordered everyone to listen to her and praise Lord Luke together, to sacrifice all their bodies in the name of Lord Luke, to improve their village to perfection with their combined efforts. The crowd of people were inspired by Milia's words, and they all started shouting together. A loud cry of praise for Mr. Luke's name echoed throughout the village. Lands of the Marquis of Albera. A crowd of people stood in front of the gates, which were held together by a knot of chains. A tall man with blonde hair and in uniform approached a certain Mr. Raoul, asking him if it was possible to begin preparations now. Mr. Raoul, whose face was hidden, replied that they could start at any time convenient to them. A man invited someone to go through the gate. Ahead stood a cart with many unknown people in a cage. A man entered through the gate, walked into the center of the arena, and the cage stood right in front of him. The guy stood with a serious look, but said nothing. An order was given to release those condemned to death. One of the men began to attract attention to himself, addressing the guards in a rude manner, asking them if this was the enemy they needed to defeat. The guard offered another man to take any suitable weapon. The man asked the guard in front of him if it was true that if he killed his opponent, his sentence would be mitigated. The guard replied that yes, that was true. The main thing was to win. But how exactly was up to him? It was not that important. The man laughed. The prisoners came out of the cage. The same man continued to be confident in himself and his powers. He asked, just to attract attention, what this kid in front of him could do to him when there was such a clear numerical superiority. The man swung his weapon straight at the boy, shouting at him that his end had come. The sun was shining in the village, and the atmosphere seemed quite peaceful. But the crowd of people standing behind the fence looked very tense and frightened. One of the prisoners, looking somewhere ahead of him, was afraid of something. Sweat of excitement and fear was running down his face. Besides this, there were two more people standing on the fortress, a guy and a little girl who were also watching the spectacle in front of them. Someone's smile appeared. The guy who had appeared in the ring earlier stood in the center, covered in blood. He said nothing, looking somewhere ahead and at the same time into emptiness. He noticed the last person nearby trying to run and save himself. The man was screaming in horror while the boy stood still. The guy clicked his tongue in disgust. He instantly caught up with the fleeing man and swung his weapon at him in the air. The man screamed in horror, afraid of dying. The man's body was cut in half. At that very moment, the guy put his weapon back into its sheath. He asked if that was the end of it and just continued to look down, heaving his hands on his guns. The final decision was made that this was a crushing victory for Mr. Raoul. People began to whisper that only 6 months had passed since he had received the blessing, and he had already achieved such incredible results. Suddenly, something behind caught Mr. Raoul's attention. He turned around looking to see what was there. The tall man who had been standing on the fortress appeared at the gate through which Raoul had originally passed. Raoul exclaimed in surprise. It was indeed his father standing before him. The man told the son that he had done a great job. Raoul humbly bowed his head before him. He continued to praise the guy that he had completed the task to the highest standards. Now they needed to go to the place of the next battle. The guy continued to stand with his head down. He meekly replied that he would go on to the next task with gratitude and happiness, and that he would definitely achieve excellent results. The people outside the gates clapped enthusiastically and rejoiced after seeing the spectacle. After the guy changed his clothes and washed off the blood, he was about to leave. But the guard turned to him, reminding him about the report. The guard began to announce to him that the village was in the desert to the north. But the reporter checked the information with the governor. Upon checking, there was no village there at all. That was all. Raoul sat down on the chair and burst out laughing. He confirmed that it was true. In such a place, in such a remote place in the north in the desert, it was absolutely impossible to build a village. Raoul thought to himself, remembering a certain gift that, in the end, did not justify itself at all. Raoul continued to laugh ominously. He said that in any case they would never meet again. He admitted that he did not even know where the lover of the fields died. He regretted a little that he had not been able to witness his death. The speaker became a little tense, but decided to interrupt Mr. Raoul, stating that he had some information about Mrs. Selene. The speaker continued to announce to Raoul that it seemed that Count Bazulat's family had never been found. The man wondered if they were hiding it because they did not want to marry him. To which Raoul thoughtfully replied that he did not think so. The reason was clearly something else. The guy announced that he had already decided that they would start their first fight with the onset of winter. He thought to himself that this had never happened before. A really big war was about to begin. In case of victory, the father will take control of the occupied territories, and he himself will take possession of the current lands of Albera. He imagined a big city, thinking to himself that those vast territories were just like in his dreams. Raoul, sitting in his chair, laughed from his imagination and waiting for the beginning of the Great War. His laughter spread throughout the room. The guard standing next to him said nothing and simply looked at his master. Meanwhile, in Luke's village, the elder sneezed. The hero walked along a snowy street, talking to himself that there was a lot of snow today. It was like a real winter. Then the village elder decided to find something useful using his control panel. He discovered the snow melting function and, in addition to that, the effect of improving road maintenance. The snow suddenly melted in front of Luke, revealing a perfectly dug road. The hero thought to himself that now nothing would interfere with the traveling merchants and smiled sweetly. The chief of the human village began to reflect that the winter in the desert is quite cold, since the desert is located even further north than the northernmost lands of Albera. Moreover, it often snows here because the area is located next to a mountain range. Suddenly, a traveling merchant appeared in the village. He rubbed his head with his hand and said how good it was that the road to the village was in good condition. Luke met a stranger merchant on the road. The man smiled at the headman of the human village and told him that it was difficult to go anywhere at this time of year because of the snow. Luke gave him a glass of water. The merchant thanked the hero. Luke has worked hard to improve the village, and he feels that trades with merchants will be more likely now. The village has become even more crowded due to the influx of migrants. However, their meetings are short-lived. Luke stood with surprise on his face. The hero continued to mentally list how things were going in the village. The restoration of the elven village was going smoothly. All the elves were trying to bring the day of returning to the village closer. One of the elves, carrying a heavy log, begged the chieftain to take a short break. But Milia proudly replied that they, a noble nation, could not afford to shirk. Luke suddenly remembered something about the villagers. He opened the control panel, which had the option to exclude Milia from the village yes/no. Luke clicked on the first option, thinking to himself that he would really miss her. But unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it. Two old men were relaxing in the bathhouse, enjoying hot water. They both sighed easily at the same time. They started talking to each other, asking how long they had been living in this village. One of them admitted that what people say about this village is true. It seems like a real paradise. Someone overheard their conversation and decided to speak up, enthusiastically declaring that it really was really cool here. This voice turned out to be one of the elves who suddenly appeared in the bathhouse. The men suddenly recoiled from him, screaming at what a woman was doing in the men's department. But the elf easily replied that he came from the elf village and asked the men if they would mind bathing together. The two strangers assumed that in that case he was not really a woman, but a man. The elf continued to tell what exactly had happened to their village, how they had been attacked by orcs and had to come here. The men decided that this was indeed a real disaster. The elf explained that they, as a race, do not have as much military power as this village. After the attack of the Orc King, it is much safer here than before. This reassures the elves, although it is a little unnerving that they are close to the lands of demons. The men began to ask their interlocutor about the elven village, whether it really was a mysterious place. One of the men had heard that the elves respected nature and protected forests and waters. He asked the elves if they would really return to the forest when they restored their village. The elf suddenly exclaimed that no matter what, if they got used to this place, they would never again be able to live in that forest without comforts. The elf admitted that they were going to restore their village, but if so, then let those who really want to return there. And he dove under the water. He swam to the edge of the bath. The men watched his shadow under the water. The elf's words shocked them greatly. As he emerged from the water, the elf turned to them and seriously announced that at least he personally was going to stay and live here. As he left, he grumbled that if they weren't officially made villagers, he would be furious. The men watched in shock as the elf left. They wondered what he had just said. One of them admitted that he had imagined the forest elves to be quite different. But afterward, they all concluded that it was a good thing the village was as beautiful as the humans said it was. The elf told his interlocutors about their life in the forest, how they lived quietly among the trees, without contact with other species. The elves themselves said of themselves that they were a noble race that honored and respected nature. But the elf admitted that, as the possessors of many natural enemies, they had to hide in order to survive. The elf muses out loud that, despite this, if they had known earlier about a place as safe as the elven village itself, and also with greater amenities, they would never want to go back. The elf's face was full of determination and at the same time thoughtfulness. He frowned and looked somewhere in front of him. The elf continued to explain, the thing is that even if they insisted on staying, the head of the elf village would not be too keen on the idea, especially when the elf villagers were not asking to return now. The head was sure that they could not afford to stay and bother Master Luke. The elf is sure that, fortunately, their race is considered very attractive to humans. He finally left the bathhouse and went outside, boasting all his grace and luxurious beauty of his race. He is convinced that in order to stay in the village, you just need to show charm. The people around looked at the elf in amazement. They exclaimed how beautiful he was because he was a real elf. People thought he was beautiful, like a sculpture by a great artist. The elf allowed people to look at him and enjoy his beauty. The elf, pleased with himself, concluded that it took him only 10 minutes to charm people, and the people around him were already in love with him. He decided for himself that if they did not want to let him stay and live in the human village, then the head of the elves would have to come to terms with the fact that they already loved him here. He added, by the way, that he could enhance his reputation in the village and enjoy more luxury. But at that very moment, his sweet grandmother ruined all his plans, telling him that he shouldn't walk around the street without clothes. The elf didn't expect such an outcome. The elf was dressed and put in the dungeon for breaking the village rules. He stood in a complete stupor. The leader sincerely apologized to Mr. Luke for such an incident from an elf from his clan. Leonidas bowed low to Luke and said that he was incredibly sorry for his comrade's behavior. The chief of the human village was not angry at the elves, but warned that it was just a difference in culture and ordered them to be more careful in this regard next time. The boy locked next to them suddenly exclaimed, asking if they were really going to let out an elf who went outside without clothes. The chief turned to his comrade, asking why he did this, to which the elf awkwardly replied, without looking into the eyes of his chief, that he wanted to stay in this village. Luke didn't quite understand what staying meant. Then the elf repeated his leader's words that they couldn't stay in the village and cause Master Luke even more trouble. But the headman of the human village interrupted him, saying that they were not causing him any problems at all. This was a village of settlers and absolutely everyone was welcome here, regardless of race. The elf behind the bars screamed with joy. The headman looked awkwardly at Luke. Luke, realizing that this was not an easy conversation, suggested discussing the matter with the rest of the elves again. They gathered all the elves in one place to make the announcement. Leonidas stood before his people. He began to announce that thanks to the very generous heart of Master Luke, those who wished to live in this village could stay here. The previously imprisoned elf stood next to his leader and smiled. The leader continued. He announced that he wanted to know the number of those who wanted to come, so he asked the elves who were going to stay in this village to side with Master Luke. Leonidas stepped away from Luke a little. He asked those who really wanted to return to their home village in the forest to side with the leader of the elves. But no one moved. The elves continued to stand by the headman of the human village. They all watched their leader, but no one wanted to take a step. The elves had already decided on a side for themselves. They looked into Leonidas's eyes seriously and firmly. Then the leader of the elves suddenly broke a silence and shouted, asking his comrades why absolutely none of them took a step forward towards him. He began to turn his head, trying to see in the face of at least one of the elves the determination to return back to the forest. The elves began to whisper, saying that in fact they hoped that they would really be allowed to stay in this village. Leonidas looked at his daughter. She also stood still. The leader of the elves suddenly started yelling at his comrades, asking where their elven pride was. He said that if no one dared to return to the village, it would become completely abandoned. Then someone answered him that they could use it as a place to rest. The elves looked at each other, they discussed their choice. Someone said that the food in this village was much tastier. Milia, looking at all sides, said out loud that the village chief was very nice. Another elf said that here they don't have to worry about monsters invading, and there is no unpleasant smell in the village. Milia started approaching the elves, saying that the village chief is a cutie. Another elf pointed out that you can take a bath here at any time. Milia was getting closer and closer and was already breathing in the face of one of the elves. Then the elves, along with Milia, said the final argument in favor of this village, that the village chief was cute. Luke yelled at her, saying that she couldn't say such things. Leonidas gritted his teeth. A man runs up to the girl and the boy, saying that he would also like to return to the village. The girl looks at him slyly and says that he has nothing to worry about and will return to the village, to which the man exclaims in surprise, "Will he have to do this alone?" Then the young man smiles and welcomes the new villagers. 238 people under Leonin's representation became villagers. Some time passed and spring came. The restoration of the elven village was completed. The girl, thoughtfully rubbing the back of her head, says that now it seems they can have fun at any moment. Someone turns to Mr. Luke, saying something about people from the east. Luke asks again in surprise because where would people from the east come from when there is nothing there but mountains? Someone also adds that they seem like ordinary people. after which the young man goes to see who came to the gate. He guesses who it might be and turns out to be right. These are gnomes. Dwarves are good at blacksmithing and other crafts and also have a bold character. The chief dwarf apologizes and says that they are from the dwarf Doran. Luke extends his hand and introduces himself as the head of the village. He thinks to himself that a similar story happened with the elves. When he met them, his opinion of them changed. The youth thinks that the impression is not the same as with people, and the gnomes whisper among themselves, wondering whether this creature is a man, saying that he is poor and modest, and at first glance looks more like a gnome than a man. The young man asks why they are here, and the dwarves answer that since they were banished to the borders, they have been living in mountain caves. And then monsters appeared in their caves, and the dwarves fled because they had no one to rely on. They wandered, and from the mountains they saw this village. They wanted to ask for just a little food. The young man was surprised and said that there was no problem with that. It seems that the gnomes once lived hand in hand with people, but they, like the elves, were persecuted. The young gentleman is told that the dwarves themselves are to blame for being driven away. They also add that elves and dwarves have historically been in hostile relations. For over 1,000 years and even longer, the dwarves tried to rule the world with homemade weapons, and as a divine punishment, the country built for the house was brought to ruin. The young man asked again what kind of divine punishment this was, and they answered that they didn't really know what it was. But that's what the legends say. And the gnomes themselves didn't know the details. They just lived in caves all the time, avoiding unnecessary encounters. The guy thinks that it must be hard to change the usual way of life. He also adds that they do not show hostility, and if no one is against, he would like to offer them to live with them. Philia, who had been standing nearby the whole time, exclaimed loudly, trying to bring the guy to his senses, saying in plain text that nothing good could be expected from the gnomes. The young man, being very kind and naive, said that the others had said the same about them. About people, they had also had a different opinion before, and therefore the gnomes were not the same as their ancestors. The girl looked at him with suspicion and incomprehension, and the gnomes enthusiastically asked if it was really possible to live with them and why they were so kind to them, representatives of another race. They, suddenly thinking about the worst-case scenario, ask if people really need their bodies, to which the young man replies that he cannot believe that a dwarf could think such a thing about him and, moreover, said, "It's just that their village was built to collect a wide variety of creatures, so they are always happy to have guests." The gnomes look on with suspicion. The young man continues to say that while they are preparing food for them, they can walk around the village. And the gnomes, having walked around, say that it is very beautiful and there is no unpleasant smell and unlimited use of water. They wonder why people gather in this place. They ask about the buildings. The guy says that it is a large bath that can hold many people at once, and asks if the gnomes want to try it. The gnomes repeat his expression about the bathhouse in surprise and do not understand at all how it is possible to wash in front of other people and call them bad. The gnomes who went to inspect the village chose a place where they would live. They said that this village was magnificent, and they were very grateful. The young man, surprised and looking at them with some confusion, asked if this place was right for them. After all, they chose to live in an underground tunnel. The gnomes replied that they always lived in caves, so the sunlight was painful for them, and the cave was incredibly dark. Luke said that if that was the case, then fine, and started clicking on something on his laptop thinking that he would set up a comfortable room there. In an instant, he transformed the cave, making it more comfortable. There were windows, rooms, and balconies. He informed the dwarves that he had widened the tunnel like an ant's nest, the room being positioned so that the walls merged with the tunnel. The gnomes were amazed to hear how he managed to build it in one moment, and how he managed to do it in the first place. And then they came to the conclusion that Mr. Luke possessed amazing power. The girl said that she was a little upset that the gnomes had settled in the tunnel leading to the elven village. And the guy replied that they had simply increased their population and that there was nothing to worry about. They decided to celebrate it. The gnomes, holding glasses of beer in their hands, asked in surprise what it was and how to drink it. They were told that it was made in a factory built by the village chief, so it was very tasty, and that they also had fruit wine and milk liqueur made from cattle milk. They also said that this was the first time they had fun like this. The gnomes were told to enjoy it too and were asked to dance. Suddenly, the gnomes began to move violently. They said that they needed to be more cheerful. There was too little movement and demanded a drink. Mr. Luke asked what had suddenly happened, and the girl said that as far as she knew, this was a common thing for gnomes. The gnomes were shouting that they should have fun, and Luke, already furious, told them to calm down. But the gnomes were shouting that they wanted to thank the village chief, Luke. Suddenly something happened and the dancing people found themselves lying on the floor. The girl said with anger in her voice that they were all dead drunk and everything matched. The dwarf turned to Luke, pointing his finger at the girl with resentment. They tried to explain themselves by saying that they vaguely remembered what happened, but that's what happens after every drinking binge. Luke, with a smile on his lips, asked to drink only underground from now on. The gnomes began to ask if they really did this, how they undressed like that they were very sorry and said that it was a disgrace. Luke, still standing there smiling, thought that last night he never would have thought that they would paint faces on their stomachs and start dancing. He thought it was amazing that even in this world there was belly dancing and no one seemed to be particularly unhappy with the dwarves' behavior. It happened that in the village the addition sometimes disturbed the rest of the inhabitants. But the gnomes and the rest of those who passed through had the gift in a latent state, and the elves had already been given the gift. A girl suddenly appeared and said that there was also a priest in the elf village. Luke was surprised what kind of priest this was, and the girl explained that it was someone like the Oracle of Milia who gave the oracle allowed her to bless. The people of their village mostly had the gifts of archery and white magic. By the way, this girl has the gift of archery and green magic. White magic is associated with light and life and is reminiscent of lighting magic, cleansing magic, and restoration magic. White magic also includes the magic of restoration, and the Kryn has well-developed care, so you can turn to him at any time with anything. In fact, he had recently been busy treating the others' buttocks, so the young man was not sure that at any time. The girl looked at her playfully, and Luke asked again what they meant, to which he replied that nothing like that, just a metaphor for curiosity. Gifts are a privilege not only of the aristocracy. He has not met gnomes in the drama. They have neither oracles nor priests, because gnomes are savages. While the girl was saying all this, gnomes appeared behind her back, who heard the last phrase and said that it was because they were masters. After decades of training, they could do without gifts. Luke said that it is better not to receive gifts unless necessary, but the dwarf said that they wanted. The dwarves receive gifts from the blacksmith, other magic, and loot. For gnomes, blacksmiths and mining are suitable, as well as other magic associated with stones and earth. For gnomes, as for elves, gifts depend on a specialization of the race. Suddenly, a little girl named Donna, who is 11 years old, comes in. She looks sad and sorrowful. Luke thinks that she is still small, so I could not get the gift. But she, like everyone else, became interested in the layout of the village. He comes closer to her and asks if she likes the weapon. Suddenly, the girl leans against Okami, and Luke notices the ancient symbols and asks if she can read them. The one who has lived in the cave since ancient times can read them. She points to a large drawing saying it is a golem. This is an ancient weapon made by the dwarves. The young man is surprised that Philia told the true story of how the dwarves took over the world. The girl continued talking about the golem, saying that you can climb into it. Ancient weapons of the dwarves. It is impossible to even think about how people can operate a vehicle with modern technology. Of course, in the past, amazing vehicles were long lost. Luke excitedly asks if it is possible to create based on form alone. He first stretches the stone wall upwards, and then, 5 hours later, he gets the very same dwarven weapon. The girl says that this thing looks amazingly like a golem, and Luke replies that that's not all. Now they are using the object movement function. The ambulance starts moving, and the girl offers to take it for a ride. She is surprised because he only had his appearance, and even the head in this huge thing is a cockpit. People standing nearby felt some kind of shaking and began to point their fingers in the direction of the approaching monster. Luke leaned out of the cockpit and apologized for the sudden noise. He explained what he had created by using his object tuning, and people said it was amazing. They decided to move on, and the people looked at the village chief with admiration and said that they had not expected anything else from the chief and the trees and could only marvel at his abilities. They made a circle that took quite a long time, and, relieved and somewhat tired, they tumbled out of the cabin. Luke offered not to go into details, saying that overall the ride in Golem was quite comfortable. Suddenly, the girl became serious and said that one day she would create the same. A year ago, she received the gift of a weapon master, so it is likely that she will be able to make one. If she can, then the dwarves will regain what they lost in the past. The young man asks why she wants to make weapons. The girl replied that they were weak, so they hid in the caves for a long time. But nevertheless, they were able to leave them. If they had stronger weapons, they would fight. Before he knew it, he felt an increased disgust for military force. He had reasons to hate wars to begin with. But now there were more. He replaced his anger and sadness of being exiled with hatred for weapons, even though his village would have fallen if it weren't for them. The girl thought about his words carefully and said that everything was clear to her. The young man said that he could not eradicate weapons not for the sake of conquest, but for the sake of defense. At this time, some kind of exchange took place in the village. The young man sitting in front of the strange people covered in shadow asked why they were there. The woman with a fierce look in her cape said that this young man was no longer one of them, and he would not come to the kitchen again. The young man asks why this happened so suddenly, to which he receives the answer that they have warned him many times and will tell him again. They push a plate with a fried and burnt dish towards him. The guy bows his head sadly and admits that he wanted to try to create a new taste and texture, something like an original cuisine, and they tell him that he is too inquisitive. The woman says that no matter how well the village is provided, it will be terrible to be left without food. They try to object to her because the workers can still eat delicious food. As the village's population grows, so does its quality of life. The villagers use their skills. This is expressed in different ways, but they mainly engage in trade. But there are also those who are born without any skills. Camel is a 38-year-old man whose gift is exploring labyrinths. He sees Luke and starts complaining that it's been a year since he received his gift. But he still hasn't found his calling and he feels useless. The girl replies that there are no labyrinths in their village, and the head of the village replies that hunters have organized a passage not far from here. He adds that he knows exactly a place that he will like. They ask him again, and the young man says that everything is correct and they go. They climb up to a tower that offers a stunning view of the landscape. He points to a spot in the distance and tells them to look closely. There are not only mountains to the west. There seems to be something else there. Something vague. Part of the unnatural slope extends beyond the village boundaries. It is unclear whether the land there is empty or whether someone lives in that direction. Although if there are no problems, they could check it. He tried to investigate by robbing the area, but it was unsuccessful as the object is too far away for the robbing area skill to be used. Although the riddle is not that important, it is still a labyrinth. The girl says that in this matter you don't have to be too careful and she will go along with the company. There is not a single sign in the area that someone is there. If you look at them, they are ordinary rocks. Kambo noticed anything. He replies that no, it's just that something gave him a wonderful feeling that even his blood boiled. He runs away shouting that he will check the area nearby. He is told to be careful. And suddenly they find themselves at the entrance to a huge unexplored dungeon. The girl and the boy do not believe that they really found a dungeon. The girl says that it doesn't look like people lived there. The place is more like an abandoned and unknown dungeon. Maybe they can find valuable materials in it. And Luke wonders if there is something similar near the village. He says that the dungeon has its own owner. He is also called the master of the dungeon. A long time ago, the tutor told him about it. Maybe because of this, he was kicked out of the village. There were also legends that the dungeon is a kind of game created by the gods themselves, and they have their own rules, and one of the rules concerns the treasure. Anyone who manages to conquer the dungeon can get it. It sounds very intriguing, and the girls continue to say that the dungeon space looks quite narrow and dangerous. So to conquer it, they should prepare accordingly and gather a small group. Luke says that although he can't help much in the dungeon, he also wants to go and suggests who to take with him. Selene and Milia will act as combat forces. Sacred shield Noel, and to carry the obtained treasures and their things, a strong man goat. And Sophie is proposed as a healer, since she will justify the light magic. Camel, with the gift of research, is suitable as a researcher. Saya's gift of detecting dangers would also be very useful. But the girl says that she needs to take care of the children. She suggested finding someone else who could spot the danger around them. But everyone around them thought that was easier said than done. The girl suggests that Mark go on a dungeon expedition instead of her, apparently requiring a certain amount of determination. The cleaning lady is sad because she is not going anywhere with Mr. Luke again. Luke is very surprised because he is left in the village without his knowledge. They justify this by saying that even the most experienced adventurers die when trying to conquer the dungeon, and he should stay here. Although he promises to be careful, and there is real danger in running, his settings forbid him to go with them. The girl says that she will bring him a lot of monsters so that he won't be upset. The group boldly enters the cave. They walk down dark corridors looking only forward, filled with determination. They should be careful because it is easy to get lost in such corridors. One man says that they have come so far that he does not even know where they are going. The girl turns to Kamlu and asks if he knows where to go. He, having come to his senses, says that they should most likely go to the left corridor. But suddenly they realize that something from the darkness is running straight towards them. It turns out to be a bloody wolf that instantly jumps on people. The girl attacks the wolf without much difficulty and defeats him. She says that he is finished and now, but the sentence remains unfinished. Who still feels some kind of threat being near them? Suddenly, behind her, Sophia hears someone sneaking up on her. She realizes that there is another blood wolf behind her, breathing down her neck. Her eyes fill with horror, and beads of sweat run down her forehead. The girl pulls the bowstring, shouting for Sophia to be careful, and shoots at the wolf. Suddenly, from somewhere, several dwarven weapons of the type that Luke had recently created fall out. Everyone is standing in complete shock and confusion about what is happening. Some are trying to fight, but the rest are simply in shock. Sophia says it was close to being able to create things out of nowhere, similar to what Luke had. By the way, she heard that the village chief once rode a golem. Or maybe he, on the contrary, watched them. She continues to say that she caught someone's very quiet sigh for just a second. And suddenly, from somewhere in the darkness, hands begin to reach out to her. The girl understands that Luke appeared in front of her, angrily hisses that she told him to stay in the village, said that it would be too dangerous, and why he always behaves so recklessly. The young man changes that he disobeyed them and really wanted to leave if the enemy caught up. But then it was too late. But when he came here, he learned something very important. The deeper he went, the more territories became available. He could easily create any buildings he wanted with the help of the skill. So Luke is not useless and will now be able to help them. Sophia sighs resignedly. She agrees that since he came here and he cannot go to the surface completely alone, then let him go with them. The man, looking at the dead blood wolf, says that its pelt looks luxurious, and Luke agrees that it is in excellent condition. The guys decide to go further, and suddenly one of the men says that he feels danger approaching again. Everyone was on guard again and prepared to fight. The deeper they went, the stronger the enemies would be on their way. Suddenly, they come across a huge monster with the head of a bison. They realize that it is a minotaur. One of the companions jokes that the minotaur steak tastes great because the meat is juicy and soft and literally melts in the mouth. He immediately apologizes to the village chief, saying that he can't hide it anymore. But he can't eat orc meat anymore, and everyone agrees with his feelings. And since a huge minotaur is running towards them, tonight they will interrupt with a real beefsteak. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a little girl appears, introducing herself as Ellie, a beautiful fairy, and although she doesn't look like she's a great dungeon master, she usually lives a quiet, measured life. But this day is different from her daily routine. She can't believe that you adventurers have come to her dungeon, and if that's the case, it's time for her to give it her all. Or in complete rage and fury because strangers in the dungeon are having a barbecue. The guys who are already enjoying the meat were talking about how some of them didn't even know that you could build something underground. But they could even live here in this way. Luke replied that you could build 50 Mias high structures. Simply put, this dungeon, you can even build a small settlement. Or establish a reconnaissance point here. It will be easier for them not to have to return to the village to leave the loot. In the meantime, the goal was sent off, and they decided to move on. They found themselves far away from the room with a horde of little monsters, bats, and saber snakes. The girl and the guy easily dispersed everyone with their swords and other weapons. But in the end, they realized that it was impossible to fight against them, since their numbers were increasing more and more each time. Suddenly, the hatch found some hut and told everyone that they couldn't take shelter in it. People quickly ran inside. They were saved, but were still thinking about their plan of action. The girl, looking out the window at the crowd of bats, said not to worry and leave it to her. It only takes one powerful blow of ice magic into the crowd and the monsters are gone. As expected from their captain, Ellie, looking at what was happening, came to the conclusion that they were very dangerous, although most of them retreated. The guys again decided to move on, and they were interested in what kind of monsters they would meet on their way. They stopped opposite a beautiful door. Luke reported that this door was strikingly different from the others and that it might be the boss's room. He was asked again, "What is this boss room?" And the answer was that, having defeated this monster, considering a person has conquered the dungeon, he is considered an order of magnitude stronger than all other monsters that were encountered during the journey. It turns out that this is the end of the dungeon because their group is made up of elite fighters and dungeons are rarely completed so easily. Although the boss of the dungeon is strong, but by defeating him, the dungeon can be given mysterious powers as a gift. But this is a bad idea because in the end the entire dungeon will turn into ruins, and apparently there are different ways to conquer dungeons. Luke, filled with hope, suggested that they quickly go in and see everything with their own eyes because by defeating the boss they would receive a reward in any case. The door opened quietly and a strip of light fell on their faces. Inside there were 2 minotaurs, who, seeing the strangers, went to the side. The team, seeing the approaching beef, was only glad that they would soon be able to taste barbecue again. They may look like their predecessor, but they can be much stronger, and so the girl warned everyone else to be careful. With one easy move, she defeated both of them and the animals fell to the ground. I thought it was too easy. Of course, they were not weaklings, but the feeling of these two was no different from the monsters they had seen along the way. Meanwhile, Ellie was watching them from the ceiling. Luke noticed the treasure chest and pointed at it. He asked if it was safe to open and was told that it was not dangerous. They opened the chest and the hatch revealed a sharp sword. This was the reward for conquering the dungeon. Everyone looks at this copper sword with puzzlement. Only Luke enthusiastically admires that it is not such a bad reward. For conquering the dungeon and offers to leave it as a souvenir, he was reaching for it. But suddenly he is stopped. The girl says that she warned that the dungeon has its own rules and one of them says the reward. For a generation should be commensurate with the difficulty of passing the dungeon. The dungeon lives by clear laws. Conquerors can also influence the dungeon in their own way. You cannot accept such a reward if it does not satisfy someone. Then Luke asks what will happen if they do not take this reward, and the girl answers, "The master of the dungeon will come to the conqueror. They will agree on one reward, or either a road to the master will appear, or the master himself." Luke obediently closes the chest, and they begin to wait. Quite a long time passes, until one of the group calls out to the others. He points to a tiny hole in the floor and asks if this might be the very road to the master. Everyone looks inside in confusion. Luke doesn't understand how this path will lead them to the master, and the girl says that it seems the master made the passage this way because he doesn't want to see them. Meanwhile, Alia, happy with what she saw, laughs loudly, saying that she created the passage without breaking any rules. But she thinks that these conquerors are too strong, and there is also an elf in the group who knows the rules of working with the dungeon. And what other reward do they expect from such a deserted dungeon? Why couldn't they treat such a reward with understanding? And the fairies so wanted to see how the handsome hero challenges her dungeon, so that in the end, Ellie would become his wonderful reward. She just wants her dungeon to become famous and for more handsome men to fall into her abode so that she can lock them here forever and observe beauty with her own eyes. But she can't get closer to her dream. If she wastes her time on random people, so that she pretends she didn't see them and in the end they give up after some time, when she wakes up and they are already here, and suddenly an elf girl falls from the ceiling, leaving the fairy perplexed. At first, she didn't understand how they got to her. But one of the guys says that the passage was too small. Lucky that he was able to expand it with his skill. Ellie realizes that it is against the rules to create a new passage to the dungeon master. The elf girl says that they have entered the core of the dungeon and suggests breaking it. Luke is cautious, saying that if they break it, it will be the end for him too. The fairy puffed up like a mouse on cereal out of resentment. Luke apologized and said that they couldn't imagine that they would give in so unfairly. The fairy screamed indignantly, who gave them the right to do anything and change in her dungeon. The elf girl said that the only one who cheated here was this fairy who intended to enter the passage, which none of them could pass through. If Mr. Luke had not widened the passage, then she would have simply destroyed the entire dungeon. But the other girl said that the dungeon master was a fairy and that she was very happy to meet him. Ellie said that it was mutual, and she was the master of this dungeon. Falling to her knees, she burst into tears, saying that, unfortunately, this was an abandoned dungeon and no one had visited it for a long time, and therefore she could not give them a more significant reward. It was for this reason that she decided to hide away from them. Hoping that they would leave and not find her, she apologized very much for her actions. Luke wondered what the connection was between the popularity of the dungeon and the rewards for completing it, because he somehow didn't want to take the reward. Or she enthusiastically replied that if the dungeon is posted by as many conquerors as possible, then she will receive dungeon points with the help of which she will be able to set up more complex traps and of course give out more valuable rewards. This time she had few points and therefore she can't offer them anything. Luke thought that it was just like his skill since he also uses points for different buildings in the village. The fairy suddenly continued to be indignant that he not only made this hole, but also many buildings. The guy was surprised how she knew what he was building, to which Ellie explained that the dungeon is connected to her very nature and they are like a single organism and, of course, he feels when something strange happens to him. And it was very scary when Luke created his buildings. To which Luke apologized and said that he did not want to scare her. He himself thought that until now he had not received any reaction from the change in the dungeon space. But it turns out that everything is not so simple. He hurried to clean everything up as quickly as possible, but then said that if the land became under his control, then he could not give it up, which shocked the fairy. She indignantly asked how he could appropriate parts of something's body and asked him to leave her dungeon immediately. Luke apologized very much, saying that he did not mean to do this and he did not know about anything. He asked that now the territory he had appropriated was no longer under her control. To which the fairy thought for a moment, and then said that she could still control it so everything was fine. She also added that she can't return it now and ask for something in return. She asked to bring more conquerors to her dungeon since the dungeon was born. No one had ever challenged her and every day was eternal boredom for her. The area around her dungeon is a lifeless wasteland, inhabited only by monsters, even though they killed them. But it is not a fact that they will not appear there again. Luke wondered how he could get people to visit this place. The villagers did not understand what exactly their master wanted from them. The young man explains that he only wants to move the village. The dungeon expands as I generally people. If you embrace the dungeon in the village will grow and the village will receive valuable resources and items. He can use it to move an object to simply transfer everything he needs. He already used it on the golem. He would be interested in trying out the skill while being mediated from the transfer object. First, he ordered all the inhabitants to be gathered. Residents carried by the golem complained, but reported that if you ignored the slight shaking, the ride was quite comfortable. Some woman pointed her fingers to the side and said that there were many stones on the way that could hinder movement and perhaps they should remove them. Their village is moving during the move, people should be especially careful. Many large objects are being moved. Luke asks if anyone can help when arriving to take an active part. People were surprised that their house was actually moving. Luke asked if everything was okay with everyone. People answered that everything was fine and asked permission if they could go out and see how he was doing it, to which Luke said that it was impossible and asked them not to leave their homes until the village was moved. Meanwhile, a merchant was approaching the village. He had obtained a lot of useful goods and expected that they would be quickly sold out. But when he arrived, he found absolute emptiness without people. Luke said that he was asking for forgiveness and would ask the merchant to move away, but he just didn't understand where the voice was coming from. Then the young man explained that right now their village was moving and as soon as the move was over, he would be able to go further. Luke finished moving the village and reported that the move was complete. He expressed his deepest gratitude to those who took an active part. Now the village and the dungeon are connected by an underground tunnel. He realizes that this may not be enough to get dungeon points. Luke told the fairy with satisfaction that he had brought them. Meanwhile, the dwarves were amazed at how incredibly the hatch had moved the village into the dungeon. They were glad that the dungeon was so close. The fairy asks if Luke really wants the gnomes to live in her dungeon, even though it will increase the points. She worries that it's a bad idea since the dungeon isn't very safe. But Luke says he'll fortify their houses. The gentleman begins to move the remaining houses, and the gnome says that he will call the other gnomes. The fairy imagines that if so many people live here, how many points will she get every day? Luke says that if any questions arise, she can contact Dorn or the other dwarves. They will pass everything on to him, and this is very convenient because he cannot leave the dungeon. Ellie warmly thanked the young man, saying that she would always be glad if he dropped by to visit. And she will also be happy if he brings a bunch of other handsome guys to her dungeon. After that, the hatch restored the road. The location of the village may have changed, but this did not affect their daily life in any way, and several days passed. The girl called Mr. Luke and he asked what was the matter. She said that she would like to show him something. She pointed to the crowd of people that were milling around the entrance to the city. The young man asked if anyone was celebrating a holiday today and was told that today would be exactly 1 year since he founded the village and the villages decided to celebrate such a memorable anniversary. The young man himself could not believe that a whole year had already passed. To commemorate this event, people made a monument in honor of Mr. Luke. Suddenly, the music started playing and people began to congratulate the young man in chorus. Luke asked Milia what it was and how to understand it. The girl replied that the gnomes helped create this surprise and that they were able to accurately convey all the greatness of Mr. Luke. People started asking what the headman thought about it, and Luke stuttered and cautiously said thank you, although he didn't really like the gift. Milia added that they had something else. She handed him a book titled The Legendary Deeds of Mr. Luke, saying that it was a memoir of the days she had lived. When Luke saw the book, he was scared, calling it a horror. He didn't understand why the book was so thick and why everyone was in such a frenzy. Its author was Totor, who possesses a gift for literary talent. The man himself said that he was very glad that his blow finally came in handy. Monument, memoirs. Everyone wanted to express their gratitude in this way. Totter continued to say that the first volume is about Mr. Luke's childhood. He wrote it under Milia's strict guidance, and he thinks that as he grows up he will continue, so he wants to release them outside the village. They give him a couple of lines to read. The work turns out to be quite lyrical. This earthling can always create beautiful flower houses with her own hands. Luke exclaims that he did not say anything like that, and that there was no such thing at all. Andy says that the hatch from the book is a real hatch, and they have nothing in common, and the elf girl replies that he just doesn't understand anything and the hatch is rather unreliable. In ordinary life, he is rather a simpleton and a weakling, but at the right moment he is ready to fight back even the strongest opponent, and this is very courageous on his part. Then the young man says that it would be better to write about how exciting it was to ride the golem. What power, what a view opens up from the cabin. That's what really takes your breath away. Totor smiled and said that it looked like the boy wanted to add more comedic elements. However, I would like to read as much history as possible from under him, and Milia asks to write down all the ideas that were said today. It was very useful for the writer to hear different points of view on the story. Others also began asking to be included in his book, to which Luke asked in surprise if he really was a character in some novel for them. In the end, after the gifts were given, the party was simply grand. Luke thought sadly that in the future they would have more residents with whom to share these joys. Somewhere in the forest a quiet whisper is heard, as if someone senses how someone has treacherously entered foreign lands and dared to disturb the peace. With the arrival of spring, the population only increased. People became more and more every day, and the villages expanded because of this. The number of villagers exceeded 3,000 people, and the village reached the 7th level. For convenience, the village is now called the central area where people live, and their territory itself has expanded to such an extent that it includes not only the wilderness, but also the forests in the north and the mountains in the east. Luke checks out what new structures he can create. He decides to build a few right now. One of the new features is that now Luke can find out information about the inhabitants of his village. A window appears on the computer. Select the parameter that interests you. At first the parameters are funny, but then Luke notices the parameter of criminal propensity. He decides that it is useful to choose him. Immediately he sees that someone has invaded their land, some huge monster. The master immediately calls Satin. He tells him that a huge monster is moving towards their village and the townspeople need to be warned about it. Luke looks up at the sky and sees a lizard-like shadow approaching. It turns out to be a huge dragon. Philia runs up to the young man and says that she just received a message about an impending threat. She says that this is a tree dragon, a plant-based monster that has taken the form of a dragon, which means that it is not a real law. Luke thinks this means he's not as fierce as he really is, to which Philia says they shouldn't let their guard down. Tree dragons, like plants, absorb essential nutrients from the soil, but he left his natural habitat and flew to this wasteland, and it is really scary. The bad thing is that he flies straight at them because they can't cope with him quickly. Luke shouts for all the villagers to take cover. He reports that a tree dragon is flying straight at them and asks everyone to go down into the dungeon. If they are too far from the entrance to the dungeon, then he tells them not to worry. Since he knows the location of everyone, he will be able to build a passage underground. Luke tells them not to panic and not to crowd. On the monitor screen, he suddenly notices that the dragon has stopped. More than an hour has passed, and the dragon is just lying in the field. Everyone became very interested in what he was doing there, and the residents decided to go out and take a look. The dragon turns out to be very large and lies belly up on the crops. The villagers turn to the boy who has the gift of animals, and he says that he is more of a plant than an animal, and therefore he is at a loss. In the end, he still comes to the conclusion that the dragon does not intend to harm. Moreover, the dragon, on the contrary, experiences a surge of happiness. He has already ruined everything for them. The residents ask the question, if the dragon did not intend to harm, then why did he fly here? A girl comes up to him and says that she has a feeling that he was attracted to their field, and he smelled the incredible aroma of their land, and Luke flew here, understood everything, and said that this land must be especially rich in useful substances. But since he likes it here so much, then the dragon was forgiven for his prank. And suddenly the dragon grabbed the man and lifted him into the air. The girl who spoke the language of animals translated what the dragon said, namely that man should not dare to touch him. Moreover, the dragon wanted to put down roots in this land. Suddenly, something hits the man on the head and everyone wonders what it is. It turns out to be the fruit of the tree dragon itself, a great rarity. Luke thought that this was how he expressed his friendliness. After eating it, even such a fool can you notice at least a share of wisdom is a direct quote from the book. Girls ask questions why insults she translates so accurately. After the tree dragon took root in their field, it moved very rarely, but from time to time the now village dragon would bring them fruits. The fairy says that she is jealous that the tree dragon, who is strong in himself, also treats Luke with fruits. But the dungeon has changed a lot and the difficulty level of completing it has skyrocketed. For example, now there are not 2 floors, but 5, and she has set up many complex traps and powerful monsters on the very first floors. She was about to continue telling, but I interrupted Luke and said that she shouldn't make the beginning of the dungeon so complex. The first floor should be made as simple as possible, and if people want more rewards, they will go down lower, and each floor will be more difficult than the previous one, and will also be more interesting. Or Offended asked if he thought her dungeon was boring from the start, to which Luke said not exactly, but in fact it was. Although it is unpleasant for her to hear this, she wants to create an interesting dungeon. So be it. She will refuse the difficulty at the very beginning and make the difficulty increase. Suggest placing bats on the first floor. They are quite weak individually, but swarms can be a problem. And suddenly, during their discussion, the gnomes appear, turn to the old man and say that they want to tell him something. Luke turns his attention to them and asks what kind of armor and weapons they brought because they look like a work of art. The dwarves answer that they made them themselves. They thought about selling weapons to people to become their village. For example, an adventurer. Luke said that it was a great idea. They could buy everything they needed before conquering the dungeon. You can also make a hotel for adventurers, and the pharmacy will be in demand too. It turns out to be a whole underground business. For the first time, he experiences this in anticipation. He eagerly awaits the influx of adventurers. They will be able to open different shops, and you will noticeably bad profit. He will tell the residents about it. A couple of days later, people arrive. They were surprised that there was a settlement in this area. Even more luck is that this settlement is located near a dungeon and they will be able to get both materials and treasures here. They decide to settle here for a while. Satin conveyed that they entered the territory of the village. They all have not only cool gifts, but also skills, and they are simply incredible adventurers. Luke is asked how he knew this. Well, the young man replies that he accidentally made them residents of the village. Once they leave the village, their status as residents will be gone. He just wanted to know their criminal propensity. Are you sure they didn't notice anything? But the thing is, Luke is acting like a bad guy spying on people. The stove decides that they need to show the surroundings, and if suddenly the hatch makes someone else a resident of the village, then she will not forgive him. A guy approaches new people, introduces himself, and says welcome to their village, and they introduce themselves in return. They shake hands and say that they heard about the merchant that they have a dungeon here. Luke says that it is indeed here and hopes that they will enjoy conquering it. But before the adventure begins, he suggests looking around the village and shows the hotel and weapons store. New people are delighted with the quality and size of the village and the prices of goods. They say that such weapons are worth a fortune in the city and where they found them for such a price, but that the hatch represents the dwarves to them. This is incredible because only in some cities can you buy weapons made by dwarves. And is this village really built specifically for adventurers? Luke says that they are just the first to come here. But not far from their village, he found a dungeon and thought it would be right to develop it, using the skills of each resident. Adventurers find this village more and more wonderful. Before entering the dungeon, they ask for a little more time to look around. The fairy asks if there are any handsome guys among them, and Luke replies that there are. The first adventurers after the reconstruction of the dungeon are interested in whether they will like it. I can't wait to see how they use weapons in battle. People stood in front of a room from which one could not leave without whispering sweet words. The guy looked at the fairy in surprise, asking what she was doing, and she justified herself by saying that they themselves said that there were handsome guys among them. In the dungeon, the adventurers were confronted with a little room from which you can't leave without whispering sweet words. They didn't understand what that could mean. The bed that stood in this room caused a lot of misunderstanding. The question was why it was there. The fairy admitted that she had done it. She wanted to make a safe zone. Therefore, in this prepared room, the adventurers could sleep and rest. The hero accepted her explanation with relief, although he was still confused. The dwarf wondered if the adventurers themselves understood it. The girl said that she needed to prepare herself to do something like that. One of the men said the word cake, and the door opened. The heroes realized with relief that the sweet words meant sweets. The adventurers assumed that the door itself had not been locked before. The guests of the dungeon were worried that they had been able to pass through so easily, so they were especially careful not to miss any important details. The man noticed the creaking and became alert. Suddenly, a lot of bats flew out at him, which scared him quite a bit. The hero quickly informed the other adventurers that the bat pack was approaching. He ordered Kazina to act. The girl said that she was already rushing to help. She attacked the enemy. The bats were defeated. The adventurers were pleased, but the creaking sound from the floor was repeated again. The swarm of bats was approaching the heroes again, but from the other side. The adventurers did not understand why she was attacking them again. The animals crashed into the people, but the girl apologized and told her comrades to be patient for a little while. Kazena once again launched her fire against the bats. The adventurers were somewhat confused. Guy asked his companions about what was happening, demanding an explanation. Alex said that he had stepped on some unstable rock, after which a whole flock of bats flew out right at them. Kazena said that the same thing had happened to her. The adventurers guessed that it was a trap. However, this news meant big problems for the comrades whose path continued along the rocks. The girl said that their entire path was littered with rocks, and if bats continued to attack them, there wouldn't be enough mana for everyone. Alec noted that if you step on a rock that you've already stood on, the trap won't activate. Dill said that you need to walk carefully and take your time. Dill went first. Since he had a predisposition to the gift of search for enemies, the hero was very attentive. Kazena felt that enemies were watching them from the darkness, but the adventurers managed to reach the next door of the dungeon. Guy marked on his map the places where they were attacked. The comrades fought monsters at almost every step while exploring this dungeon. Dill, while examining a section of the dungeon, found a hare. Traces of claws of different sizes were also found. The comrades assumed that a whole pack of aggressive monsters with powerful claws could be nearby. Alex suggested taking a break with his comrades, since they had already explored the dungeon enough today. Kazur supported him, since they had spent a lot of time and effort on it. The man was happy. The comrades really liked the food. It was delicious. The adventurers admitted that they would never have thought that it would be possible to eat so deliciously while in a dungeon. The presence of a hotel also made them very happy. For the guys, such an environment was a fairy tale. The girl noted the important detail that they were the only adventurers in this dungeon. Bill continued her thought, happy that all the treasures would go to them. Alex said that this was unfair, so he was going to write to his fellow adventurers today so that they could visit this wonderful dungeon. This thought did not please his comrades. Luke heard the adventurers talking. He would be delighted with the news that more adventurers would come to them. A few days later, thanks to Mr. Alec, new adventurers arrived in the city to the hero. Ellie was glad that the glasses were flowing like a river. The fairy explained that now various useful materials and gifts from blacksmiths can be placed around the dungeon. The gnome was happy that now they can create as many powerful weapons as they want. The hero understood that now his weapons, which he creates with the help of customization, are no longer needed by anyone. Luke asked Alec how they were going with the dungeon. The man said that the adventurers were doing great and that they had already moved to the second floor with the group. The hero noticed something about the guest. Luke discovered that Alec and his group had hidden gifts, but they were also strong enough to acquire skills. This meant that if they were given blessings, they would clear the dungeon much faster. The boy asked the adventurer if he wanted a blessing. The adventurer asked him again. Alec said that commoners like him wouldn't even dare dream of such a thing, so he refused. The man added that all adventurers are quite poor people, so they do not have the means for blessings. But Alec admitted that even as a child he dreamed of receiving his gift. Luke did not expect such a reaction from the adventurer and personal recognition. The boy explained that there was a temple in their village where you could get a blessing absolutely free. For the sake of decency, the hero said that this information was secret. Alec thought it was something crazy. The adventurer said that he would still refrain from blessing. Luke still did not understand him. The man explained that there was no such thing as a free lunch, so Alec suspected the boy of being a trap or a danger. The hero tried to convince the guest that this was a unique chance to receive a gift because he wanted to reward Alec's group for their efforts. But the adventurer decided to go underground instead. Kazana received the gift of fire magic. The girl happily declared that she always knew that she was special. Dill received the gift of find enemies, and Guy received the gift of white magic. The man admitted that he never thought about his possibility of receiving a blessing. Alec was given the gift of great fencing and did not comment on what was happening. Kazan did not like her comrade's reaction. She accused him of being ungrateful and cackling over a gift. Alec said that he was simply very surprised because he always thought that gifts could only be received by nobles. Alec began to suspect something but immediately stopped himself. He apologized to Luke for suspecting him. The man thanked the boy for making his childhood dream come true. The atmosphere between the adventurers and the village owner seemed very friendly. At the same time, something strange was happening in the wilderness. It seemed strange that the village seemed to have changed its position. It seemed that the whole village had moved to another place. It was also unusual that people were walking back and forth, looking like immigrants. It was very disturbing to wonder what these people were doing there. The village seemed very clean and lively. Despite the busy streets, not a single vagabond was to be seen. And despite the fact that winter had already arrived, not the food season, there was a lot of food on the streets of the village. The sale of weapons was also surprising. The most surprising thing was how this village could make and sell swords that were equal in level to the weapons of the royal capital. The most unthinkable thing was that in this village these weapons were sold very cheaply, almost for nothing. The men noted that the village had grown larger, so it was simply impossible to hide its existence. The man was alarmed that Mr. Luke was developing his village so quickly. Mr. Danto found Luke and greeted him, stating that they had not seen the boy for a long time. The hero noticed them and agreed with Danto's words. The men had already managed to walk around the village shops and buy a few things for themselves. Danto said that he actually sent me here to convey some important information to Luke. The hero became wary. The man said that in the last war, Albel defeated Schneger. The boy was not ready to accept this. He thought that the battle had only just begun. Danto replied that the entire battle had lasted less than a month. The man explained that the Albel family's army had been capturing cities one after another and had invaded the capital. The hero was also told that the biggest battle had taken place in the capital, and the Albel family had won there too. The Schneger family had no choice but to surrender. Luke tried to digest the information that in just a month the Albel army had managed to subjugate such a huge territory. Thus, having received the lands of Schneger, the Albel family became the most powerful and influential family in the kingdom. Danto also said that Luke's brother, Lord Raoul, also took an active part in the battle. The leader promised to give Raoul the former lands of Albel to rule. And now, at the moment, Marquis Albel is busy developing new territories. Luke was shocked by this news. Danto also confessed to the hero that they were no longer able to hide information about Luke's village, because rumors about it would sooner or later reach Mr. Raoul. The man admitted that although he himself felt sorry, he came to Luke to tell him so that the hero could prepare for the worst possible outcome. Luke himself understood that there were many talented people living in the village, and there were also many resources. Therefore, the value of his village was too great. The boy remembered his brother's ambitious nature. Luke more than admitted with regret that Raoul would come here. The maid firmly told the boy that his brother had come. The hero was surprised. Milia said that Raoul is a barbarian who needs to understand that he is inferior to Mr. Luke in some ways. Even if he comes to the village and tries to destroy everything, the maid immediately ordered the scribe to document that the history of the Albel family was part of the history of Master Luke's ascension. The young man immediately began to carry out the order. Milia gently reminded them that Luke was constantly compared to Raoul. The girl dictated to the scribe that the reason why Mr. Luke was sent away was because no one believed in him. She wanted to say that when the hero proved his superiority even in this village, he was not rewarded. But the young man wanted to write it all down more simply. The scribe wrote that Mr. Raoul himself realizes that only next to Mr. Luke can he be happy. And all this is love that comes from hatred. Milia was delighted with such a text. The maid told the young man to write down all the delights of love between the younger brothers. Selene declared that Milia was crazy. Oda believed that Raoul should not be left without attention. The girl reminded Luke how his brother had stoned his servant. He had done it for fun. So it was hard to imagine what such a bloodthirsty man might be planning. Luke knew that Selene was right. However, the hero admitted that he actually doesn't know Raoul very much. Even though they were brothers, due to the difference in status, they didn't really communicate. But Luke remembered that he'd once tried to talk to Raoul back in childhood. He then invited his brother to play. But adults stopped them. After all, it was disgusting. They said that the concubine's son should not even come near Luke. Then they said that Raoul took after his mother in all his manners, belittling his dignity. The adults also noted that Mr. Luke should not associate with people like Raoul at all. The hero assumed that if he continued to get closer to his brother, he would only hurt him more, after which they would become completely distant from each other. The boy remembered how he told him that Raoul was a common bastard and that he would throw mud at him to anyone who felt like it. Luke only watched his brother from afar before he realized everything. Raoul himself always sought out Luke's company. Luke wondered if he had ignored the views and opinions of society. Fighting back then, would he have become closer to Raoul? Would they have become true brothers? After all, everything could have turned out differently. After a few days, the fame of the village spread so much that a messenger from the Boz Lighthouse, Selene's family, visited them. The man could not believe that the rumors about the village were true. He was glad that he had finally found the lady. Selene told the messenger that she would not return home anyway. The man did not understand why the girl made such a decision. He tried to explain to her how much her father missed her. The girl called him persistent. Selene herself began to prove that life in this village was much more comfortable. It had everything necessary. Plenty of food, amazing houses, and even hot water. The lady told the messenger that he could stay here and get all this himself. The Bazlight family messenger became a villager. Father Selene was extremely outraged by this turn of events. The man did not understand how the messenger, after a long search for the master's daughter, decided to simply leave their house. He was also curious about what the messenger was thinking when he sent the owner a letter of explanation. Salius, Selene's brother, stated that his sister was true to herself. The boy told his father not to worry. He promised him that he would bring his sister home. Salius was ready to fulfill his promise, even if he had to use force. The parents were supposed to see the girl soon. The boy admitted that he had been unable to defeat Selene for a long time, but he had the honor of participating in the war as an ally of the Albel family. He was proud that he had accepted the fight and not run away with his tail between his legs like his sister, because this spoke of his honor, and therefore of his strength. Salius had seen the full power of Mr. Raoul in battle, and it was with such a strong man that his sister should be, and all for the sake of the future of the Boz Lighthouse. The father trusted his son. He said that he would do everything. Someone sensed that another messenger from the Selene family had arrived in their village. The girl did not believe that a new one had arrived so soon. The hero determined from his thoughts that the messenger was Selene's younger brother, Salius. The lady became wary. The girl knew that Salius never came alone. He always had bodyguards. Selene found it funny that the family decided to resort to force since they couldn't bring her home with words. If the younger brother wanted to fight, the girl was ready to give it to him. The guys started calling people and announcing that Captain Selene was going to fight someone. The heroine didn't like it very much. The crowd immediately began placing bets. Selene expected to see a poor village, but a whole city appeared before him. He couldn't believe that this city had been built in just 1 year. The boy ordered his men to be on guard. Selene's detachment. They asked the purpose of their visit to their city. The guards seemed quite stern. The boy introduced himself as a messenger from the Boz Lighthouse. He gave his name and purpose. The hero came to visit his sister. Selene's answer: the guards let them into the city. The boys were impressed by the view of the city. The boys' bodyguards noted that the city was even cozy. Selene was amazed that the guards, stern men who initially seemed like bandits to him, calmly let them into the city. Selene met her younger brother. Luke also came out to Bazlight Jr. The girl immediately told Selene that she did not intend to return home. The boy did not like his sister's answer. He started saying that his father was very worried about her and that she had no right to treat her family like that. Selene objected. She said that her father did not care about her and all he wanted was to strengthen his relationship with the Albel family. Selene replied that this was quite natural since she was the daughter of an influential house, and the least she could do for her parents was to fulfill their wishes. The girl replied that she did not want to fulfill their wishes. She said that she would not object even if she was expelled from the family. The younger brother asked his sister again if she intended to change her decision. She stated again that she would not return home. Selene then drew his sword. He was ready to drag Selene home by force. The crowd began to squeal with joy that the long-awaited battle of the brother and sister of the Boz Lighthouse was about to begin. Selene did not understand what this could mean. The girl had already reconciled herself with the spectators. The guys from the crowd turned their attention to the boys' bodyguards. They were interested in whether the warriors who came were armed and whether the crowd could beat them. Selene himself was very confused and did not understand what his conflict with his sister could get into. Selene, offended by his sister's behavior, told the girl that it was very disgusting to turn family problems into entertainment. Selene replied that it was necessary to see whether her brother would be able to bring her home by force. The man announced that the brother and sister had drawn their blades. Luke tried to remain calm, but he too had no idea what was going on. The old woman seemed pleased with the sight. It was announced that Selene had decided to attack first. The grandmother noted that the boy was very determined. The man voiced his grandmother's words about Selene's determination. They also noted that, unlike Selene, whose second gift was blue magic, her younger brother's second gift was green magic. Both brother and sister had a dual gift. Grandmother noted that Selene's speed was most likely due to the use of green magic. However, Selene did not lag behind her brother. She decides to use her blue magic. Selene manages to block with his sword. He dodges his older sister's blow. The commentator announced that while Selene was trying to dodge the attacks, his sister had cornered him. Grandmother noted that it was hard to fight a lady who was used to long fights. While the brother and sister were fighting, a serious fight began to break out among the spectators. The bodyguards entered the fight for Selene's bodyguard. The townspeople decided that the bodyguards, although armed, were still just amateurs. The guys wanted to show them how to fight on a real battlefield. The young man did not expect his opponent to be so strong. The knight could not believe that he had been knocked down. The opponents were told not to be arrogant as they were being overwhelmed by numbers. He didn't understand how a city dweller could be stronger than him. Selene's bodyguards realized that the man had the power of the gift. This scared them. They believed that this was impossible since the city's inhabitants were not aristocrats. But the warrior swung his sword at them with force. He struck. The bodyguards were horrified. They confessed in despair that they could not do this any longer. The knight only smiled. The townspeople defending Selene defeated her brother's boys. They called the defeated enemies losers and laughed at the conceited ones. Selene was not pleased with the behavior of her protectors. She was ashamed of their actions. She ordered them to behave decently, and she called their behavior childish. The girl was momentarily distracted by the squabbles of the spectators. During this time, Selene managed to strike. He was cornered but was able to attack while his sister was hesitating. The boy told his sister not to take her eyes off him. Selene shouted that victory would be his. He attacked. Selene parried the blow. She disagreed with her brother and asked why he thought he would win now. The girl used magic again. But because of this, the boy managed to escape. Selene tried tensely to figure out from which side Celius would start attacking. He was running around her, she couldn't catch him. Selena noted that her brother was too fast. The commentator thought the boy had disappeared altogether. He suggested that the girl's brother might have become invisible to human eyes. The grandmother said that she was too old to see the warrior. Celius, without slowing down around his sister, noticed that she was not keeping up with him. Selene responded that her brother was too self-confident and delivered a precise blow with magic. Celius realized that his sister had frozen him. The girl asked ironically how long the boy could hold out in battle at such a speed. He was angry. But then he began to calm himself down. He urged himself not to give in to his sister's provocation. Celius noted that throughout the entire fight, Selene had only defended herself and had not even attacked. It was a relief to the boy that he was not the only one fighting. Right now, the elite fighters of the Baslight House were fighting alongside him. But then he saw the result of this battle, where the elite troops of his house were shamefully defeated, and the warriors of this city acted as spectators of his duel with his sister. The boy couldn't believe that his boys had lost to a few commoners. Selene repeated to her brother that he was acting like a cocky boy. She added that neither she nor the people in this village had been idle all year. They had all been improving their skills. But Celius couldn't accept it. He still thought of them as ordinary peasants with no rights or ambitions. This fact, said by the sister, finally finished off the representative of the Baslight House. He was very angry that he had also trained hard for a year, but still could not surpass his sister in strength. One of the village fighters said that they were strong because they improved their skills. While Celius, beaten without and broken within, grieved over his condition, Luke asked the guest permission so that he could be healed. The boy noticed the hero. He began to complain why Luke wanted to help him when he had previously ordered his men to beat them up. He asked how long the hero would continue to mock them. The elf mocked him from the side, as if the boy already felt humiliated and did not want to continue. The elf ordered Celius not to be stubborn because the losers were not allowed to speak. Boslight did not have time to see who was talking to him, so he began to be indignant and how this speaker could talk to him like that. He looked more closely at his interlocutor. Then Celius saw that it was an elf. The boy was scared. He didn't even understand how he should react to the new creature. The elf felt uneasy because she had already gotten used to life in the village and had completely forgotten how ordinary people actually react to elves. Celius remembered the elves from the legends that no one believed in except him. As a child, they seemed cute to him. He always dreamed of meeting them someday. He even said that he would marry an elf. But the boy did not understand what this elf was doing in this village. Selene also suddenly remembered that her brother once dreamed of elves. The boy immediately began to justify himself, saying that he had always admired them, but not because of their appearance. After all, they were a people with a deep history and culture, so he respected them. The elf said that he was a charming boy as expected of the younger brother of the respected Lady Selene. The girl did not quite understand how such a conclusion could be made. Celius's permission again, whether he would allow himself to be healed or not. The boy sheepishly agreed. Another letter from Luke's village arrived at Baslight's house. It was sent by Celius. In it, the boy informed his father that he would not be returning home. This turned out to be a great disappointment for the head of the Baslight family. The father shouted his son's name throughout the entire area. Meanwhile, Luke's younger brother, Raoul, asked if there had been a response from the governor. They told him that it had not been received, although the request had already been sent many times. The boy recalled that earlier it was reported that there was nothing in the desert, but recently various rumors had begun to circulate about this place. Previously, Raoul was told that when checking with the governors, no village was found. The boy decided that he had been lied to and now completely betrayed. Suddenly, one of the guards said that they had brought him a man who worked in the governor's mansion. The man wanted to make sure whether Mr. Danto was currently being accused of fraud. He was very interested in what would happen to him personally. He was ready to lay down his own life to find such a terrible criminal. But Raoul didn't care what the man wanted to do. He needed proof of his crimes. The man handed Raoul the letters. This was a genuine report that was sent as part of the investigation. Raoul immediately began to read. It was reported that the villager population already numbered about 10,000 people. There was always delicious out and luxurious living conditions. It was also reported that there were double walls that could compete with the royal capital. But Raoul just laughed. He didn't believe the reports. The boy said that these papers were nonsense. After all, even if Luke had fertile land, it would still be impossible to build such a city in a year. Raoul declared that he had never read such heresy in his life. He ordered the man to be released. But then something began to bother the boy. He knew rationally that this couldn't be true, but some kind of nasty feeling wouldn't leave him. One of the servants noticed the boy's mood. He asked how he was feeling. Raoul ordered spies to be sent to his brother's village to find out what was going on there. From the very beginning, the spies were already convinced that the walls of Luke's village were indeed enormous. The spies' goal was to penetrate the wall and write a detailed report on what was happening in the city. The spies felt uneasy and seemed tense. Suddenly, they started falling somewhere. The spies found themselves in a hole. It felt as if the ground had suddenly disappeared from under their feet. They themselves did not understand how this could happen and what else awaited them. But Grandma was already waiting for them. The frightened spies tried to figure out where they were. They noticed an old woman standing on the other side of the bars. They wondered among themselves what she was doing there. The spies decided that she had also been put in prison because she was sitting behind iron bars. But Granny burst out laughing. She said that they were the ones who should have been put in prison. The scoundrels. The old woman had really scared the spies. Granny told me to tell them why they came to her village. The men began to tell her their legends. One of the men said that he was an ordinary merchant who had heard about this village from his colleagues and decided to visit it himself. Another man said that he had come here to start a new life here. The old lady just chuckled. She asked if they were really going to lie to the sweet old lady. This scared the spies even more. They assured her that they were not going to deceive her. Then Grandma herself told them that they were spies for the Albel family. She asked again if it would be difficult for them to tell her the whole truth. She needed all the details. Suddenly, the spies noticed behind the granny the tools she uses for her work. The old woman asked if the spies wanted to know what would happen to them if they tried to deceive her again. To prevent the screams of the spies from being heard, the hole in the middle of the street was closed. Luke noticed on the tablet that the danger sign had disappeared. Selene noted that this meant that the negotiations had been successful. After some time, new spies arrived. They were also met by the old woman. Luke was surprised at the lengths Raoul went to send even more people. Meanwhile, in the lands of the Albel family, they were also trying to get information. Raoul was torturing them. The boy explained to the man that he had gone on business to a city in the desert. Raoul told him to tell him everything he had seen there. The hero ordered to search the merchant's house and bring to him everything connected with this city. Raoul systematized the information he was able to obtain. It turned out that once people visited this city, they did not want to leave it. Therefore, the boy had to interrogate those who had been there at least once. Raoul assessed what was brought to him, but it turned out that everything that people told him he had already heard without rumors. The hero could not remember his brother without irritation. Raoul believed that Luke had once again decided to stand in his way. However, this time he wanted his brother to pay for his actions. Selene asked who was approaching him this time. Could it be refugees again? The boy replied that he was not sure. Luke noticed someone. Danto came to Luke. He was with the Templars. The boy asked what the governor was doing here with the soldiers. The man replied that Mr. Raoul had found out that he had been hiding information about Luca's village all this time, and to avoid Raoul's hot hand, Danto decided to run away. The man also explained that bad news had brought the other soldiers to the village. Mr. Danto said there are rumors that Sir Luke is gathering allies in the desert with the intention of rebelling against the Albel family. The boy said it was nonsense and not true. The man said that at the moment, others had the same reaction as Luke himself. But he warned that if the rumor continues to spread, people's trust will begin to decline and discontent will increase. Mr. Danto added that this is one of the methods of artificially disseminating information to the detriment of the enemy, and probably Mr. Raoul is serious about his brother. The man also said that he brought several soldiers to Luke to at least somehow help him in the upcoming battle. Danto admitted that these soldiers might not be as skilled as the warriors from Luke's village, but they were willing to fight shoulder to shoulder with the hero. The boy asked if Mr. Danto was sure he wanted to go against the Albel family. Luke said that even if they were able to survive, he still could not guarantee that they would win. The man replied that he had no choice anyway. Mr. Danto added that the most important thing for him was that after visiting Luca's village one day, he decided that he wanted to settle there someday. He and the soldiers also became residents of the village. The boy was sincerely grateful to the governor. A new achievement was found on the tablet. It congratulated Luke and informed him that the village had reached 10,000 inhabitants. The village level was now raised to 8. Luke was very happy. He hadn't heard the sound of notifications for a long time and was even a little scared. The boy understood that now. Thanks to Mr. Danto and the soldiers, the level of his village had increased. And now Luke had new opportunities. Now the hero understood that he definitely couldn't be discouraged. Luke told Mr. Dante that spies from the Albel family had come to them several times already. The man was amazed that the hero would just tell him this information out of the blue. Luke also reported that they had captured the spies to interrogate them and get more useful information. Granny Nima was responsible for this. The boy came to the old woman to find out how the re-education of the spies was going. The granny replied that it was not as difficult to re-educate them as it was with the bandits. She noted that the spies had now become much more honest. The old lady showed her cute little doves. They were very happy to see old lady Nima. They were waiting for her to bring them food again. The food here was very tasty. Granny said that these spies were really poor things, because before that they had only worked day and night on the lands of Albel, and they could not even dream of normal food and sleep. Nima told the boys not to worry, because now they could eat as much as their hearts desired. The former spies said it was all worth it, because they said Luke couldn't even imagine how hard it was for them. And in this land, they found heaven on earth. The men suddenly turned their attention to Luke. The boy introduced himself as the village elder. He gave his name and his house. The men were very surprised and frightened that it was Sir Luke in front of them. Granny was surprised that the spies didn't remember Luke. They tried to explain that no one could meet such a respected man in person, so they only saw him a couple of times and then from afar. The men remembered that Luke was, after all, the future heir of the family, very aristocratic and powerful. The hero turned to the spies. He knew that his request might seem too bold, but he asked them to tell him what was currently happening in the lands of Albel. The boy immediately explained that he simply wanted to protect the villagers. The men thought for a moment, wondering what to tell him. Luke continued to talk about his village. He said that they had built this place themselves, so the boy did not want to surrender to Raoul so easily. The spies examined the fruits of this built land. The men responded that they thought that if they were caught and discovered, they would still not say a word to protect their families in the lands of Albel. But the spies realized that Mr. Raoul was lying to them because Luke was not as bad as he said. The men admitted that they did not want this beautiful village to be destroyed. They asked permission to tell Luke everything they knew. The spies said that if the rumors about the village were confirmed, then Mr. Raoul would begin to gather troops to invade your territory. Luke suggested that Raoul could muster an army of 100 soldiers, but the man refuted him. He said that the army would consist of 5,000 soldiers. Because of their beautiful appearance and long life, elves have been persecuted by humans for many years, and now they have completely disappeared from human sight. They are now considered a mythical race. Selene felt it was now his responsibility to protect them. He believed that they were beautiful and gentle creatures who hated wars and conflicts. The boy thought that only he could protect them. Selene called her brother. She once again advised him to return home as soon as possible, but he didn't understand how she could say such a thing. The girl asked what else he expected after his own words that the boys should surrender immediately. The boy asked what he had to say then, because Sir Raoul and an army of 5,000 soldiers were against them. Selene understood her brother. She knew that Raoul would not back down. However, they had no choice but to fight for Luke. The sister admitted that if they could resolve this conflict peacefully, they would do so. However, this was impossible, since the whole situation was playing against them. The girl did not want anyone to undermine the already shaky morale. She told her brother to return home if he did not believe in victory. The boy tried to object somehow. He remembered his dream about elves. The elf said that it was all their problem and they would sort it out themselves. Selene didn't need to think about more. The hero was very amazed at how kind the elf was. After all, she had said it so that he wouldn't worry. He admired that the elf didn't want to dump her worries on others. The boy said he would stay in the village with the boys and fight. He couldn't leave his sister and run away. Selene caustically retorted that he could. The scene of events moves to the northern district, to the city of Risen. Raoul and his retinue enter Mr. Danto's mansion, but find no one there. Raoul notices that all the rooms in the mansion are empty. Could it be that Mr. Danto has fled to the city in the desert? The boy was very angry that the advisor was the first to leave the city and run away. The hero compared him to a rat. Raoul realized that it would take about 5 days to get to the city where Luke lived. The hero thought of replenishing his supplies in this city. He believed that this was his last chance. There was a loud cry of approach. The scene moves to the city of Luke. The hero realized that Raoul's army had really arrived, and his brother had really gathered 5,000 soldiers. Selene asked Luke with displeasure why he was so downhearted. She was not prepared to put up with such a spirit. The boy replied that it was difficult to maintain composure when looking at so many soldiers. Luke asked the townspeople again if they were sure they didn't want to run away, since they would be fighting against the Albel family because of him, and they could be in danger. The villagers didn't understand why the chief was so worried, because this was their chance to pay Luke back for everything he had done to them. They also said that they couldn't abandon their village. The boy was flattered. He sincerely thanked the city's residents. The men also added that they really wanted to wipe Albel's nose. Luke announced that the army was just approaching the border, so they still had time to prepare for battle and gain strength. The boy carefully watched the tablet, which notified him of the danger. The hero asked himself why he had done all this. Suddenly, Selene found him and discovered that he was still sitting there on the wall of the fortress. The boy explained that his brother and his army would soon come to them. He told the girl to rest a little. Luke didn't understand. Did Raoul really believe the rumors that the hero decided to go against the Albel family? The boy was sure that these rumors were not spread without reason. The hero wondered whether the rumors had really brought Raoul to his village. Selene immediately suggested capturing Raoul, reading his mind and re-educating him. She thought it was quite simple. The boy thought it was a bit too much, but he really wanted to know the truth. The hero would really like to talk to his brother face to face. He thought hard at first, and then a good idea came to him. The scene moves to Mr. Albel's tent camp. One of the scouts rushed to Raoul. He reported that there really was a city with very high walls nearby. The man reported that the height of the walls was more than 5 meters, but their thickness remained a mystery to them. The boy had to admit that all the rumors were true. The hero assumed that it was a gift from his brother. Raoul correlated all the information from the rumors and understood that there should be only refugees and fools behind the walls, so there cannot be a strong army in the city. The hero recommended that all the soldiers go to bed since tomorrow they would move out to the wasteland. Raoul was also resting before the attack. He noticed his brother and cursed. The brothers discovered each other. Raoul was ready to defend himself immediately. Luke realized that he had gotten too close to his brother and had scared Raoul. He apologized. The Albel representative decided that it was all a dream, since Luke was only worried about the fact that he was close. The village chief asked his brother to wait. Luke said he came to Raoul to talk. The boy told his brother that he had no intention of rebelling against the Albel family. He wanted to avoid misunderstandings. The hero said that he did not want to become the head of the Albel family and displace Raoul from this position. The boy admitted that he loved his village and its inhabitants, so all he wanted was to live a peaceful and quiet life with them. Raoul considered his brother's words. He thought that Luke had come to surrender red-handed to protect the people of his village. However, his brother replied that he had come to Raoul not to surrender. Luke said again that he came to him to talk. He needed to hear what Raoul thought himself. He thought that everything his brother said was nonsense. Chief Albel thought he was being taken for a fool to believe such a lie. The boy claimed that Luke had come to impose his own ideals on him. Raoul didn't care about Luke himself. He believed that his brother was evil that threatened his family. Raoul stated that he would personally get rid of the hero. Luke thought it was a good idea, but Raoul was not in the mood for dialogue. Raoul didn't understand how it could have happened, but Luke had just fallen to the ground. He began to listen to the place where his brother stood in order to somehow solve this riddle. The boy tried to analyze the space because Luke came out from the side of the road to his village. Albel's warriors asked if something had happened as he was looking at something carefully. The hero reported that his brother had just appeared in front of the tent. He ordered the soldiers to quickly take their shovels and follow him to dig. The soldiers tried to dig a passage. The men told Mr. Raoul that they had found nothing unusual there. They asked if Sir Luke had really appeared there. The soldiers suggested that the appearance of the gentleman's brother had been an illusion. Raoul thought that if it was an illusion, Luke would not have avoided his blow. The boy remembered that as soon as his brother fell into the ground, he heard a strange sound that was moving away towards the wasteland. Raoul also tried to understand how powerful Luke's gift of building a village was. It was terrifying to think what might have happened if he hadn't woken up then. The hero announced that Luke had the ability to appear anywhere in the area he wanted. And since Raoul and his soldiers were on Luke's territory, they had to be extremely careful. The scene moves to Luke's village. The boy was frightened by the fact that his body was still shaking from nerves. He noticed something that brought him out of his reverie. It was the disgruntled maid and Selene. The hero, as if nothing had happened, asked what they were doing there. Selene announced that he had been gone all night. She asked where he had disappeared to. Luke tried to explain that he was too nervous to sleep, so he decided to take a little walk around the area. The maid was unhappy that the boy had not warned anyone in the village about this. She was also angry that he was nowhere to be found outside the village. The woman asked again where exactly the boy had been walking. The boy said directly that he had gone to talk to Raoul. The girl had not expected this at all. Selene asked if he had used his gift, or had simply entered the enemy camp. The girl was very unhappy that the hero did not take bodyguards with him, because a lot of trouble could have happened to him. Luke explained that he wanted to talk to his brother face to face, because if he had not come alone, it would not have been possible to talk. The maid asked what the outcome of their dialogue was. Luke said that Raoul got angry and tried to attack him. Selene said that it was all useless from the very beginning. However, the boy said that he did not regret at all that he at least tried. The women accepted this answer. 4 days later, the boys noticed that the enemy was already approaching. The brothers met again. Luke ordered his men to take positions. Raoul ordered the soldiers to go into battle. A horde of warriors rushed towards the walls of the village. The brothers looked at each other tensely. Luke was clearly uncomfortable with what he was doing now. He would very much like to avoid conflict, but he launched the gun. The blow did not even reach the enemy army. Raoul's soldiers did not understand why the enemy was using cannons, but was not being hit. Raoul ordered his men to move to the second position. The cannons continued to fire cannonballs. The maid reported that the enemy army was getting closer and closer. The hero ordered to leave the wall immediately. Luke also ran away somewhere, and the gate closed behind him. Raoul's soldiers couldn't understand where the village elder had run off to. Was no one going to shoot anymore? The hero decided that Luke was just making fun of him. The boy gave the order to follow the headman and destroy the gate. Raoul also burst into the city. He decided that Luke had run into the door he had seen. The boy decided that his brother had nowhere else to run. He declared that he had Luke against the wall now. But then he saw that he was wrong. Luke was not there. Raoul didn't understand what the problem was, because the report said that there should be an exit from this room in the wall. Suddenly it seemed to the hero that the sky was moving. But then he realized that the ground beneath him was beginning to move. Could this really be Luke's gift? After all, last time he was able to escape with her help. Raoul began to yell at his soldiers because they were just standing there. The hero explained that Luke was pushing the army away from the city, so they needed to break through the wall before it was too late. The boy promised that this time he would not let his brother go. One of the soldiers found another door, but when he destroyed it, he again saw a dead end. Raoul didn't understand what was happening here. Every passage his men found turned out to be a dead end. The boy wondered where they were now. He already had a vague idea that this was a labyrinth. A few minutes before Raoul realized what was happening, the boys were discussing the plan. Selene found that they were being surrounded, and there was a whole cloud of them. But since they had several layers of walls, the soldiers probably wouldn't get to the residential areas. Luke agreed with her. The boy sighed and began to scribble on the control tablet. In an instant, Luke made many new walls around the city because a fortress wall is a reliable defensive structure for protecting cities and castles. Its shape could be changed. The hero said that if all 5,000 could move freely, it would be truly scary. But since they are now crowded in one place, it will be much easier to deal with them. Selene noticed a few stragglers in the rear. Luke knew it might seem rude, but he kept them on their way to keep them moving. It was hard enough moving forward, and communication would be difficult from here on out. Selene said it was cheating. The maid said it could be quite harsh treatment, but she was delighted with the master. Luke was upset that he had spent so much effort to lure them in. Selene was upset that the cannons had opened fire too early. since they had decided to lure them in first and then strike. The hero said that he still felt at a loss when he had to do something in front of others. He did not understand how anyone could even claim the title of Lord Albel with such a character. The elf reassured him that he could drink a potion to avoid weakness. But Luke replied that that was not the whole point. The hero understood that they had to be on guard now. He didn't think that Raoul would want to give up so quickly. At this time, Raoul was very burdened by the situation, which seemed to him to be very oppressive. In addition, he did not get rid of the feeling of anxiety. He noticed that the soldiers' spirits were clearly falling. The man called Mr. Raoul. He reported that, according to the magicians, this is not an illusion, but a completely real wall. The man could not even imagine how many people they attracted. But this wall can really be built, although it takes a lot of magical energy. Raoul accepted his answer. He also noticed to himself that the Earth's movement had stopped. The hero decided that this was their chance. He ordered all units to explore the area, destroy the walls, and continue the offensive. The soldiers found a passage. He ordered to break down the walls near their base. One of the soldiers noticed that the structure of the walls resembled a labyrinth. Someone was terrified of who was fighting against them. The soldiers reached more dead ends and began to search further. This was very depressing for people, but they kept returning to previous passages. The warriors did not understand how the dead ends were formed, because there were passages there. Suddenly they heard strange sounds of banging mechanisms. They realized that they were being locked in. The ceiling was also coming down on the soldiers. Luke noted that so far his entire plan was going swimmingly. However, he needed to continue thinning the enemy's ranks. Those who practiced martial arts had a hard time accepting Luke's plan. Selene even felt sorry for her opponents. The girl immediately cast aside her regrets and noted that in this way they were really reducing the enemy's forces. The hero hoped that they would be able to wear out the enemies and thin them out before they reached the village itself. The young man suggested driving them all along the same route. Luke replied that it would be great if they surrendered completely, but if they continued, that could be a problem. Selene explained that this meant that the villagers' goal was a peaceful solution without fighting, and that this needed to be hammered into the heads of their opponents. Raoul tried to understand how much time had passed. The hero was outraged that his army was melting away right before his eyes. Has Luke really not exhausted his magical power yet? Raoul understood that if he did not find a way out and some kind of solution, then it would be the end for him and the army. Suddenly he noticed something. It was Luke, who for some reason came out to meet him. The hero was calm, but he tried to look determined. Tired Raoul was glad to see him. He was already very exhausted, so he was irritated. Luke immediately ordered the projectile to be launched. Raoul saw how his brother immediately found himself on top of the wall and water began to collect from under the ground. The ground turned out to be a ditch. The boy did not understand what kind of illusion it was. The hero ordered a retreat as it was a trap. But many soldiers were already cut off from him. Raoul realized with horror that the road had changed again. The boy noticed the steps approaching him. The elves took up a fighting stance. The soldiers of Albel began to panic that the elves would kill them. They did not understand who they were really supposed to fight. The soldiers began to beg for mercy. Raoul ordered that the formation not be broken. He saw that the soldiers' military spirit was completely broken. The hero didn't understand what was happening in front of him because Luke was right in front of them. He was already ordering himself not to dare retreat. Luke declared from the heights of the wall that Raoul could not defeat him. The boy said that neither his brother nor his soldiers were capable of eliminating him. Raoul looked at his brother. Luke looked scary. The hero asked Raoul if he hadn't realized yet that he had no intention of destroying the Albel family. He just wanted to live here in peace, and he didn't want to fight with them. Luke suggested ending their feud with his brother. Raoul didn't seem to be in favor of his brother's idea. He was irritated by Luke and his actions. The villagers did not understand why they could not get rid of Raoul. After all, even after spending hours in a labyrinth designed to suppress the will to fight, he still did not give in. Men called him stubborn. They were alarmed that Raoul was heading towards them. The boy jumped onto the wall from the moat, ready to attack. The hero headed towards Luke, but Noel managed to protect the headman with a shield. Luke was amazed by his comrade's skill. The force of the shield's impact threw Raoul away from his brother. He managed to break and land successfully. The boy saw his confused soldiers. He began to scold them for not doing anything. Raoul said that the soldiers were humiliating him with their behavior right in front of the enemy. The army tried to gather its strength again and attack. She rushed forward to lay siege. Luke announced that the enemy was heading straight for them. He was told that it would have come to this sooner or later anyway. The village elder ordered them to act as the townspeople had learned in training. They were ready to defend themselves. The villagers shouted at Raoul's warriors not to get too cocky because they themselves were pathetic strangers. The soldiers climbed the wall and skillfully attacked their opponents. But the villagers resisted them fiercely. The warriors did not understand why ordinary people were so strong. After all, they even fired at them with long-range weapons. The soldiers asked each other why these people were so strong. But Luke knew that the skill power of these people was limited and was wearing them down. Therefore, the hero activated the skill he received after when the village's population exceeded 10,000 people. The boy used the residence enhancement. This effect temporarily increased the villagers' stats. The duration of the effects depended on the level of the increase. For example, a 1.5 time increase lasted for 10 minutes, and a 2 time increase lasted for about 5 minutes. After the skill expired, the cooldown lasted about an hour. It is noteworthy that only villagers can be selected for this enhancement. Therefore, if the people belonged to Luke's village, then he was able to strengthen up to 300 people at once. The villagers began to laugh at the soldiers. For them, the opponents turned out to be much weaker than they suspected. Some suggested that they had become even stronger. Selene also prepared for battle. She said that such carelessness could cost them their lives. After all, it doesn't matter who is in front of them in battle since they need to be on guard. The men accepted the commander's instructions. Raoul noticed Selene. He now realized that she had been on Luke's side all this time. The girl replied that it was all thanks to him, Raoul. Selene attacked. She used ice magic. Raoul realized that they were being pushed back again. It didn't help that the ground was beginning to shake beneath them again. The boy returned to the wall. Suddenly, he noticed something and became wary. A dragon flew to the village. He decided to land on the village wall and really scared the soldiers. The men couldn't understand why it had decided to attack the village and disturb them at that moment. But soon the soldiers realized that the dragon had definitely come for them. They couldn't believe that there was a gifted person in the village with the ability to tame the monster. The monster's name was Twiggy, and it was controlled by children. Selene told Raoul to turn around. She commented that the picture that was emerging was, to put it mildly, pathetic. The hero told her to shut up because he hadn't lost to them yet. The girl sarcastically noted that the boys still believed in it. She added that Raoul started with 5,000 soldiers and now it turned into a disaster for them. Selene said that no matter how he twisted it, it would all lead to his end. Suddenly a wall formed between the girl and Raoul and the young man recoiled. He tried to understand with horror what was happening this time. It was Luke who used his skill. Raoul was defeated, but he said it wasn't over yet and hung up.